5 main chapters, over 50 automations, and only 100 days to reach the moon. I'm putting my Create Mod skills to the test and trying to beat all of Create Above and Beyond in just 100 days. Well, here we go. Brand new world, day 0. This is a bit of a big pack, so we should probably get started, like, now, immediately. I gotta get into the Create Mod. Oh my god, I don't have that much time. What is that? Flint pebbles? Okay, well, that's new. I do kind of know what we need to be doing here, but for the most part, we just gotta get into Create in the early game. That's gonna be a little bit different than normal, but I think the core is about the same. I'll check my quest book in just a bit, because I do imagine things are gonna be a little bit different, but you know what? I feel confident. I feel confident. I couldn't tell you why my breaking animations is completely broken. That's a new one. I've never experienced that bug before. Apparently I don't play with shaders enough. I just don't know the ins and outs of them. Yeah, it looks like the quest book wants us to get a few basic resources first, and I'll unlock chapter 1 just so we can kind of see where we're starting, and yeah, it looks like we just want to be able to get some kelp, sand, basically basic stuff. And hopefully I can move pretty fast here because we definitely are gonna need to. In fact, I'm gonna do my best not to sleep. Hello, structure. Ooh, empty blaze burner right off the bat. Okay, that's a good find, actually. I will take that. I don't know that there's anything else useful in here. I think you can break these. Oh no, these are just decorative. Oh wait, no, they do have stuff in it. Fido grow. Okay, I'll take Fido grow. Hello, foxes. Ooh, village. That could be a nice little jump start. And food. Oh, I think I recognize that structure over there. This is like a little starter thing for the Create Mod, right? Yes, yes, very nice. Millstones, some cogwheels, some shafts. This is a good find. Hello? I like this shipwreck in front of the village. That actually looks, that's a cool look right there. World Gen lore. All right, but let's see what these guys have. Some toadstools, some pumpkins. Nice, nice place to be. Oh, is that organic oh, that actually is really good, I think. Honestly, I think this is going to be a decent place to start, you know what I mean? There's kind of a big spacious area. Of course, a village is always nice to start next to in case we want to do any trading with these fellas, and it looks like we're pretty close to a lot of different resources, and big trees is always nice. I like this one beach house. I think that's great. This guy knows what's up. Maybe I'll make this my house. I'll set my spawn here. This is my house now. Whatever you guys think whose house that is, it's not anymore. The crab! Hello. How are you? You fight back? Ow. Yeah, you do. Okay. It's time to start my empire. Humble beginnings. Humble beginnings. Make a house a home. And let's start dumping items. Nice. I hear a cat. First order of business, get fish. Well, not really. Is the sun already setting on day 0? Oh no. Okay. I'm sorry, cat. I can't do anything with you. The first few quests ask us to automate logs, andesite, sand, and kelp. So we should probably get started on that because we're going to need a lot of these andesite machines in order to basically make any of the different contraption pieces that we're going to want. If you're familiar with Vanilla Crate, you're definitely going to notice that this mod pack overhauls a lot to do with how Create Mod functions. And honestly, it's a good time. Hey buddy, I don't think you realize whose house you're in. It's very inconsiderate for you to sleep in my own bed. Like, that's just not cool, man. Could you get out? Hey. Although this isn't hardcore, I'd like to die as little as possible, so I'm gonna try to be, like, savvy about things. Now, before we can really get into anything good, I kind of need to go mining, so it's time to start the day 0 or night 0 mine shaft. It shall be glorious. I've immediately ran into an ore that I can't mine. Okay, that's not so glorious. Ooh, andesite, early on. Nice, okay, cool. That'll give us a good little early bit. Oh, and the iron. Ah, but more water caves. I don't want water caves. This is not a glorious mine shaft at all. This is just full of water. Crushed. Oh, how do you get that? I'm starting to think that this island may not be a great place to establish a mine shaft on, considering, yeah. I mean, I guess I could just ladder down a bunch. I think I'll do that. This village is my home. I'm too lazy to boat across the ocean, or, well, the lake. Are you kidding? It's already the sunrise on day 1? Oh my god, I gotta move so much faster than I am right now. Okay, and also not get blown up by creepers. That too, that would help. Ugh. It's alright, I'm a create god. I'll get this. You get nuggets from... Uh-oh. I forgot there was an ore processing thing in this pack. Oh, right. Oh, boy. We're in it. Well, I think if I'm trying to avoid dying, I should at least make myself a shield. Well, we're gonna need a lot of iron in order to make the early game work, so it is definitely time to start looking. Good. And another andesite deposit. That's awesome. Ooh, randomium ore. I remember this. That, like, that turns into something random. That could be really good, actually. Whoop. Can't mine it right now, but I kind of hope I remember to come back here when I can. Because I've gotten some good stuff from that before. Free backpack. Hopefully he drops it. Yes! That's huge, actually. That's pretty big. Nice. Rotten flesh in a saddle. Love to see it. But hey, that's a good find. I don't want that on my back. I want that on my back. It's night again? Oh, I spent the whole day in the mines. All right, well, I suppose that's pretty worth it, considering. Now, the next thing we need is a lot of... Hey, I'm trying to explain here. Okay, we need a lot of gravel, a lot of sand, and a lot of clay. Although this crushed iron ore is gonna not really give us much if we smelt it normally, this is an automation pack, and there's things we can do to it to extract even more goodness. In fact, even the exact regular amount you would expect. But it makes the early game a whole lot more interesting, so I actually kind of love that mechanic. But no matter what, we're actually gonna need to use this millstone that we found so I can get this process started while we go mining, because it will take a little while. And I don't quite want to use my iron to make a bucket, so I kind of have to do some finagling here. But I think I can just, yeah, pull some water out like this. Water wheel, large cog wheel, pop a millstone on it. That's moving double speed. And now I can take the iron and I can actually toss it into the millstone to grind it down into iron dust. We'll be using that later, and I think that's probably going to take a long while. But like I said, it's sand time, it's gravel time, it's clay time. All things that we're going to need a bunch of in the early game. Whoa, check out this iron golem taking on a horde. Oh, that guy's sick. Come on, buddy, I'll help you out. Yeah. It's a shame it immediately started raining because none of these mobs are gonna die now. Ah, but here we go. This is what we're looking for. Clay and gravel. Beautiful. Gonna need kind of a lot of both, so I think I'll be out here for a minute. It's all for the greater good. Ooh, wild carrots. That's a good find. We definitely want to do some food gathering, especially since we have Farmer's Delight and don't really want to be lame and run out of food in a pack that has, like, burgers and stuff. But I think I want to get way into the create mod before I start doing any frivolous things like that. Also, where are all the lakes? Oh, wait, I have a map. I can just check. Oh, wow, there's none. Wow, oh, this is dry. Shoot. Well, I guess there's these cursed lakes. I suppose that counts, right? Okay, I'm pretty happy with this. We need so much because if you're familiar with normal create, hi, I won't do that anymore. If you're familiar with normal create, we need a lot of something called andesite alloy. And normally it's just iron nuggets and andesite, but in this pack, you need clay for it. You also actually need kelp, which is why it's kind of great that I spawned so close to an ocean, because this guy is going to be really, really, really useful and apparently cause frame rate issues. For starters here, though, I want to make a substance called grout. This is going to be one of the first steps to us actually being able to get a good ratio out of our ores. And I think 2 stacks of grout is really going to be helpful. Maybe a bit overkill. Ah, you know what they say, nothing's overkill, right? Right? The kelp is also going to be really important because we can combine it with clay to make algal blend. And this is cooked, I think, yeah, into algal bricks, and then eventually turned into andesite alloy. So I should probably start that process on the side as well. I forget that I'm kind of doing a speedrun here. Eventually smelting will be a lot faster and a lot easier, but right now we just don't have the resources for that. What a start. Oh, and I should probably check up on my millstone over here. Very nice. Keep going, little millstone, keep going. Now these dusts still just smelt into nuggets, so they're not actually a big improvement just yet, and we are going to need some iron in order to make more iron, but we'll get there, we'll get there. Specifically, we need a bucket. We need a bucket before we can touch anything here. So we're going to have to waste some of our iron dusts on regular 1-to-1 ratio. We'll get 1-to-3. All right, here we go. First bucket of the pack, and I need to find myself some lava. Looks like there's a lava lake pretty nearby and a ruined portal, so I think I'm just going to hit those up because we'll need lava and lava and lava and lava as we go on. It's a very important resource in the create mod. And if you think you know what I'm doing with it, you actually probably don't, unless you've, like, played this pack before. Oh my gosh, I feel like the day-night cycle goes so fast. How do other YouTubers do things in 100 days? Hopefully we'll have some lava. Yep, scoop. Very nice. You tried. And a nice little gold helmet for our trouble as well. Wonk. Ugh. Baby drowned. Maybe I should light up my beach, because these creepers are immediately becoming a problem. Woof, and the skeletons too. Oh, sweet. Grout and algal bricks. Very nice, very nice. So the grout we can do some cool stuff with. We need to make ourselves a seared casting table. And actually, you know what? We're gonna need glass for this next part. We can also make, I think, yeah, we can make some seared faucets. We're going to need these sand cast, blank sand casts. We want a seared fuel tank, which looks like this. Then we need to make a seared fuel gauge in order to make the melter. Oh, and this is huge. This is gonna allow us to get a 1-to-1 ratio from our ores. And yeah, I'm just gonna pop down some lights here because this is already getting annoying. Torch spam! How are there so many spiders? Why are there so many spiders? Why do they look like this? Why does not better animations, fresh animations do this? Alrighty. Fuel tank, melter, tables, spout, and we've got ourselves lava in the bottom. Bam! This is the melter. We can put stuff inside of it. The thing we want to put inside of it is the iron dust, because one iron dust will smelt into 3 nuggets, so 3 of them become an ingot. There we go. We're going to want to use our lava as efficiently as possible, so I'm just going to kind of sit here dumping stuff inside of it, and I believe these sand casts are going to allow me to actually, like, put them into ingots. I think if I put like a thing in there we go, we get an ingot sandcast. Beautiful. It's not perfect. I don't know how many of these we'll be able to do, but hopefully a lot. I do love myself the early game of this mod. I really, really do. You know what? I can grab more sand while we're here to make more sand casts, because it only takes 1 sand to make 4 casts, so it's a pretty easy ratio to deal with. And then we just right-click this, and it literally pours the iron out and casts it right into the basin, but it does destroy the sand cast. They're going to be permanent ones we can use later, but later is not now. We're going to want to get a lava farm set up because that is not making it very long, not at all. What a shame. But for early game above and beyond, we do have a lot of iron, which is huge. I keep opening that when I don't mean to. You know, something we could do to actually speed this up now that I think about it is we can cast blocks of iron instead of just ingots of iron. That would help a lot. Hey, get back on there. Oh, don't run out, don't run out. Hold on, okay. Okay, now that we've casted that last bit, I can make a casting bin, I think. Or basin, or whatever it's called. Yeah, casting basin. Hold on, I've been foolish. Because now what we do is we place it down here, and then we can literally just fill up an entire block of molten iron, and it'll cool into an invisible item. There we go, it'll cool into a block, and that just makes my life easier, unless, like, I can't turn this into ingots, but I can. Ha! Well, there we go, 38 iron, which is literally 3 times more than we would have had normally. That is a very good start. And, of course, it'll get better and better and better as time goes on. We'll even get to the point where we're able to extract even more iron than we should be from our ores. It'll be awesome. But for now, the resource gather continues as I finally have access to iron tools. Oh, huge, huge, huge. Day 3, iron tools. Maybe not the fastest speed run, but hey, we're on our way. Let's get ourselves our first mechanism set up. I want to get some farming done right off the bat, get some real nice things going. Hopefully I can. I actually have no idea if I even have the capability of doing anything too useful, but hey, 26 andesite alloy, good start. I think I want to get myself a tree farm started, and that is going to require some gold. So first a trip to the mines, and then some farming. I suppose I should have expected a mines trip. Huh? Oh, no, no. Some mob has the jukebox upgraded and is playing the scary one. Oh, shoot, I gotta find that. Where are you, scary mob? Stop being scary! Oh, I hate that this backpack mod turns the game into a horror game. A creeper? Oh my god! Why? Why would it do that? That was such real fear. I wish I could be like, oh, haha, I'm a YouTuber. I did it for the bit. No, that was terror. That was terror. Oh my god, disc 11 and a creeper with what, speed 1 million? You kidding me? Why does that mob have? Whoa, 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 whoa! Why did you have 52 health? What is happening? What is this cave system I'm in? At least I'm finally finding some gold veins. Ooh, this is where that randomium was. Okay, I can't wait to get that. That can be a little hard to mine, though. Hopefully it doesn't do it did the thing. Okay, so stop it. Let me break you. Purple framed glass pane. Okay. Let's go gambling. Again, Blackstone. Okay, well, it is random. Diamonds spotted. Trying to like hyper lock in my brain right now, but I'm not capable of that kind of cognitive ability. Wow, that looks gorgeous. Oh my god. I'm so glad I have a PC capable of recording and using shaders. Please be like 3 diamonds. I could appreciate. Ooh, 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 ooh. Come on. Come on. Don't be mean to me. Don't be cruel to me. Don't be sassy. 2 diamonds. Ah! 3! All right, 12 pieces of gold, which is somewhat enough to make ourselves a decent tree farm. I'll have to ore process them up. Hopefully that won't take too long. And to make, eventually it'll be a lot faster too. So hopefully I'm saving time here in the early game. Also slime, super nice. We were literally gonna have to go hunt for slime or do something annoying to get it, but not anymore. Thanks, buddy. If it, drops, come on, slime, drop slime. Are you kidding? Please. Please, don't do this to me. Oh, yes, thank you. Yes, yes, yes. Slime pearl. Whoa! Hell yeah, bro. Melty, melty. No, don't do that. Oh, shoot. Hopefully I can melt that back down. Okay, woof. I do that so often on accident, but hopefully that melted back 1-to-1. I think it did. Yeah, okay. We're good. 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 Alrighty, that's 12 ingots. Let's get started on some machines. Well, more than that. We'll go right now are these kinetic mechanisms, and we already have access to a lot of the resources we need. The saw is a pretty easy craft, I think. It's like this. Right, yep, that's important. I'm gonna make a few of these machines. We're going to need a few of these machines, so that is going to take quite a few of these little mechanisms, which means a lot of cogwheels, and I think it definitely means a lot more andesite in our future, but luckily we have a mine for that, so please excuse this andesite intermission. Whoops, I wasn't paying attention. I did not mean to do that. Well, we certainly have enough andesite now, and we can go and make ourselves a stack of andesite alloy. Beautiful. We're also going to need to make these casings, which are made kind of weird in this pack, but you know what? This was early create back in the day. Hey, the andesite age. We've already got it. And the last thing we need here is a bunch of logs, more than the ones I just consumed. This is kind of why we're beginning with the tree farm. You are always running out of wood in this pack. Now, we can make ourselves a bunch of these kinetic mechanisms. Oh, that's right, they're a little weird to bulk craft because JEI doesn't like working with the saw. Boop, 32 of them. Beautiful. Which means on day 4, we get our first of the andesite machines. Look at these little freaks. I love them. They don't actually do anything with the... I don't have pickaxe. Oh, wait, they're axeable. Okay, whoops. That scared me. Don't do anything on their own. They're worthless on their own. But with friends, they become even more powerful than before. Now, 4 of them might seem like a lot, but it kind of isn't because each one of them turns into a machine. So create is actually kind of expensive in this pack, but the first machine I'm gonna make, as always, is a mechanical press. And because time is very much of the essence, I am gonna hook this guy up to a proper water wheel setup. And we're gonna make it a big one, actually. Big water wheels, a lot like little water wheels, require water to run. They're just bigger. Not the most novel concept in the world, but terribly useful because they produce a lot more stress units. And we're gonna use this one here to make us golden sheets to help us make some deployers. Yeah, in this pack, you need gold for deployers, not brass. That's because you need wood early game, and they wanted it to be more accessible. Pretty cool. And... oh, I picked it up too early. I picked it up too early. Hold on, one more. Boom, there we go. 12 golden sheets. With that, I can make some golden hands. I'm only going to make one, though, because we do not have enough of these machines to make the farm that I want to, so we're going to be starting really small. And we're missing lead in order to make a saw blade, so I got to go back in the mines. Hey, why are you mad at me? Here we go. Lead, pretty accessible. I did forget to bring torches with me, which is kind of a shame, but I'd also like to find another piece of gold because we could actually do a lot with that. Just one more ingot. How have I not found any gold running around this enormous cave? Like, this is an amazing cave, but there's no gold, and I have no food, and there's no torches. Oh, I'm stressing. Blue bomb. Maybe this will help me find gold. What does this do? I'm gonna throw it at a creeper. The next creeper I see, it's on sight. Oh, I got torches from a little pot. That's lovely. Oh, I feel safer already. Can I get food from one of these? Any good pot food? Creeper! On sight! Yeah! What? Exploded. Like, the wrong way. Ow! Oh, here we go. There's all the gold. Just don't die while getting it. Ow. That is not productive to not dying. Ooh, baby zombies. Ah. All right, we got some gold crushed up here, and I can do something really, really cool with it by dumping the gold in here and placing an ingot on the casting table. We can actually cast gold over an ingot, and then we get a permanent ingot cast, which is amazing. And there we go, 30 ingots of lead. Not bad. that will tie us over for a bit. Now time to spend even more of our precious iron on getting a saw. Oh boy. And then I believe the saw blade recipe looked something like this if I can get the nugget in the right spot. Yeah. Then at our smithing table, we can smith together a mechanical saw. Absolutely beautiful. 1 deployer, 1 saw. Technically all you need. I also actually want some shears for this. And you'll see why in a minute. Actually, you're gonna see why right now. I want sheep. Sheep. I don't see any, but I know there's some on the mainland. Here we go. Beautiful. Well, we're definitely going to be starting small, but the tree farm can begin. That's not the way I want it. Begin! Though I do need an iron sheet. Boop. Because we're going to need some super glue to pull this off, because this is going to be a windmill spinning contraption. Excuse the interruption. A windmill spinning contraption. This is going to be a pretty standard create tree farm, if you've ever seen them. If not, a little bit small. Get our chest on top, and you know what? We're going to throw the deployer down right on top of that. I'll give myself a little way to hop on top. There we go. We'll put the deployer here, and initially, we're going to have this thing actually placing dirt so we can draw out the circle we need, just so we can get a good look at things. And that comes down there, that comes down there. Beautiful. And honestly, just give it a go. Oh, that was a bit of a lag spike, all right. But yeah, as you can see, this thing is just going to spin around in a circle and is literally going to show us exactly the circle that it's going to be working with, which is awesome. That deployer needs to be 1 higher, though. That deployer is too low on the ground. Or actually, that deployer is too high to be placing this stuff. I've goofed on the height, but I can fix it. Okay, there we go. That's the range of the deployer. Lovely. Now we just need to slap a saw right here, and that should be where it needs to be. Connect it to that, and I mean, that's a tree farm, technically speaking. Doesn't have trees in it right now, but we can fix that. All we gotta do is filter the deployer to plant down saplings and drop some saplings in the chest, and then let this thing begin to spin, and as you can see, the deployer is gonna automatically begin to plant saplings right on the dirt circle that we gave it. Ooh, that's maybe I should have blocked up these villager houses. Hopefully some of them will be alive after this night, but whoops. But yeah, it's gonna take some time because the tree actually has to grow up, but we'll get wood eventually, even though I need a bunch right now, so I think I gotta chop some trees. Well, that did not actually take as long as I thought it would. I wonder if the farm has picked up any wood. Nope, that's fine. It's gonna be kind of slow without any additional saws and hoppers, or deployers. At least we got our good old axes. Only way that we can really upgrade this is by making more machines, and I think with 2 stacks of logs, we should be able to make a decent amount of new machines, I hope. And you know, we have a lot of stuff to smelt. I think I'm gonna go and get that started, actually. I think it's time we make ourselves a hopper, which, yes, uses a lot of our very precious iron, but you know what? We're using the iron to make the iron, you know what they say, right? Oh, hey, and our first tree grew up. Whoa! The farm is working! I think. Yep, it's working! Woo! Anyways, this will sort of semi-automate our ability to get iron and stuff smelted up, as the hopper will, you know, automatically place it within the melter, and hopefully that would mean it's just, you know, something I can come over here every once in a while, activate this spout, and it'll use our lava a lot more efficiently. Mr. Iron Golem. Mr. Iron Golem. Oh, buddy. Oh, come on, dude. Come on, buddy. Let's not get stuck on the saw blade and die, okay? I think we gotta get andesite alloy automated as quick as possible, because, man, I really feel like we're running out of the stuff super duper fast. But I am going to try to make a stack. Well, I can't make a stack, actually, of components, because I don't have enough andesite alloy, but I'll make as much as I can. Should be able to make 54 of these, which is okay. I mean, I think that's 7, right? Nope, that's 6. And you know what? While it's daytime, I think I should continue the initiative of lighting the island up, because mobs are... Get out of my way, dude. Because mobs have been such a problem. Right now, I think this farm, yeah, is missing another saw. It's just barely not hitting the trees and the sides and stuff like that, so I'm gonna just turn the farm off for a second and attach 1 more saw to it so this thing actually works at full and maximum capacity. Hopefully. Yep. You can hear it breaking that log right there. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Love it. So we can actually check off our first quest here. Oh, wait. I need a log in my inventory, I guess. I do have a log in my inventory. What, does that not count? Click. Automated. What? Oh, right. Check mark. Kind of want to solve our lava issues since we literally just ran out, and I think the best place to do that is the nether. So I think it's time we put these 3 diamonds to good use and go find that ruined nether portal we left the other day. And you know what? Just as a treat, I'm going to upgrade my weapon of choice here. Oh boy. Early game obsidian mining, you gotta love it. And 14 pieces, the magic number for a portal and an enchanting setup. That's all I'm gonna take today. I even made sure to bring over some lava just so that we could get the iron smelting back on track. Beautiful. But access to the nether should hopefully mean that iron won't be a problem continuing. Or rather, lava won't be a problem. Iron will probably still be a problem. Alrighty, hoping for a good nether spawn. I just really want access to lava. Oh, what? Are you kidding me? Well, that's okay. That's a better nether portal spawn than I think I could have. Right there's a blaze spawner. Okay, well, there we go. That's that. That'll help with my beating the ender dragon goal, I suppose. Do we have lava access around here? I wouldn't say this is the easiest access to lava, but there's definitely going to be lava around. Ooh, and a guy with a backpack and some iron armor. Also, I forget how scary Sound Physics Remastered makes the nether. Oh, he's stolen Carl. Just kidding, that's not the real Carl. Whoa, that looks pretty ominous. Maybe I shouldn't be doing this in no armor, but I've become curious as to what, look at the little kid. Oh dear. Gentlemen, maybe we can talk about this. 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 Why did I place down an obsidian block? Oh, what's in this chest? Ooh. Well, I came here for soul sand as well, actually, so I suppose there's a win. What? Okay, look at that. Cool. Spooky, scary skeleton. You know, this is great. Also, is this like a wither worship chamber? Ooh, I don't know if I like that. Okay, I'm gonna go home, I think, actually. I'm gonna go home, I think. Well, I didn't get any lava, which was my intention for going there, but I did get soul sand, which was another one, and I got a wither skeleton skull, which is pretty cool. I'll put that on this Enderman Place sand block, I think. Hey, that is starting to work really nicely. You know what I could do, actually? I have magma cream and blaze rods and cobblestone. I can actually make myself some potions here. And I suppose I can suit up in iron armor now that I do have a decent way of achieving it. I like my golden helmet. I think I'm gonna leave that on just to save on some iron, but it's probably not a bad idea, is it? And fire resist is gonna make me feel that much safer. Oh, and you know what I could actually do right here? I could add a waypoint just for my portal, so I'll never get lost, which is gonna be nice. I can use the quark placement assist to actually build a staircase downwards like this. It's really cool. Hey, buddy. Yep, that definitely is a lava lake that we could use. For sure, for sure. Just gotta make more upsetting staircases, that's all. Well, there we go. A somewhat easily accessible means of obtaining a large amount of lava. Of course, I only have 2 buckets right now. But, you know what? 2 buckets is gonna take us a pretty long way, I think. Uh-oh. Don't see me, don't see me, don't see me. Well, the first thing I want to do with our lava is take these iron sheets in this machine. So we can make ourselves a propeller, and then with a propeller and a machine, we can make an encased fan. Now, if you've watched any of my other videos on Create, you're probably going to know that this is the world's most powerful super smelter. All we need to do is to make sure we have a little encampment for our lava. Boop, right there. Grab ourselves a bit of water just to make another water wheel. And by powering this fan with the water wheel, which I have to do some maneuvering for, we get a jet stream of hot lava air. And that's a free fuelless bulk super smelter. It's really amazing. We don't have to use coal for smelting anything ever again, except for food, because you need a campfire for that. But that'll make stuff like algal blend a lot easier, because I could just drop it in front of this, and given about a minute or so, it'll all turn into the bricks. And there it is. I love it, I love it, I love it. This next piece of lava, we're going to use for an andesite generator, though, so that we can get that right off the ground. And it's kind of important where we choose to put that for now, so I'm just going to say we want to have it in a space that has a lot of space, so we're going to have it here. I'm actually going to want another bucket for this, since we need to go all the way down to bedrock and get the items all the way back up. So we're going to use some bubble column shenanigans for that, and that also means I need more kelp. But I kind of need more kelp anyways, so it's not that big a loss of time, is it? Whoa, wait, what is this? It's like a prismarine, like, vault. Whoa, what? This is right on my base the whole time? A quiver? Ooh. Okay, distractions. Drowning, also. Oh, Mr. Iron Golem, buddy, what is your infatuation with killing yourselves on the saws? Alright, I should have just about everything that I want / need for this. Yeah, I think we'll go over here. Time to go down into the ground. Here we go. Hello, Bedrock. Good to see you. Alrighty, we're going to need to dig out a bit of a chamber because bedrock is going to be kind of integral to an andesite farm. And if you've never actually played Above and Beyond, you might be wondering why bedrock has anything to do with andesite, but it's actually pretty cool. I'm going to place down this lava over here because I did forget to bring torches and I kind of want some light while I'm working. But this place should be good enough for an infinite water source, which I guess we're going the corner method with. Nice. Okay, so we have ourselves some flowing lava right there. And over here, we're going to get ourselves some flowing water, and hopefully I don't mess up the cobble gen. I think that's how it should look. And you might be wondering why I'm making a cobble gen down here. Well, uh-oh. That's not how you make it. Ah. There we go. If you make a cobblestone gen on top of bedrock, you get granite, you get diorite, and you get andesite. Great. Awesome. Amazing. Although this is actually a terrible, terrible spot to put this. I put this in a bad spot because there's bedrock here. I kind of need an open, like, channel to work with. So I kind of have to keep on digging to find a more opportune area. Or actually, you know what? I could just move everything up one block so that there's no bedrock, like, sitting around. Okie dokie. There we go. Ta-da! Now, funny, I said that I should have everything because I don't have everything. I forgot to make a drill. But we can still get some other of the machine parts set up, because the drill is what's going to be the thing that actually breaks the andesite, granite, diorite, all that stuff, but we actually need to be able to move it back up. And for this, I want to use a fan that will suck the items into a bubble column, which would be pretty cool. Should have brought ladders, too. Oy vey. Okay, remember to make the fan, and let's make a drill, too. The drill is actually a lot like a saw. We'll need some sheets of iron, a piece of lead, and a few nuggets of iron as well in order to create a drill head. And I believe it looks like this. Nope. What does it look like? Ah, 2 pieces of lead. There we go. We have ourselves a drill head that we can then combine with a machine to get a mechanical drill. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, now that we actually have all the stuff we need, I can start setting this up. We're going to have the drill here, which will mine this block and drop it perfectly right there. Our fan is going to be positioned here, and it'll actually suck items towards this soul sand block, which isn't a soul sand block, this soul sand block, and that will pull them into what will be our bubble column extraction point. Of course, I just need to dig out enough space for us to actually be able to power these two things at a somewhat reasonable speed. And so, of course, we're going to be using some nice little gear ratios in order to make that happen. So instead of this particular fan blowing air, we actually want to change the direction that the water wheel goes in so that it sucks air towards it. Just like that. So when an item is dropped here, it'll pull that item away. So we can kind of break this and you can see it didn't go close enough to the fan. Hold on. Okay, I picked it up. All right, well, you know what? It'll work once I do it. It'll work once I do it. The drill, we're going to want to be moving pretty fast, all things considered. Hopefully, this is going to be enough gear ratio and not too much gear ratio. But it might be too much gear ratio. We'll find out. Let's see. Do we overstress? Hey, no, we don't. And that drill is moving pretty quick. But the fan is not. Okay, so that's an issue. The fan needs to be moving a lot faster than it is. That's fine. Now that's a lot better. There we go. That's pretty consistent. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Uh-oh, I'm stuck. Ah! Let me out, let me out, let me out. Wait, what happened? Why did it suddenly stop working? What? Oh, it looks like it only doesn't work if there's items down there because they try to clump. Ah, I see what happens. Okay, okay, okay. Okie dokie 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 day. Well, let's dig a chasm. I think I can see the sunrise of day 10 coming through the hole. Alrighty, let's start getting the bubble column set up, which is actually going to be a bit dangerous. I'll need to make sure I bring something like a ladder or some block I can place on the side of a wall, just so that I don't drown myself while doing this. Should have enough kelp, though, I think, maybe? Okay, nope, that was not enough kelp. Okay, uh-oh. There we go, nice and easy. All right, let's go ahead and break the kelp at the bottom. That should be a bubble column. It kind of looks like one. I think that's good. I guess the only way to tell is if up top we see items popping out. Hey, day 10 in an andesite and tree farm, that's not bad, actually. That's going to kick us off really big. Unless, of course, I made it wrong, in which we don't have that, but I'm going to choose to say that I made it right. Oh, yes! Look at that go! Wow! Wow! Any more? Yep. More? Yep. Oh, this is fantastic. This is fantastic. Okay, let's get this stuff hooked up to a chest, yeah? Hey! Be nice to me. So one thing we can do here is actually make ourselves a stone cutter and put an andesite machine inside of it in order to get these andesite funnels. These guys are going to be absolutely stellar because we can actually use the momentum of the items that fire out of the hole in order to catch them inside of a chest. That'd be really cool. So our chest goes here, and then beneath of it is where we are going to place a funnel facing inwards. And that should mean that when an item comes flying on upwards, it should suck it in. Yep. That's granite, diorite, and andesite all completely automated. Absolutely stellar. From here, we could use create sorting systems in order to move items in and out of the chest, but I think for now, we're just going to let it build up. Woo! All we have left before we've completely automated the first chapter is going to be some kelp automation and some clay automation using sand. And, of course, increasing the wood gains, but honestly, this is not bad. Now, sand actually isn't too big of a deal to automate. I just need to remember how to make a knife. There we go, from Farmer's Delight. Very nice. And we're going to go through here, just chop up grass until we have ourselves a bunch of straw. 12 should do the trick, because that lets me make 3 canvas. Now I can make something called a sediment strainer. And if I combine some iron bars with one of my andesite machines in here, we can make a strainer base. Pretty simply, the strainer base goes up here, and we place ourselves a strainer right inside of it. We're then going to want to surround, I think, the top part with blocks, and then drop some water inside of the strainer, and that should mean that this sediment strainer is now working absolutely, and it is actually going to pull sand itself right out of the water. It takes a little bit each time, but we should see. There we go. Infinite and automatic sand. Beautiful. I think I'm going to go try to get another one, though, so I'm going to go chop up some more things to find some more straw. Oh my gosh, a zombie invasion. Oh dear, I think the iron golem killed himself on the saws. Okay, well, I'll save you, villagers. Oh, well, thank you. That about did it. All right, there we go. Managed to extend it by 1, and that shouldn't be too bad because I think even it's pretty fast. Yeah, like it's decently quick. It's decently quick here. We're going to be turning it into clay, actually. That's what we're using the sand for. And actually having it so close to our andesite farm, maybe not the best idea, if come to think of it. Though I'm fresh out of andesite machines, so gonna have to do more crafting of that. But thankfully, the actual andesite part is pretty plentiful. Could you not do that? Now I should be able to make that stack. Oh, beautiful. That's exactly what I was looking for. 8 fresh machines for the taking. I love it. So in order to turn the sand into clay, we need to wash it, which actually works a lot like that blaster over there. We're going to need to have a fan with a bit of water in front of it, blowing outwards to begin to actually wash all of our items. The trouble is it's going to take a lot of time, but I'd like to store the items as close to the actual end of this as possible, meaning we need something that can filter. Early game filtering, well, it doesn't exist. We need brass, and we don't have access to that. Thankfully, the storage drawers mod is actually in the game, and these will act as filters. If we take a clay ball and place it inside of there, that's the only thing that drawer can accept. So by placing an input funnel on this guy and then output funnels here, we can drop our sand onto the ground, blow it with the fan in order to wash it, and only once it's washed will it go in the drawer. I just need to remember to actually get a water wheel. And there we go. You can see the washing particles, and it even pushes the items forwards. And once the items are washed, the andesite funnels will actually be able to drop another one. I wonder if we can catch a clay ball being made. Oh, yep, there it is right there. It's a bit of a small chance, but hey, it's infinitely automatic. Well, not really, because these things have durability, but I have to check on this, and that makes it infinitely automatic, you know, after a bit. But hey, that's both sand and now clay. Whoops, completely automated. Last thing on our list of raw materials is kelp, and actually shouldn't be too hard. I'm gonna need some of these mechanical harvesters. I'll take 4 of them, why not? And actually, we're gonna begin to need these portable storage interfaces as well. Farm's gonna look a lot similar to this right here, the tree farm. But this one, I'm gonna dig a little hole for. I'm gonna use a slightly different design though. Instead of using a windmill bearing, I'm just gonna make it easy on myself and use a mechanical bearing. They pretty much work the same way, it's just that you have to power a mechanical bearing for it to work, but it it also doesn't require any stuff like windmill sails. The harvesters are what's actually going to be picking up the kelp, and I think I can include the corners at this size of a farm, actually, which is great, because it means more kelp for us, honestly. And just like before, we're slapping chests on it, though the difference this time is a portable storage interface, which is this block that gives us the ability to actually automatically take the items out of a contraption, which is really cool. Make sure everything's glued together, but you actually don't have to glue harvesters. Pretty cool. Hi there, buddy. And I should be able to absolutely send this, yeah, flying. Beautiful. Perfect. Awesome. Okay, I hope the drowned don't continue to just jump into my beautiful, beautiful kelp farm. All that's left now is to actually fill it up with water so the kelp can grow. Beautiful. I put the harvesters on the wrong level, didn't I? All right, stop moving. Hold on. We're changing up the operation here. Oh, hello, day 11. Okay, cool. And now the harvesters are actually on the right level, so they won't harvest the bottom of the kelp. And since kelp grows pretty fast, this should be a decently swift farm. Well, I accidentally placed that kelp, but you can see it harvests it, and it goes into the chest down here, and the portable storage interface will eventually, allow us to take it out. That's actually all the base resources automated that we need. We are so close to completing our first goal. And actually, that was day 12. I've given myself an extra day on accident. Oh, this challenge is moving so fast, and I haven't slept once. Stop going so fast. All right, so hooking stuff up shouldn't be too bad. I just have to put a little bit of thought into it, but I want to do it quickly so I can get andesite alloy flowing like water. If I place a portable storage interface here, but I do have to place it in the right direction. Hold on. Oh, it's taking me. If I place a portable storage interface here, there we go. They should kiss as they move by. Yes, perfect. Great. We can work with that. We're going to need a machine called a mechanical mixer, and that's going to be combined with a basin. I also really want to get some more belts worked out, so I'm going to replace that with a campfire in order to smoke kelp because lava's too hot for it. And dropping the mixer and basin down like that. We'll basically just run these belts off of these shafts and use some funnels in order to actually put the items inside of this basin. Although I think we actually need a little bit more distance than I've given it. Oh, right. Belts need rubber. Oh, that's a big process. That's kind of going to be really important, actually. Surely I have spruce saplings left over. Or any saplings other than fir, for that matter. Ah, one. That'll do it. For now, I'll keep it simple. We'll just bone meal this guy. Ah, lovely. One tall, huh? Oh, okay. I think that should, there we go, light up and begin to fill up this. It's gonna take a while, though. So in the meantime, we're just gonna have to switch up the way we think about this. And as little as I want to spend all the iron, I think hoppers are going to be the way that we're able to combine all this together, because we'll be able to place the basin there, drop a hopper like that to pull out the clay, and then a hopper there, and finally one facing right into it, and it should pull the kelp into there. Perfect. Clay and kelp. That's for the algal blend. The mixer is actually going to be doing all the crafting of it. We just have to power it eventually. Now, output shouldn't be too bad. Could you leave me alone, my fellow? Output actually shouldn't be too bad because I could place a depot here, and then the basin gets a little spout there, but now the water's all flowy. I don't like that. That's not good. I guess I could just move this whole chest down, couldn't I? Yeah, I think that's the solution. Hey, Nautilus shell. Nice. Probably not going to be using that, but still nice. Okay, that should have everything fixed. We should still be getting stuff going inside of it. Lovely, lovely. Oh, you know what? There's an issue. The clay drawer no longer locks the clay because it instantly ejects it. I need to get like a drawer key. How difficult is that to make? A lot of gold, but I can do gold. Gold. I think we have gold. Fixing problems as they arise. Not even too bad, all things considered. This allowed me to actually lock the contents of the drawer, so no sand going into that. And you know what else? I'm tired of not having a wrench because I had to break that, and now I can't rotate it. We're gonna make a wrench as well. It's worth it. It's worth the time. There we go. That is a big help. Oh, and I even completed the preparations quest? Really? Wait. Seriously? Hey, look at that. Cool. And I can finally rotate my crate contraptions without having to break them all. Looks like we're getting up there in resin, which is nice. That'll help us with belts and item maneuvering. It's time to figure out how we're going to move the algal blend. Oh, wait, no. We already moved it out here. Never mind. I already figured that out. Now we need to cook it into the bricks. Yes! That won't be too bad. We could actually just take our fan from over here and turn it into a smelter over there. This would be better with a belt. Yeah, okay. I think we just kind of need belts. I should have been working on that earlier. Huh? Wait, water and flowers make rubber. Ooh, early game rubber. Okay, that's good to know. That I can do. That I can do. Please don't. It didn't. Okay. Wow, that was a really polite creeper. Thank you. Definitely need to change my pants now, that's for sure. So just Toss that right in, and okay, yeah, there we go. This is perfect. Okay, 6 rubber, that's what we're looking for. Beautiful. And there's no better time to actually set up the smelting setup over here, because I'll just be able to convert it. Well, I'll just be able to use it for the rubber. That is not the right way to be doing that, though, because the fan is going to be under the water, and I don't want that. Well, detour, I suppose. We're not going to set up the smelting thing over here, because I forgot that I wanted it to be, you know, a belt. And we're just going to set it up temporarily right on over here really quickly. We are just out of time. Maybe I'm a bit stressed. Maybe I'm a bit stressed out. Oh, finally we get 3 belts. Okay, all right. That's all we got for now, but that should be okay. Zoop. Okay, now all we have to do is just kind of figure out the right length of the belt. I'm gonna guess this should be fine, honestly. And honestly, I should probably make another fan. You know what? It is way too useful just to have a smelting setup. Now, I'm going to be doing some gear ratioing on this fan, not because that makes it actually cook anything faster, but it'll make the lava jet stream go further out, and that's what we need. There we go. And cool, that just about reaches the edge of it. I mean, I'd like it to go maybe 1 or 2 blocks further, which, you know what? Actually, I could squeak that out. I think we have enough stress units for that. And you know what? If you don't know what a stress unit is, by the way, it is a value of, like, energy, basically, in the Create mod. Your stress units determine how many machines you can run, essentially. If you're looking for some good tutorials about it, hey, I know a guy. It's me. I made them. I make good tutorials, I think. And hey, there we go. A nice fan blasting setup. So all the algal blend that comes out of this thing is going to end up on this belt. And what we'll do is we'll have the belt come along this way, and then we will give a little chesty goo some input. Oh, geez, sun's already setting. Item routing, man. It's the bane of my existence. It's so fun, but it's so hard. It's not actually that hard. It just takes a while. So this should actually be able to pick up the items right off of the belt and then just suck it right into this chest. And it should only be the cooked algal blend. Should. Then all we have to do is somehow filter out andesite from this and combine them together, and we have ourselves infinite automatic andesite alloy, which is most of the chapter automated. At this stage, I'm not actually going to go and automate this line necessarily, because, I mean, this is all really jank and weird, but we'll get filtering soon enough, and we'll be able to upgrade it really, really better. For now, I'm going to focus on getting stuff powered with water wheels. After all, water wheels are the ultimate life form. There we go. We have ourselves the algal blend. It's going to pop out there. Now we just need to power the belt line. And I don't know why I didn't make another water wheel to do that, because that's kind of how I'm going to do it. Those foxes have been stuck in the water for a while. Maybe I should rescue them at some point. But now is not the time for fox rescues. Now is the time for automation. There we go. Okay, now the question becomes, is this a long enough time for them to smelt? Yeah, that was right. Oh, I think this is good. I think this is good. Also, I forgot... Ow! Right, the items will pop up, but I need them to also actually go into a chest. Hey, chest goes here, and then underneath of said chest, we're going to actually put the andesite funnel. Like that. So when the items pop up, they'll go into it. So pretty. I didn't mean to do that. This is, not elegant. No, I don't want to die. Well, that's why we're not doing hardcore. And now I've imprisoned myself in the house. Oh, jeez. All right, come here, buddy. Well, that's one. Well, I have no time to dwell on it. I need to continue. The chain of automation, it must progress. We're going to be placing another basin right over here, and you know what? I wish I had an extra hopper from all that, but, well, I actually can just use a andesite funnel, a landesite funnel. They're very cool like that. Yeah, you can just drop them right into the basin. And now we need to actually get the line of andesite flowing into this thing, which I think we're going to do a bit of a roundabout situation on. We'll have the andesite drawer sitting here with a belt line coming out of the chest in this direction, and you're about to see why. Ooh, wait, does not work. Wow, that is making a lot of algal bricks. Whoa, holy, okay. Okay, well, I can at least just move that here. You move there. Beautiful. We're going to be inputting into you. I don't have andesite on me, but of course we have it in the chest. You're going to take some andesite, and I am going to lock you. Then right over here, we can have this drawer, who is going to contain the granite and the diorite. Okay, so this drawer can actually hold 2 items inside of it, like so. Lock it. Very nice. And then any item that, you know, doesn't make it into these drawers is just going to be thrown into the pit. Oh, geez, man. Wait, did you just kill the zombie that lived with me? Or the, well, I'm gonna imagine... Oh, no. I thought he was in here to murder my buddy. All right, cool. With all my filtering set up, it should be as easy as setting all of these down like that, and then we just need to power all the belts. And then one last funnel goes here, so it'll actually take the andesite out, putting it onto this belt, moving it into this basin. Time for water wheel spam. Let's do it. I should have a crafting table on me while I'm working over there because I keep having to run around and I think that's probably taking up a lot of time. And oh my god, it's day 13. Stop being day 13, please. Or that actually might be day 14. Okay, there's that. So that's going to start pulling items out and filling up the proper chests, which is amazing. And then this is actually going to pull the items into the basin. So we should see now andesite only is going to fill this up. That is exactly what I want to see. That is exactly what I want to see. Yes! Beautiful. You know what? I'm going to do a quick detour, and we're actually going to get a processing line-ish set up for making the mechanisms. Because I need a bunch of them in order to actually, you know, make this next whisk and stuff like that. And now that we have all this gold and stuff, we've pretty much unlocked the cheaper recipe. See, normally we have to make them this horrible recipe. It takes all these components and stuff like that. But instead, we could just use 2 andesite alloy and a saw and a slab, and that will get us the kinetic mechanism. That's why we've been doing all that we've been doing here. Of course, we just need the gold for the deployers. Ta-da! And you know what? We might as well have 2 of them to work with, just in case. We can't quite make all of the deployers that we want, so this is going to be a tad bit manual, but you know what? It is still going to be better than what we have. Going to make a depot and attach a deployer, not like that, and attach a deployer to it like so. And you know what? I may as well grab the mechanical mixer, actually, with the other machine that we made, and just kind of get this last setup over here blocked out. Not necessarily finished, but you know what? At least we'll have something going for us, right? Yeah, beautiful. Eventually, we're going to have like a cool, proper setup to do this with, but for now we're going to be stuck kind of doing it this really manual, annoying way where we're going to take some resources, manually insert them into the deployer, and begin the mechanical crafting process ourselves, where we need to perform these steps. And then with a saw, and there we go. And we're just going to be doing that kind of over and over and over again. So now that I've done step 1, I'm pretty much just going to sit here doing step 2 a bunch. This part's going to be a lot less fun. 63? I don't know how I ended up with only 63. Oh, that's why. Okay, hold on. 64. Okay, there we go. I was like, I thought I crafted a stack. Now we can do some work. I suppose more work. It's not like I haven't been working. I need more logs. Oh, shoot. Looks like the farm filled up. Okay, that's fine. That's a future me problem. Yeah, he sucks, future me. He's got to deal with that. Firstly, we definitely need to get this thing powered. Absolutely imperative. There we go. And that should be andesite alloy. Oh, it's automatic. Do. Now, where's that depot I was using earlier? We can use that to our great advantage here. Well, I have no idea, but depots are a supery-dupery easy to create. We can have them output onto there with the chest like so, jump over here, funnel into the chest, andesite alloy into a chest. It's automatic! Okay, and it looks like the water strainer's broke. I'll drop it a line of clay. I should now be able to check the quest book off, whoops, all the way down to andesite alloy. Beautiful. And you know what? Just so we get the completion, grab some strip logs. Sure, it's automated. The quest book doesn't know any better. All I need to do now is hold the kinetic mechanism, and that is the game thinking we've completed chapter 1. We did it! Chapter 1! Now, it's not fully automatic, but we now have access to the easier recipe, and once we get brass tier technology, it is going to be so much easier to fix up the automations of this thing, especially because sand is not going to be a problem anymore. But now that I do have the extra andesite machines, let's actually get this somewhat automated. Automated enough is gonna be kind of a theme of this playthrough, I think. Now that we actually have some belts and some stuff that we need for actually, you know, sort of automating this, I do want to set up a little bit of a line over here just to help us out. Eventually, it'll be pretty and automatic, but for now, I'm good with it being enough. 3 deployers down the line. Like so. Grab some encased chain drives for our purposes that will allow us to move power around 90 degrees. And with cogs, we can sort of drag it like so. And if you thought this place didn't look very good, don't worry, it's about to get worse. Wonk. There we go. That's of a somewhat reasonable speed, but I'd like it to be going in the other direction, please. Na-na! There we go. Beautiful. Now, if I put a regular saw into this, it'll break, but the game actually gives us some features called a shop from the quest book, and inside of it, in the market, I can actually use 5 gold to buy an unbreaking saw as long as I supply it with the diamond one too. And the diamond one's actually not that expensive. Right now, the only real way I have to get this money is, you know, these little shipments here, and one thing that could help us, I believe, is the igneous sample collection, because I could really get all these pretty simply. I may even have the limestone already. That's sediment stone, not really limestone, is it? I was kind of hoping I had that one. Okay, let's see. Are there any other ones that are somewhat easy? Ew. Well, okay, these are a bit out of our reach, actually. So it looks like we're sticking with breakable items, which is fine. We'll just have to replace them every once in a while. It's just not super duper ideal. But I'm sure this has plenty of durability at the end of the day. Wonk, there we go. And now it should be really super easy to create these. Honestly, I just have to drop down 2 stacks of andesite alloy, one there, one here, and then I throw a stack of this right down there, and it just automatically will process all that into kinetic mechanisms. I don't have to do anything anymore. Woo! Well, that would be one of our goals completed, and now we actually have a bunch of different bonus chapters that we can unlock, like rubber tier, and also it looks like golden tier, which should be super cool, which of course unlocks some new factory lines on these sides of the board. But really, I'd like to start pushing towards Alluring Expedients Chapter 2, which is markedly more complicated than the one that came before it. Night 15, huh? Well, not the best pace, is it? But at least we have this set up. That'll make things go a lot faster. I think before we get into Chapter 2, we should probably work on sealed mechanisms, which is going to involve a lot of fixing up our rubber automation here, and that means we actually are going to need a lot more space on trees. I mean, getting an infinite and quick supply of rubber is probably a good idea, so I think we start on that. And also, you know what, now that we're in a good position with andesite machines, I think I'll make up a bunch of saws, or just one, really. Oh, but we're in a bad space with iron. Oh. Okay. We definitely need more iron before I can do anything else. I think I might have to head into the mainland to actually get more food, because we are 100% out. Oh, we have so many issues we need to solve, but I'm stressing. We're already on day like 15 or maybe 16. I have no idea. I think we'll do just a quick food run on the mainland, smelt it all up, and then get ourselves in the mines and hopefully some iron. And then maybe I'll get my brain organized onto what I actually have to do here. Oh, there we go. Sweet, sweet steak. That will keep us holed over. And I've got pork, and I've got mutton. It's a really good time. All right, let's jump back on into the caves here and see what we can see. And then if we don't see much, I might just go to strip mining. I don't know. Our priority is to get an iron farm, which, of course, we need iron. Ooh, more diamond. Nice. Oh, hey, that's a good quest to complete. That'll actually give us some money. And I think I bet a stack of iron is more than enough. I'm gonna get out of here before I lose more time. Well, hold on. There's some iron on the way. Okay, hold on. Maybe a few more pieces couldn't hurt me. Okay, maybe they can hurt me. Maybe they can. Alrighty, I ended up getting a lot more iron than I said I was, and let's get this thing rolling. So, the goal is to make an iron farm. The iron farm is to make a rubber farm. The rubber farm is to get into Chapter 2. Chapter 2 is to make everything work a lot better. And I think I might want some more stress units than I have access to, and having a lot of wool would actually help with that for a big ol' windmill, because I can't make steam engines yet. So I probably shouldn't have killed a bunch of sheep earlier when I was getting food. Whoops. I think if I put a lever on this device, if I give this redstone, it will actually, like, automatically spout. Yes. Very nice. And it locks the hopper, too. That sucks. Can I put a lever directly on it? Can I put a lever next to it? I can put a lever next to it. And the hopper still works? It better. It does. Nice. Which means I can sort of relax and just go shearing some sheep if I can find them. Especially because I'm pretty sure I could put a hopper underneath of this that goes into a chest, and it'll automatically pull items out of it. So chest there, that was weird. And then a hopper facing into it, just have to get the angle. Bonk. Is that how that do? It is not how that do. Sad. Unless the hopper is locked by this. Hold on. Is that how it do? Maybe. Could be. Possibly. Let's see. Please be how that do. Okay, that had that do. So I put a lever on top of a block up here, and then this hopper's open, and that hopper's open, I think, hopefully, maybe. Well, let's go find some sheep to shore. I hope this is worth it. You know what? Actually, no, it's not. I could get the same result with, like, a stack of planks. I don't have to do this. This is a waste of time. I'm just gonna make a bunch of water wheels, and you guys, you windmill lovers in the comments can leave angry comments about it. I don't like them. They're annoying. 32 water wheels, 32 large water wheels. That's a lot of stress. What was that? Why was that? Oh, was that a fox? Why would it make that sound? That was really scary, dude. Cannot make scary sounds when I'm in the creepy forest. Stop it. Anyway, I need me some drills. We actually are going to use the shears, though, on some leaves because I am a fan of waterlogged leaf supremacy. 9 drills for the taking, and I also just need to make sure I have enough of these kinetic machines, which I don't. Now I do. Very nice. Bap, boop, bop. And we're gonna make 9 millstones as well. We're gonna need a fan, and we're gonna need a bucket of lava, but it looks like we're gonna need a lot more than one because this guy just ran out. Why did I immediately take damage? What? Crab? Nether crab? All right, Smelter, here you go, buddy. Yeah, eat good today. And of course, 1 for the road. Well, for the farm. And I think we should just about have everything we need. Actually, I think we're gonna need like a bunch of these. Yeah, that should be fun. I'll put the farm over here for no other reason than that's where I'm gonna put it. So the end of the farm is gonna be this. That was lovely. Well, it's this fan facing into leaves. I need to grab my shears now. I'm being tested today, it seems. But there we go. This fan goes into leaves. And these leaves are gonna be waterlogged. That's not in this version. 118 doesn't have waterlogging? Really? 100%? I thought, surely, are you... yeah, I guess that was a 1.19 feature. Oh, well, there we go. Now, we're going to have a line of these millstones, 9 blocks long like so, and beneath of them, we're going to have those funnels I was talking about. All of them set to output so they drop their contents onto the ground like so. Now, since we can't waterlog like I'd like to, I think I still know a way that we could do this cobblestone farm, but my cobblestone farming's a bit rusty. Oh, because that's what we're making. A cobblestone farm turns into an iron farm. Stick with it. You'll see in a moment. All will be revealed once I know what direction I'm running in. If my Minecraft brain isn't fried, this... Okay, I guess it is a little bit fried, but this should mean that if lava comes onto this block space here, it will create cobblestone. Will it create cobblestone there or there? I feel like this will not create cobblestone in the space that I want it to. Hold on. So now at least it should be, yeah, that the water will flow over top. Okay, cool. I can work with this, I think. We're gonna cover up the source blocks and then create a little lava flow channel so that flowing lava can touch the flowing water. In fact, I think if I just put lava here, that's stone, perfect. It doesn't really matter. As long as it fills up the whole area, it should. Oh. Okay, so we're doing 7. We're doing 7. 7's great. 7's a good number. Now, this is where the drills come in, because these blocks here we're going to knock out and replace with the drills. Boop, boop, boop. Like that. And now begins a great effort of power routing. And I will use some of my favorite components for this, like the chain drive to connect all the little drills together. Very nice. Very good. And actually, that's it. Okay, that's what I needed to do. Oh, that was fantastically simple. We do need to get this guy working off of a gear ratio, however. As far as the amount of stress units I need for this, I have no idea. I'm just going to put down 16 of these. That seems like a great idea. Okay, I've made somewhat of a miscalculation now that I think about it. These guys kind of need to be connected up to a gear ratio first before I place them down. Yes. Apparently, speedrunning, my brain doesn't work with. I get a little stressed out. I'm a little stressed out. So subscribe, because I'm stressed out. Damn it. Okay, theoretically speaking, this should be the gear ratio that we're looking for, I think. It'll be a bit messy, but this should be enough, yeah, to power all that. Goodness. Hopefully this should about do it. Oh, wait, never mind. I placed it on the wrong one. Never mind. Good lord, why are you so overstressed? I mean, it's a lot of drills, I suppose. Please? No, stop it! Come on! Oh, it's fine. That's why I made so many of them. I can keep just adding more. That is the power of water wheels. Yes! Yes to the doubters and the naysayers. That's water wheels for you, baby. How are we looking? Already. Fantastic. Observe this. Brilliance. Boy, that's filling right up. Oh, wait, no, it's filling up because it's... Okay, so now we make a line of wood on the bottom. I should have maybe hooked this fan up to something, too. Huh. How about this cog? There we go. Just in case I'll add another one. Does this blow all the way down, even? That would be great. No. Not even close. That needs to be a lot faster. Mayhaps then a bit of these shenanigans. Power there, grab a cog, bring it down. Ooh, that looks better, that looks better, that looks a lot better. Yes, it makes it all the way to the end. Oh, we're almost there. Drawers we need. But I kind of forgot how to make them. Okay, that's easy enough. Zinc. Where's my zinc? I really need to get, like, a storage system set up because this is getting bad. Like, this is getting to be one of the worst. Do I not have zinc? What? Did I only get 2 zinc? Why would I do that? That's foolish. Shoot. Okay, surely there's a bit of zinc down here, and then we finally have ourselves... Oh, wow, there's zinc right here. How is it came to be that I did not even do this? Mr. Creeper? Oh, look at that. Sunrise over the water wheels. That's kind of beautiful in a way. All right, back to it, though. We need to make ourselves a double-tier spruce door. Perfect. And then my drawer key. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I love the way rain looks with the shaders. Oh, boy. There's a lot happening here. Okay, all right. I get it. I may have made a mistake. Lock it. Funnel. Okay, good. We want only iron nuggets, and we want only flints. Uh-oh. This is a lot. What's happening here? These are all filled? Okay, the drills need to be moving slower than they are. Ugh. But is this starting to walk? Oh, 20 iron nuggets already! Yes! This is bad, though. There's so many items. Stop! Cut that off. Just give it a second, okay? Jesus, give it a second. Huh. There we go. These guys are millstoning very nicely, very nicely. Now this gear is moving slower, so we can take it and sort of drag rotation that away. Aha! And now the drills are moving slower. No more Armageddon? It's Armageddon still. Also, I have a lot of gravel I need to toss into the processing of this thing. This thing works fairly quickly, actually. That's kind of nice. I'm into it, chat. Still no chat. I'm not live streaming this. I think, though, if the drills were moving just a little bit faster, things would be just a little bit better. So I think what I can do is actually pull this out so that we have, yes, we have a small gear as the driving force here. And then this is slower. The RPM routing doesn't have to be perfect, but let's make it not completely heinous, maybe. You know what? We're just gonna go gearbox. We're gonna gearbox things. Okay, first gearbox of the series. Here it is. Da, 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 da. They're a little expensive to make, but I think warranted. I think at this point, it's just I just want this farm to be done. All I have to do now is hook these chain drives right on up. There we go. Now the drills are slower than the millstones. Look at all the iron we have already. This is fantastic. Yes. Finally, no more mining for iron. We are iron farming, and this will go forever. This is just how it works. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Already, what? That's 22 ingots? That's really not bad. That's really not bad. Of course, we're going to get a lot of flint out of this, so we have to keep an eye on it just a bit to make sure that we're not going to run out. But hey, iron farm is huge. We are up. We are running. This is very nice. All right, with infinite iron, let's get started on getting infinite rubber, and I want to make one of those mega spruce trees, and I really should probably do something about the storage situation here. Not to get, like, immediately distracted or anything. One thing that'll really help us out here is actually making a saw, because it'll allow us to fell trees in an absolute instant. For example, this fir tree that's kind of been in the middle of my base for a while. By using the saw to chop this bottom log here, I can make it go away. I like that feature. Oh, wait, we already had enough saplings. Oh, okay. So I didn't have to worry about any of that. Cool. Well, I think one of these big trees will probably produce for us enough rubber. I don't think we're going to have too much issue since, what, we could put 8 on this? I feel like 8's pretty good. Of course, that puts us in more need of mechanisms, but that won't be an issue. We have the resources. Go forth, little mechanisms. Become crafted. And because I'm a sane person, all of these are going to turn into arboreal extractors. So we'll just slap these guys right on down. Must we do this right now? Must we? Thank you. Very nice. Now we actually need copper, and I don't think I've mined any copper yet, which was short-sighted of me. Alrighty, copper, be swift and plentiful, please. Why is it only dropping 1? Are you kidding me? Copper only drops 1 in this pack? Why? I don't feel like I have time to pursue the fortune enchantment right now. Like, maybe I should, I don't know, but I feel like that'll take too long. Well, it's not a lot of copper, but it should serve for the time being. Oh my gosh, it's day 20 already. We're a 5th of the way through. Ooh, I don't feel equipped for this. I don't feel equipped for this. At least the arboreal extractors seem to be making a pretty decent amount of resin, which is awesome. Copper we're going to have to press into sheets. From sheets and regular copper, we can make some fluid pipes, and we're also going to want to make ourselves a fluid pump like that. And we're going to use these to connect all the arboreal extractors together in a pipe system. Whoops! And now what we could do is use this pump here to actually pump all this stuff out into wherever we want being, of course, a basin. And we can move our mechanical press for the time being right here over the basin like that, and we're moving it specifically there because that means we can use this cog, to transfer power between the two. Nice and efficient. Little chain drive there, and then we can get ourselves maybe like an underground water wheel engine to power this thing. Should be just about as easy as this. Got some nice gear ratios ready. It should be nice. There we go. Very good. Very good. Oh, you can already hear it working. Yes, my press. Yes! Look at that. Look at that go. Beautiful. I'm going to filter this to only make this rubber so it doesn't press the blocks of rubber down. I don't want that. And then we're going to use the same sort of locking drawer filtering stuff to get this thing to, not pick up just a bunch of raw rubber. There we go. I'm actually going to steal a bucket of lava from this guy and realize that I moved my only press, so I have to make another one. Whoops. Because the last thing that we need here is going to be a fan. But a fan needs plates, so first we get a press. Place, trapdoors, water wheel, power it, then funnel, and finally, lava. And there we go. Automatic smelting of rubber. I can also toss the rest of these fellas right onto that line, and we should begin to see, yep, the rubber is going to cure and be filtered right into there. Perfect. So I actually think that, yeah, that's all that done, I guess. That actually felt pretty fast. I'm not gonna lie, that felt kind of fast. Okay, I think it's time I get organized before we continue onwards. Let some of our, rubber build up and maybe think about as well what I want to be doing next here, because there's a lot. There's a lot we have to do to get into Chapter 2, because we kind of have to get into brass to make brass. It's a whole thing. Okay, check it out. We're mostly moved out of the little basin now. We've got chests and they're organized, and I thought this might be a good time to go ahead and upgrade our backpack, since I'm going to be using a backpack as like the create mod component thing. That way we've always got it on ourselves. It does take a lot of iron, and I think like leather is a part of it. Where did I put my leather? I put it with the mob drops. So I should be able to surround my backpack in iron and turn it into an iron backpack, and that should keep everything inside of it. Nice, now we have a lot more slots. And now I can make these upgrade bases. I guess I'll make 2 of them and then just surround them with a ton of iron blocks, hopefully. I mean, I can make just about enough. It's a wee bit expensive. Okay, maybe we just use 1 of them then, because lord, that's a lot. But what this will do is it will double the amount that a stack can hold. So now I can have 2 stacks of items in each slot, which is very cool. Like, I don't have enough to, I don't have enough to add another one. Well, almost, actually, almost. Let's check the farm. I don't think that's a block of iron, but hey, it's an amount. Oh, actually, no, that is a block of iron. Sweet. Cool. So now we have a very nice upgraded backpack. 256 items in each slot is a lovely, lovely thing to have, and we'll be able to keep our create mod stuff on us at all times. Let's get into some Chapter 2 stuff, which is actually going to require us to find a meteor. And I can check the map, but I don't think we've really happened across any before. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. But I think you can make a meteorite compass. That's actually not that bad to do, all things considered. We have Certus quartz. I don't think I have any andesite machines, and I think we're out of the actual kinetic mechanisms. Oh, no, we're good. Because, of course, we're going to need to charge one of these Certus quartz crystals, which we can do by making a charger. And with the charger, I think we just pop this guy in, and we do need power. Right. Power gen. Uh-oh. I believe that comes in the form of a Stirling dynamo, which actually we can make. I just need to cook up some more of those machines. Things are looking up for DJojo, except for the new sunrise that's occurring. The passage of time. I believe this was the redstone flex coil. Beautiful. And here we can make ourselves a bunch more of the andesite machines. Slappity-dappity it all together and get ourselves a Stirling dynamo. And I'm actually going to move this out of the house because it'll be really annoying to work in here. But this is our first foray into actually using energy. And honestly, it's as simple as just putting burnable items in here. So I can take some of our many logs and toss them in here, I think. Yep. And that is going to begin filling this up and charging the crystal. Ooh, look at that. Oh, what a cool animation. Thank you. That's going to be really important later, but for now, we can use it in here to get ourselves the meteorite compass. Hey, not bad. So it looks like an adventure in that direction is in our future. Well, in our present. We have to go now, kinda. Ooh, rainy days adventure. I like that. I am a believer in rainy day supremacy, so I'm pretty excited to get going here. Actually, it looks like the meteor is closer than I thought it would be. Compass is already, like, twisting in this direction. Can I see it on the map? Did it end up, like, underground? I think that can happen. Yeah, I mean, we've got to be somewhat close to it. There's another village over here. That's kind of cool. Is it under the water? What? Whoa! Okay. That was weird. So I guess it's just beneath me? There's a more efficient way of breaking this gravel. I'm sure of it. So it's here? This doesn't look like a meteor. Wait, no, it is. Whoa, okay, cool. I wish I brought doors. Hold on. Any doors for a fellow traveler? Ooh, I will take a lectern, actually. It's kind of sick. Any bookshelves for a fellow traveler? Hey. Maybe we will get into some enchanting. There we go. Nice. Now, Skystone has a particularly cool feature where when you crush Skystone, you get it back, even in a millstone. So we'll be able to set up an infinite Skystone loop, which is actually going to help us make infinite redstone. The more of the stuff we have, the better our life is going to be, and I believe there is a sort of treasure at the center of these. In fact, there it is. Hey, nice. Some more Skystone and an engineering press. Very cool. There we go. 64 Skystone, I think, is a fantastic amount. That should really keep us going for quite a while. Oh, and I didn't even realize there was a whole slime island right here. Okay, so if we ever need slime, we know where to find it. Epic. So we have Skystone, 4 redstone, but why do we even need that? Well, we need precision mechanisms, and they need electron tubes, which is polished rose quartz, which needs destabilized redstone. And that comes from volatile Skystone solution, which comes from mixing Skystone dust and water. Whew, that's a lot going on. We have a lot going on here. Now, we can also actually melt destabilized redstone inside of a melter, and that could let us get some early stuff going on here, which I think I might do because we should have, yeah, this cinnabar actually crushes into 4 redstone each, so we have a ton. We also need to get a lot more into fluid dynamics here, so it's time to start using our cured rubber and a few more mechanisms, which we're kind of out of because we need a lot more andesite alloy here. And this machine, even with the 2 sediment users, it's slow. Thankfully, I have this built-up sand that I can just toss right onto it. And once we get our precision mechanisms sorted out, we're actually going to be able to upgrade pretty much every farm that I have right now. Like, it's going to go crazy mode with brass. So, hoping that'll make up for some lost time here. One of our first orders of business here is actually going to be creating sealed mechanisms, which we can use our cured rubber for. And with sealed mechanisms, we can make ourselves a sealed, or copper machine, rather. There we go. And that's actually quest 1A done, and this thing looks really cool. And I do think we get actually some decent rewards from it. So we get to make even more copper machines. Anyways, first thing we're going to be doing is making a hopper, and then turning it into a spout. I'm also going to need my spare depot, which is right in here. And we're going to be needing some more fluid dynamics. We're going to be making things kind of, sort of manual here. It's not going to be fully automatic necessarily, but pipes can pull from an infinite water source infinitely. And yes, they can. Don't you comment that they can't. I will find you if you tell me only a hose pulley does that. You're wrong. Sorry, don't know what came over me. But that means that we should be able to pump infinite water into the spout. There we are. That should be the spout working pretty quickly. Not bad. Now we can take some of the Certus quartz dust and combine it with sand, actually, to get Certus quartz seeds. These guys are extra special, and when you place them under a spout, it'll actually age them up very quickly, where normally you would need to, like, wait hours or something for them to age up. But this is a lot faster, as you can see. And there we go. We've created a new Certus quartz crystal. Now we can toss that into a millstone to get ourselves even more Certus quartz dust. There we go. And since 1 dust makes 2 seeds, we get 2 crystals out of it, which means 1 goes to refueling the loop, and the other is going to go to making rose quartz. But this process would take a really long time and be pretty inefficient until we had mechanical crafters. So we're going to do it manually until we get our first brass machines. I'm also going to get this sky stone starting to grind up so that we can start the process of making volatile sky stone. And we're going to want a few of these charged crystals. Yeah, chapter 2 goes kind of way up in complexity. Okay, there's definitely a better way to do this, and I think I know what it is. It's gonna be a little weird to look at, though. We can kind of make ourselves a bit of a carousel here. So basically, we'll have belts going in this loop all the way around like that. Yes. Now I just need to do some basic gearbox workshopping. Okay, perfect. These guys are moving in the correct direction. Very nice, very nice. And I can at least start tossing these Certus guys onto the track. Then I think we're gonna use some gear shifts here. One there and one there, which is gonna make this spin in the wrong direction and actually cause a problem. Hold on. What these guys do is when given a redstone signal, they will reverse their speed, which is awesome and will allow us to get a little carousel going. And it should just about work out that as they pass underneath of the spout, there we go, they get spouted onto. Nice. Is it the fastest thing in the world? Maybe not, but it is completely automatic and we can just carousel all of our goodies. So I'm gonna do a bunch of desanding and craft up a bunch of seeds in order to use on that machine. You know what? I can speed this up a bit more by actually popping a gear ratio onto it, which definitely seems like something I should do because this is slow. Boop. There we are. Now that looks a lot better. In the meantime, let's get some polished rose quartz cooking up. Just need a whisk or a mixer, whatever it's called, and a basin to process stuff inside of. I'll just do that. Boop. But that should mean I'm able to now take a bucket of water, manually insert it into this, and then we can drop in charged Certus quartz. Why no make something? Oh wait, don't I actually need the dust? Aha, there we go. So it makes volatile skystone solution, and then will that turn into destabilized redstone? I think so. Huzzah! Ah, and we get the Certus quartz crystal back too, so that means that we'll be able to actually have an infinite. What? Oh, it was about to mix the Certus crystals into polished rose quartz. How much destabilized redstone do I need per one? 250. Oh, Lord, that is rough. Our first machine is going to take 16 of these. Yikes. Well, there's no denying it. This thing needs to be a lot faster than it is. But of course, for that, we have the power. It's a bit of an ugly gear ratio, but it's going to be the gear ratio. The gear ratio of life. That's much faster. Hopefully, this plays a little bit nicer. Like, it actually crushes at somewhat of a reasonable speed. How much stress is this consuming? Let's make some goggles. It's kind of high time that I had goggles. I don't know why I've opted to play without goggles for so long. There's kind of no reason. Goggles is going to give us a huge amount of information about the things we're looking at, and the best part is I can put them on my head slot curio-wise so I can wear armor, and now we can see things like how much stress is being consumed. Okay, so this is moving as fast as it possibly can because this guy only produces 256 stress. But we could increase its power with a large one, and I think we might want to do that. Well, maybe we wait on it, because to be fair, this isn't where this is going to be staying permanently. We'll see. Let's take a look at the carousel here. Oh, looks like we do have some big Certus quartz crystals. Oh, they grow up so fast. Okay, is 16 too much for the machine? Hopefully not. Let's see if I can just fire off 16 of these. That might be. That could be. Oh, maybe not actually. Nope, it's too much. Okay, so it looks like 14? It's kind of a weird number, but I guess that's the number. Anyways, we finally have a bunch of Certus quartz crystals. Very nice, very nice, very nice. Maybe hoppers play nice with this thing and it's easy to automate? Let's find out. So if we do this, and then we do this, will it only pull it out once it's complete? Yeah! Hoppers do play nice with it! Oh, that's very good. That means this is going to be a lot easier to use manually. Especially if I bother to actually put some, infinite water into it. And that's easy peasy. That's going to start filling up. Nice. I guess logs are not like a great source of fuel. I know I could use a bulk smelter, but I'm feeling lazy. Actually, I'm kidding. I forgot that I had one here. I'm not feeling that lazy here. I'll just toss them in there. Let's make a stack of charcoal and get that thing going crazy mode. I am so scatterbrained. Genuinely, I don't know what it is, but trying to do this in 100 days has made me so anxious. I mean, it's like a 100,000 subscriber celebration. I want to be able to finish it, but it's not like I know that I can or I can't. I'm just flying off the seat of my pants, flying by the seat of my pants, whatever it goes. So as far as I know, I can dump these guys and these guys in here And it should just, like, create volatile skystone solution and then switch to creating destabilized redstone? Yeah? And then when it runs out of destabilized redstone, it'll just turn the Certus quartz inside of there into polished rose quartz. There we go. Okay, kind of figured it out. Nice. And then the carousel is actually kind of fast. And something we can do to help us out just a little bit is to create tier 1 components, hardened integral components. And I think if we put these inside of this dynamo, it's going to use fuel a lot more efficiently, so this should go better. Yeah, I think so. That sure is a lot of particles. Okay, you know what? We are going to be speeding this thing up big time because I actually realized that I need a lot more of this stuff than I'm thinking, or that I was originally thinking. I want like 7 brass machines. That's what I want. I want them all because we're gonna go crazy mode. Might as well just pick another random spot to do this in. And this is a maximum speed gear. You can't make it go any faster. You cannot. It's impossible. Create won't like it. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to take a gearbox underneath of it and use one of my favorite features. There's actually a shaft on the bottom of a millstone. Look at that. One shaft. Now this is spinning at the absolute maximum speed, and so we should be getting skystone dust at a somewhat reasonable rate. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. Thank you, 2 large water wheels and a bunch of cogs. In the meantime, we have 24 rose quartz, so we can actually really start using that. Time to turn our last copper machine into another spout, and we're about to be repurposing our little iron supply here into something that looks a little bit more like this, turning off the lever. So now we can melt up our iron without actually casting it back into an ingot, and that's what we're going to use to turn this polished rose quartz into the actual electron tubes, which is, you know, the useful form of it. So you can see this thing will fill up with a bunch of molten iron, and then I can just crank the crank, and it will fill the spout right up, and it will begin to process electron tubes. This is the automation goal of this chapter. And it looks like 3 ingots is exactly enough to make how many? Oh, wow. Look at that. We already made 24. That's pretty good. And hey, 44 skystone dust waiting for us. Yeah, this is going great. I also need to make a screwdriver, which it requires blue dye. Absolutely requires. Okay. I think I have flowers that make blue dye somewhere. Blue dye. Okay. That's a requirement. Well, there we go. Screwdriver. Now, actually, the base of a precision mechanism is actually a regular kinetic mechanism, so we're going to make ourselves a stack of those. Oh, our saw broke. Okay, we're going to need another one of those. Unless, actually, hold on. Didn't I say we actually made some money? Yeah, 30. Is that enough? I don't think so. Oh, it's a stack of silver into 1 gold. Okay, yeah, we don't have the 5 gold necessary. Hey, well, they're not the worst things to make in the world, are they? Nice. Now we can actually make, well, not many of the precision mechanisms, but we can make some of our first by just sending these down the line. Oh my gosh, why are there so many drowned? And we do get the first of our precision mechanism. Very good. Of course, in order to actually turn them into a brass machine, we need some brass. And that means a quick trip to the nether. But we need to bring these empty blaze burners with us, though this trip really will be quick, so I'm not assuming it's going to actually be that dangerous. Normally, it takes a little bit more time than this, but since we spawned directly in a fortress next to a blaze spawner, it's as easy as going whap, bap, and there we go. We've gone and filled our blaze burners. And now we can leave. Blaze burners are going to allow us to unlock a lot of new recipes in the basin. I know I'm already using this basin, and, well, I can use it for other things. We can mix up some of our extremely limited zinc and our extremely limited copper. Oh boy, I'm really going to need some fortune. But that is going to make us brass, and we need it. It's a big deal. Hopefully this will work. Yeah, okay, I figured there's just too much stuff in it. Let's see if I can remove some items, maybe get this into that. No? What? Oh. Oh dear. That's base create, is it? How do I... Oh, poo. Molten copper, molten brass. Oh, they make it harder. Guess I didn't need a blaze burner, did I? Woof. Well, don't underestimate my proclivity to be inefficient about things. Skilling you. Basin goes here. Melt the zinc. Melt the copper. Kill the drowned. Put the zinc into the basin. Put the copper into the basin. Get that. Place cog. Crank. Yes! Molten brass is now being created. Gotta be careful not to starve myself. Using the crank takes hunger. That's the fuel. You don't get these stress units for free. Although you can get a hidden achievement by starving yourself, I think. Yeah, there we go. I'd like not to, though. Okay, there we go. That should mean that there's only brass inside of there. Lovely. Now we can actually reverse the direction of the pump so that we can pull the brass out of the basin into the casting machine, and then we can activate the casting machine like so in order to actually begin casting the brass down into ingots. Oh, that was a lot. That was a lot, I have to admit. But hey, the carousel's got some more goodies for us. It's all a part of the process. With brass in our hands, we can begin to make the brass casings, and I'm just gonna make them one by one because I do not want to, you know, run out of brass immediately, and I want to get some stuff set up before I have to go mining. Where'd all my electron tubes go? Oh, right. I turned them into precision mechanisms. And now we can finally make the first of the brass machines. Whew. These guys are expensive, but as you all know, I would kind of like to do a lot more than that. Kind of a lot. There we go. Carousel's moving a lot faster now, and honestly, that means we should probably now speed up this pump because it can be. Now that looks like it's moving quite a bit faster, actually. Well, that should help. Something I can do right now to help myself out, because this is what I'm going to be using them for, is to actually make some mechanical crafters from our first brass machine. This is going to be huge. And it's actually going to help with our Certus quartz loop, because these seeds can be made for very cheap inside of a mechanical crafter. No sand needed, just full automation. It's a good time. And we're a quarter of the way through the challenge already, day 25. So if you've been watching so far, I'm going to guess that you liked the video, and you're probably going to like my other ones. It would mean the world to me if you would subscribe. We just hit 100,000 subscribers, or, well, probably not when this video comes out, but I'm on the road to 1 million now, and I'd love for you to be a part of it. I'm going to be making a change to the Certus quartz loop, because currently that's what's taking the longest by using our first filtered inputs and outputs. These are really important for our machines and are going to make our life so much better and so much smarter. If I could only press sheets. I'm also going to make something called a list filter, and that is going to be used to deny Certus quartz. Okay, this is filtering no Certus quartz. It's gonna be great. I'm gonna wait for this sequence to finish, and then we're gonna move this system around a little bit. Alrighty, here we go. Time to break it all down. Well, I don't really want to move this system necessarily, so I am just gonna want to get the pump one block back. That's not right. Let's redo on that. There we go. Up. And don't spill. Whoop, there we go. And that is going to allow me to run a... Whoops. A little bit more distance on this one, friend. Boop. And don't spill, don't spill. It's gonna spill, it's gonna spill. Dang it! It spilled. Anyways, that's gonna allow me to run this little guy here. Now, I can also run a belt in front of it, and this is where the magic happens. This is a vault, which is a 3-wide storage system. In the back, we're gonna have an input funnel that is only going to accept not Certus quartz. So anything other than a Certus quartz crystal will go into the vault, and this is an output funnel that will spit anything out of it at once. Now we can actually drag this over, and if I have any chests in my inventory, which I don't think I do, we can place it here with a funnel into it like so, because we know the only thing that can go past this vault is Certus quartz. It's a smart system, and it'll cycle everything, right? A guy will come out, get processed, go through here, zip, just like that. So we can process a lot now. Just need to get this gearbox so that it actually hooks up to this thing, but that won't be too bad. Boop, boop. And it's even going in the right direction right off the bat. You'll love to see it. So, just to check, I can toss down these little guys here, and yep, the cycling will begin. Absolutely fantastic. This is much smoother, and I think it also keeps the spout working much faster. That means I can get a lot more of the stuff processing, so we're going to start using hoppas and everything. Get it going. Boop, and that'll push it right into the chest. The time is coming for riches beyond our imagination, yes. Oh, look at that, filtering in. Beautiful. I'm gonna grab some sand to make more seeds, and then I'm gonna be here for probably the next few days processing the stuff down until we can make enough brass machines for what I want to do. Oh, wait, I filled up the vault. Right, I forgot that happens. Yikes. Ah. Man, that sucks. Oh, man, are you kidding? Ah, I hate the nether. I thought this was a good spawn. This is the worst spawn the world could have ever given me. I just need lava. Oh, that's hardly fair. Wait, where did he go? I did want that backpack, actually. Hello? Okay, whatever. I got a skull? What? At what point? At what point did I get a skull? Okay. Okay, that definitely took a little bit, but we do finally have all of the brass machines we need. I do have to reclaim this mechanical crafter to do what I want with it, and you guys might know what I'm up to. Finally, a use for all these extra crafting tables. Because I fancy myself some crushing wheels, and that needs 21 mechanical crafters, which it's a lot. Thankfully, we have this fella right here who can actually help us out with setting it up. Pretty sure these guys consume a lot of stress. Okay, so we'll have this be running at absolute minimum speed. How about that? Did that feel nice to you, game? Would you like to have me running at minimum speed? Really, minimum speed? It's not enough for you? Fine, okay. I'll add more water wheels. I'll do thy bidding. Bah! Surely only one more water wheel is the right way to go about doing this. Wah! There we go. Cool. Nice. Now, if you don't know, in this version of Create, crushing wheels are extremely cheap. All they need is a ring of cobblestone and a center of sticks, and you've got yourself crushing wheels. Oh, Lord, that is going to be slow. But basically, these guys are the Chad version of the millstone. The millstone can only process one item at a time. These can process entire stacks, and that just makes them I did it wrong. How'd I do that right? What do you mean I did that wrong? Hey, cobblestone, sticks. Oh, yeah, that's right. I didn't set up these guys correctly. That's what I did wrong. I was like, that's the recipe. You got to make sure your twisties are correct. Ooh, here we go. Our first pair of crushing wheels, but I'm going to want a few of these for what we're doing, so I'm just going to be here crafting up some crushing wheels. Well, 16 pairs of crushing wheels. Or 8 pairs of crushing wheels. 16 regular ones. In any case, that should be something nice. I'll leave this up just in case, though. Oh yeah, also I captured a zombie villager. Maybe I'll cure him later, I don't know. But for now, I really think we should start getting into some Chapter 2 automation. We've already got this going and making quite a lot of Certus. And we have plenty of rose quartz left over. In fact, enough that I feel pretty confident we can actually make a few more machines. There we go. Ooh, and something else I did while I was just grabbing crushing wheels and waiting for automation is make a lava farm, which is going to help us out quite a bit. So much easier to keep this guy fueled now. Alrighty, got some mechanisms to work with, and yeah, we just need to get started. Chapter 2 is a bit complicated, but the time is absolutely now. So I think the first loop that I want to really work on is the actual redstone loop. And where am I going to throw Chapter 2? I think I'm just going to throw Chapter 2... Well, might as well use this area, right? Might have to take down our cool ship. Or Chapter 2 can be on the shipwreck. Yes. Cool create mod fact, you can use copper casings to lock pipes in certain rotations. You can see the pipe is open on the bottom now. Pretty cool. So, of course, this is going to be water and skystone dust into that, what is it called, fluid? I don't remember. But we actually need the skystone loop, which is actually not going to be very difficult to make anymore. We're just going to need some space. That and something called a weighted ejector. Well, and a bunch of other stuff too. There's a lot, okay? It's a complicated pack. Weighted ejectors are real fun. I'm very excited to get to use them. So let's do some blocking out before we start just placing things down. We need ourselves to have an input coming in over here. And that input is, of course, going to be our skystone dust coming off of a spruce drawer that we'll use for filtering. I know that technically we can start using our new fancy brass materials, but we probably shouldn't. Now, for the actual crushing process, we're going to use another belt line and one of my favorite tricks. I'm going to extend the belt out one here, drop these gearboxes down here, and give them a little rotation so they're facing upwards, and then, if I place crushing wheels on top of them, these crushing wheels will actually spin in the correct direction according to the belt. A lot of beginners struggle with getting their crushing wheels in the right direction, so there's a neat trick, and it really is neat. I like it a lot. So now what'll happen is our skystone will be here. It'll get crushed and turn both into the blocks and the dust. The dust will pass through here, and the blocks will go forward. So what do we do with them? Well, that's where our weighted ejector comes in. What we can do is we can tell it to toss its items onto this belt, place it down here, and there we go. It'll wind up when it's given power, and will toss the skystone right on over here. It's beautiful. Just grab some encased chain drives to hook it up, and there you go. Now, once everything's all powered, that's actually the, what is it, skystone fluid, liquid, whatever it's called. It'll be great. Of course, now we need a way to get this out of this basin and mix it into redstone. And for that, we're going to want a smart fluid pipe, which is going to take some of our copper machines, so I got to go make those up. Honestly, just 2 of these things should be enough, I hope. We'll have to see, though. Don't shake your head at me. Bro knows something I don't, apparently. Jeez. In any case, these will actually allow us to filter the output once we have a bucket of the fluid. So we'll be able to pump out only the special liquid. Pretty nice, pretty nice. Of course, that now needs to go into another basin because it's going to be able to create the liquid redstone. The reason I'm using 2 different basins for this, even though I was previously just using one, is mostly just efficiency because we don't want things to get clogged up one way or the other. In the long run, this will be a lot better. And I think I should remove these fences so that we can get the proper charging and recharging loop in. And this is where some of our very limited brass funnel usage is going to be good. And honestly, I should get more resources for more weighted ejectors. I think they're going to be pretty heroic on this chapter. Ooh, and I need to grab this guy as well, actually. Oh, a wandering trader. All right, here's a fun distraction. What do you got, buddy? Anything cool? Any cool modded? Really? Jeez. All right. Actually, no, we won't need brass funnels. Hold on, hold on. There's an easier way to do it. I just realized there's a cheaper way to do it. So, there's 2 outputs of this procedure, right? We have the regular crystal output, and there's the input of the Certus quartz and the fluid. But if I remember my Create fundamentals, I know that this spout will only output item outputs onto belts. So, that'll essentially filter itself. Very nice. That should mean I can put the dynamo here. Oh, wait, what? Will that work? And it's also not a dynamo. Okay, no, that won't work. That's weird. Interesting. Like that. I can put this guy here. I can place him like that. I'm not sure I'm a fan of him being on his side, but if it works, it works. I believe that means the dynamo charger has to go like that, I think? Nope, that's not charging it. Like that. That's also not charging it. How do I make... I always remembered these things being very finicky. Yeah, okay, hold on. Can I get this thing to place like normal, please? Wah, like that. Thank you. Oh, they. Place downwards? Uh-huh. Yes? No. Why are you... Can I only charge this thing through its back? Yikes, man. Maybe it was a bad idea to build this on the ship. Now I just keep falling in the water. Why is this just losing power? What is happening? Oh, whatever. Hold on, I have an idea here. This might just be stupid or it might be amazing. I have no idea. And we won't know until I activate the machine to try it. My inventory management has been miserable. Okay, so this should mean what should happen here? The mixer mixes. It pops out the uncharged crystal. It rolls along the drains, pops upwards, is sucked into this, and put back in there. Maybe. That would be cool. We can try this. Oh, does that not? It doesn't. Well, what if depot up? Like that. Huh? Well, that's gonna roll that way. Aha! It does work. Ooh, that's kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. Now, if the dynamo would prefer to actually charge this device, I don't know. Maybe I'd need to have actual fuel inside of it for it to output. I think dynamos get really finicky. What if I whamp in there? Okay, what a... Stupid. I didn't even hit it. Anyways, that's actually the charged crystal loop. That's actually really cool. Whoops. So that will mean that we're automatically and infinitely producing the charged crystals. When I was doing stuff manually, I know that I was just reusing the basins and reusing the crystals, but we kind of want our supply to be infinite here. So I think I can just drop these 16 charged crystals on inside of here, and this all should function somewhat. Of course, when it's all powered. I hope everything I'm doing is somewhat comprehensive. I mean, or comprehensible. I'm kind of rushing here as I'm trying to get, brass. It's so complicated. But this should be our last step. Mixing the redstone into the polished rose quartz. This will need to be the end of our infinite Certus automation, as well as our output, so we should probably move our Certus automator now that we kind of have no use for it to be over here. We're actually going to be using the same design because I think it's good. I think it's a cool, clever, fun design. It's got some good ideas. I'm proud of myself for it. I'm a happy boy about this thing, I'll tell you what. Happy boy. And, of course, we actually are going to need to just kind of one of those crafting guys. Something else pretty important to this machine are andesite tunnels. These guys are usually pretty worthless in regular Create, but in these mod pack niche situations, they're really awesome. Now, I don't have the exact spacing I need in mind, so we're just going to wing it. All right, beautiful, very pretty. So we know that the finished Certus quartz is going to end up here, and we need to split it in half. And that's where the tunnels come in. Here we are placing an andesite tunnel, and look at that. I'm one block off of a nice. I gotta move it over one. I could have. I'm wasting time. Okay, tunnel goes here, belt goes here, goes there. Wham, bam, wham. Beautiful. Wait, I've done it wrong. Oh, whatever, it's gonna look messy. I wanted to have this super clean, super awesome setup, but you know what, we're gonna go messy, and we're gonna be a little bit frivolous here, as we're going to use our very first of our brass funnels here. Not for input, though. Output. Because we can say, only ever output exactly 2 at a time. This is vastly important. This is where things are gonna start looking a little bit ugly, but getting kinda cool. So essentially the loop we have here is all the seeds will run through this machine, and they will end up in this chest here, as crystals. Only 2 crystals will be output at a time, and we have this T intersection belt. The function of an andesite tunnel is to split stacks, that's it. Well, not really. It splits 1 item off of a stack, but in a stack of 2, it just goes 1 and 1. So when everything's said, done, and powered, 2 crystals come out, 1 will travel along this side, and 1 will travel along this side. Why is this important? Well, if you've been paying attention, you already know why. 1 crystal will go off and be turned into polished rose quartz here, and the other will enter a mechanical crafter, be turned into 2 seeds, move back onto the belt, go onto the weighted ejector, and be put right back into the loop for infinite automatic crystals. Maybe. I'm not exactly sure that'll work right there, but I think it will. And this should be rose quartz automation. Actually, really clean. Especially if you consider my original Above and Beyond playthrough. Woof! I did not know create as well as I did. You know what, I'm just gonna stop complimenting myself. I think that's a good idea. Anyways, we gotta get all this stuff hooked up because I have no idea if any of it's gonna work. Now, as you might assume, a machine of this size is actually going to require some pretty decent stress unit oomph to be running, and it's not something I necessarily want to do another giant water wheel engine for, if anything, just because of my frame rate. So I do think I'm going to head up the mainland, try to find some sheep, shear them up, and get us a windmill. I'm feeling like that will be worth it in the long run. And also collecting some food along the way would be pretty nice. I just hope that I didn't kill all the sheep in the near vicinity, which, looking back on it, did seem like a bad idea. But I'm not here to have good ideas. I'm here to be funny. So hit the like and subscribe button for funny YouTube man. Oh yes, oh yes. Oh, this little tent set piece is great. I'll just take all the wool from it. It's like shearing a bunch of sheep. What? What just made a gas noise? What the heck? What? What, the gas sound is following me? What did I do? Okay, cool. There's just gas noises. Fine. Alright. Sure. Also, my island looks lovely in the nighttime rain. Could you stop? So, windmill sails. That's kind of what we're after. They're a tad bit expensive, but, I mean, I guess not really. We have an iron farm and a stick farm, pretty much. I suppose it's not a stick farm, it's a tree farm, but it's the same thing. And we're gonna want plenty of these. Did I get as many stacks of sticks as I needed? Nope. Preferably, we'd be able to make 2 stacks of this stuff, but I just didn't want to waste so much time looking for sheep, and hopefully this size of windmill is going to be enough for our purposes. If not, it'll be easier to find them in the daytime anyways. But you get 2 windmill sails at a time at least, so not too terrible. Honestly, so close. Do I have enough string? Or do I have any wool? Feels like kind of a shame to just leave it at almost. No, it's a time waste. I can't do it. Now, although I've used the windmill bearing really only to make one of these spinning farms, they do actually produce stress units, and they can produce a decent amount. They certainly aren't my favorite method of generating stress, but with steam engines so expensive at the moment, I'm going with the windmill. They are a genuinely good option. I just don't like them. You can build a windmill however you want, but I'm gonna build this little turbine shape because I like how it looks. Beautiful. Whoa! I love doing that. And if I right-click this, we have 7,000 stress units. Not bad. Luckily, at least, it seems to be spinning in the right direction, but I shouldn't have built it here because actually I want to use something called a rotation speed controller. But I need a little bit of brass to make that, and I think I'm all out of brass stuff, which kind of really sucks a lot because it's really annoying to get brass. I don't have any zinc, but I think it's worth it. I really do. Ooh, more time wasted, it feels, but I'm gonna go grab some more zinc. Now, something we can do with our zinc now that we have access to crushing wheels that is really, really cool and going to be an absolutely amazing benefit is actually put them them through crushing wheels stop slapping me. Crushing wheels instead of a millstone, because crushing wheels have a chance of up to doubling our output. So we should expect to get 21 dust out of these 7, but instead we get 32. Uh-oh. No! Oh, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Another death to my crushing wheels? I am so glad this pack is a gravestone mod. Fun fact, if you die without a gravestone mod and crushing wheels, crushes all your stuff. This is why I don't play hardcore, folks. Alrighty, and I finally got my mixer actually automated this time too, so this should go a whole lot faster, and absolutely, yeah, you can see it is absolutely flying. Beautiful! And this should actually be enough for an entire block of brass. Lovely. Send it and cast it. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. 'Tis an exciting day. You might be thinking to yourself, gee willikers, that's a lot of work to get one little machine. What's this rotation speed controller really going to do? Well, it's going to rotate and control the speed. Previously, we've had to do all this gear ratioing nonsense, which takes up a ton of space and doesn't frankly look that good. But here, we could just hook it up to this rotation speed controller and tell it, please go 256, and now it does. It's very powerful, very lovely. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? No, I'm not doing that again. I don't have to stand on the belt. I can select it like a normal person and just place the thing over here. Thank you. Alrighty, here we go. This will kick the machine going into absolutely high gear. Very fast. Not sure if we have enough stress units to deal with it, but it actually looks like we're rotating in the correct direction for the crushing wheels. Beautiful. This is a loop that we're going to want to get started as soon as possible. In fact, we could start it right now. All we have to do is grab our skystone dust from here, dump some of the excess into this, and now I just toss that there. It's going to crush one stack at a time, and you can see we get a lovely little animation once it goes through. This is going to pop the whole stack over, and I know it seems like it's taking a while, but trust me, this is so much faster than it ever was. Boom. Look at that. A whole stack. Lovely. Lovely jubbly, even. Now, I am actually just going to make up a whole bunch of gearboxes, as RPM routing benefits a lot from the ability of the gearbox to change the direction of rotation. I'm also going to light this place up so you guys can, like, see something. Sorry. And maybe I'll stop falling in holes. But I think if I do this, yep, that's now working in the right direction, and as you can see, is outputting one by one lovely skystone right into the basin. Now, it sure would be nice to have a big, strong cog power right there to bring water on in. Lovely. And it would be really cool if I could just power all of our mixers kind of like so. Let's see if I can figure this out with my big gamer brain. Oh, wait, there it is. Oh dear. Yes, indeed, crushing wheels take a lot of stress. 4,000 for the lot of them. Let's start running this at maybe 128. Still quite fast, but maybe not gonna burn out all of our hard-earned things. And there we go, volatile skystone solution, and a baby drowned with a fishing rod. Get off of my ship. Now we can get to some filtering here. Bucket of volatile skystone solution. Lovely. Slap it right in there. Also, kids, always remember to accept your quests. Now we just need to get this cog powered, and looky there. RPM routing really is one of my favorite aspects of this game, and you can see we're only bringing in the volatile skystone solution, which is instantaneously going to turn into the lovely redstone stuff. And, that didn't... Oh. Whoops. There we go. Oh, but it won't pick it up right off the ground, will it? No, no, no. Evil, evil. Okay, we do have to rethink this loop a little bit here, but that's okay. These things happen. It would also be nice to grab a little bit of that redstone stuff, but it... Oh, I see. Oh, I do see. Okay, okay, this is broked. This is not worked. That's fine. Minor panic and frustration. Well, one thing we can do to solve that is use belts, I think. So let's at least begin with that. Oh, yes. We could also grab ourselves a filter buddy. And now we begin to think about our life choices. Looks like this guy's going to play nicer with hoppers than anything else. And so, I actually think we can use the same principle we were going for earlier here, just in a slightly different form, where it's a hopper accepting the item rather than the actual machine. This way we can buffer enough items and they'll just enter when they're ready. I think this should be the functional system. Just gotta find a little bit of convenient and correct directional power to go from, and we can actually use ourselves a big cog here, because big cogs, we're gonna reverse the direction of a little cog, and it doesn't matter how fast this belt is running necessarily. Whoopsie daisy. And also remember to put a block right here. And have this in the right direction. And don't accidentally lose some of... dang it. Jeez. Well, okay, hold on. Yes, and let's get some fuel inside of that machine. Eventually, I'll just fill it up with a bunch of different types of fuel, but for now, I can just fill it up with some charcoal and periodically refill it when needed. All right, fill this fella up. That guy will begin charging, and now we should see this working much better. I guess we'll just live with having only 12 of the stuff in there. That should be fine. It should keep a very constant loop, and it does seem to do so. Beautiful. Now, with a bit more lovely routing, I'll be placing a gearbox right here, bringing you out there, and grabbing a cog to place there to get this belt moving, actually in the wrong direction. Excuse me, I didn't need a gearbox there. I was thinking the wrong thing, just like that. Bam! Destabilized redstone in the final basin. Actually, forgot to grab my mixer from over here. Excuse me, sir. And now, bonk. Our final challenge. This machine. We're almost done. We're going to need some kind of cog rotation here, and I think I know just the way to do it, and it's going to be egregious usage of linear chassis. My favorite. A gearbox is all we need to kickstart this guy running in the proper direction, which it's not. That needs to go here. Yes. Pop a shaft. Now we need this belt to be moving in the right direction, and I think we might be able to commandeer a little bit of rotation on this side of the entire machine to get this guy working the way we want it to, because I can actually flip this that way, and it doesn't affect anything since we have a gearbox here. Bring it out, and grab ourselves a little bit more in case chain drives. So grab that, pull that there, absolutely beautiful, and we are going to pull the chain drives out here and sort of kind of hope that they're spinning in a direction that will allow me to just slap a gearbox right there. Is it the money shot? Good lord, it is the money shot! It's the money shot! Oh, I do love it when RPM comes together like that. And last but not least, we just have to power this pump, which will not be so difficult, will it? Boop. Beautiful. And that, my friends, is the entire machine powered. This guy is going to fill up with skystone dust, and eventually this weighted ejector will get clogged up. Actually, no, it'll go forever, but it'll just crush down the stuff it doesn't need. So I think this will still work. This really shouldn't run out of anything, because even if the skystone dust comes through the crushing wheels, it'll just get destroyed. Last thing we have to do is throw a few of the Certus seeds into this guy, or of course these Certus crystals, and I say 32 going in to create a stack going through the system should be more than enough. Or rather, I can actually just send a stack into this chest, and we should see it splitting off just like that. And there we go. I believe we have ourselves a fully infinite system. The only thing I'm worried about actually is the speed of this mechanical crafter. This does seem to be somewhat finicky, doesn't it? Perhaps that's just due to the amount of bulk items going through. Let's just make sure this guy doesn't actually accidentally fill up or something like that, because that is a problem that you can have. That made 32 rose quartz exactly as we expected it to. This is continuing to make the potential, or rather the destabilized redstone, exactly as we want it to. And this system does seem to be working quite properly, filling itself up with the different types of crystals, and it is now looping them, and we have no overflow. We have some overflow. Okay, we have 2 overflow going into this chest. That's fine. Who cares? Get them out of here, and we're good to go. This polished rose quartz marks us having completely automated polished rose quartz. Now, on this side here, it would like us to automate melting down iron into actually automating electron tubes, but for the time being, there's a machine that I kind of want to go for that will allow us to make an iron farm much simpler and much more just kind of wherever we want it. But it is not a brass tier machine. We need to continue progression to get there. So for now, we are going to still kind of be using a somewhat manual setup in order to make our amazing brass machines. But that will not continue forever, not at all. Now, right now, the Certus loop is the absolute slowest part of this machine, and potentially later in the game, we are going to be making it go a lot faster, but that's not for now. For now, I have some spouting that I want to do to get our polished rose quartz turned into new machines, and some chest organization that I need to get through because my inventory is kind of a mess, but we have ourselves some semi-reliable precision mechanisms all the way on day 32, sunset of day 32. That is not bad time. Now that we have these things, I think it's time we upgrade our stress unit production, we upgrade our tier 1 mechanism production, and then we can get into upgrading iron farms. But first, I do kind of want to get the chapter 3 completion, so I am going to deal with this. And sorry, Brass, I'm just kind of gonna ruin you. And honestly, this machine isn't too slow. We already have 7 polished rose quartz in here. It's not the fastest thing in the world, but it definitely is just running 100% constantly all the time, and it will do these little bursts of crafting as well, so I'm not too stressed. For the first time, I actually feel like I'm making some pretty decent progress. I feel like Chapter 2 is a really big one for the brass machines, and now we have like infinite access to filtering. That's gonna be nice. We can say that we've automated that, and we already actually do have a screwdriver as well. And there we go, technically automated. And by doing this, we actually get a little bit of a reward as well. As you've seen before, we get ourselves some precision mechanisms and new crystals and a bit of brass. It's all very nice, but that is Chapter 2 somewhat technically automated. Now, in the overview, we can accept the zinc machinery quest line, which is very nice, and we can go to the catharsis. This chapter gets weird, like really weird, but it happens to be quite fun. Still, we should be cautious and stay organized, so I'm gonna work on getting back to that. So the next machine I actually want to get is optional, but it will send our factory into like turbo blast mode. The zinc machine, which requires a lot of nether stuff. Lava, which we can get from the nether infinitely, and this liquid soul stuff, which also requires nether stuff. So we kind of have our work cut out for ourselves, but I can put together ourselves a decent setup. It's honestly not the worst, but since I'm going to be working in the nether, I really want to make sure I know what I'm doing here, so I'm gonna try to focus on making sure I have everything I need. Hopefully I won't forget anything important. I need more kinetic mechanisms, and again, I ran out of the very slow clay production that we have, so I'm going to be commandeering these crushing wheels to help us out of it. As you all know, cobblestone can be crushed down into gravel, but the crushing wheels unlock another recipe. Henceforth, gravel can actually be crushed into sand. Now, this is huge because not only do we get a stack of sand at a time, but it will supercharge our clay production, which is exactly what we need this for. It also even produces a few other byproducts, but we kind of don't really care about those. I'm just going to drop those in front of there, and I'm going to crush up a few more stacks of cobblestone into sand, and hopefully get ourselves a ton of alloy made up for a ton of mechanisms. I'm going to make a new machine called a smart chute, which is a lot like the brass funnel, but chutes go downwards like that. These are the regular chutes. Regular chutes can transport 16 items at a time, but these guys can transport a full stack right out of an inventory, which will make using our temporary crushing wheel setup a lot easier. That should hopefully put a bit more speed in our sails, if you know what I mean. Oh, that's unfortunate. I did not mean to do that. Oh, hopefully he can forgive me at some point. So, the Infernal Machine Farm is actually not the most interesting thing in the world. It's mostly just harvester farms in the nether, so I'm gonna whip it up, and we'll talk about some cool mechanics that it has, but for the most part, I think I'm just gonna lock in here. I pretty much have everything I'm gonna need for it. Spouts, mechanical arms, blaze burners, filtering, stuff like that. This should be everything. But I do need twisting and weeping vines, and I think I need shears for that, maybe. So as it stands, we've gotta do some precarious adventuring here. Okay. Yeah, alright, sure. Sure, that's... What? Is that just gonna happen when I go through the portal? My own XP flew out of it. Oh. Second time's the charm, then. Where... Ah! Do they do that much damage, really? One shot? One? One of them? Only one. I guess make his shield and then try to go through. What do you think, Mr. Creeper? Oh, don't get too personal about what you're thinking here. Yee. Buddy, I don't got a weapon. Ugh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know. I'm sorry to do this, but I need you to stay away, bud. Why do these things keep happening to me? Okay, shield's out. Through the nether portal. All I need is some plants. Okay, you there. Stop it. Okay. I think he's got, like, a backpack, which means... Ow, thank you for that. Oh, that was the wrong grave. He's got, like, a backpack, which probably means he has, like, a bunch of strength and stuff on him. Where's my grave? Where's my grave? My grave? With all my items in it? Hello? Oh, it's on the top of the portal. Sure. And pray tell, where did this brothers go? Did he go through the... He went through the portal that direction, didn't he? I think I really ought to take care of this before doing anything else. Hold on. Buddy? What? Oh! Are you, like... What even? How much strength does this thing have? No. 3? Who needs strength 3? Okay, well, at least he dropped a backpack, and it's gold tier, which is kind of cool. Some diamonds in it, I guess. Bam. So it looks like there's Crimson Forest pretty close by, and a Warped Forest not that close by, but it should be okay. I'm gonna get fire resistance, actually. I'm so tired of dying. I'm gonna get fire resistance, and then I'm just gonna lock it in, like I said I was going to. And then I got killed a lot. But I'll do locking in, don't worry. I will. Here we go. That's some of the vines. Oh, and finally twisting vines. That took a while. Well, I've got all the vines I need, so I am just gonna go ahead and build this machine. I just want to get myself so I'm hovering over a big lava pool. Shouldn't be too bad. And there we go. That should be the farm up and running. There's kind of a lot going on here that we need to talk about, but actually first I need to reverse the speed of it. Can we go max? Nope. That's right. Right, these are all on gear ratios, so it needs to be oh, hey, we could actually run this thing at maximum speed. That's kind of great. So this machine here is a hose pulley, and you can see it says bottomless supply. That's because I have it in a source of lava more than 100,000 or 10,000 blocks big, so it's just infinite. So we have infinite lava flowing into this machine. This little depot and built brass system here is going to fill up a lava bucket for this mechanical arm to actually physically pick up. Are you... Come on, dude. Really? In the middle of me talking? That's what we're doing? This farm doesn't strictly need to be in the nether, but it makes it easier because you have easy access to the infinite lava. Because you need a lot of it. Lava is going to power this blaze burner, which is what we got going on here. And we have the twisting vines and weeping vines making this liquid soul stuff. Oh, wait. It looks like some of the power cut out. There we go. So that should keep things spinning nice and quick. And then we just have ourselves some spouts that should be filling up. Well, we have the lava spouts. What about the weeping soul spouts? Oh, I forgot to do this. Boop. Oh, I'm punished. Punished I am for my brilliance. Okay, there we go. That's not too bad. So there we go. And that's it. 3 spouts of lava, 1 spout of soul. That should mean we can take ourselves, and I'm going to do a stack to start with because they're really quite good. Just send them along the way. And yeah, there we go. Infernal mechanism. Very, very nice. These guys are going to speed us up by an unimaginable amount. And I'm going to work on making our pathway to this machine a little bit safer because we're definitely going to have to use it again. Oh, come on. Oof. Okay. In any case, we have ourselves a stack of these, but first I want to get a bucket of this liquid just for the quest. There we go. We have it automated, and we have, ta-da! We actually don't really need to automate these things. There's no point. I mean, we're going to be using them a lot, but it's not like we need them in an infinite amount. Hey, buddy. How you feeling nice? Okay, looks like you're feeling nice. I'm good with that. I'm good with that. I'm good with that. Don't do it. Don't do nothing. Okay, time to do a little bit of a quick inventory reorganize, and then we'll get into some more farm making. Because our factory is scuffed to the absolute maximum, and zinc machines will save us. But they are zinc machines, and we're out of zinc. I'm pretty sure we need zinc for zinc machines. Yeah, zinc casing. Oof. So we kind of need to do more mining, and I'm beginning to have a mind that maybe we should be smart about it. So I think it's about high time that we begin to do a little bit with villagers. Maybe not a lot with villagers, but just a little bit with villagers. Trust me, I'm not thrilled about it. I don't like working with villagers, but as needs must. Oh, Mr. Villager, where are you going? To the brewing stand? Oh, now where are we? No, not my lava farm, dude. You're a jokester, aren't you, buddy? You're a real jokester. Okay, no composter. Fletching table, now. Good, yes. Follow the fletching table. Yes, good. Where are you going? What do you see? What do you see? Hey, what, buddy? What is this? Oh, God, these guys suck. In the pit. Go in the pit. No, what are you doing? At least you have the trades I want. Yeah. Run away from the zombie villager. He's really scary. Are you... What is this? Get in. But with that fella trapped in there, we do have an infinite supply of emeralds, which is awesome. And I'm just going to open up a channel like this for me to grab all of the wonderful XPs. Be good to me. Now let's see if I can't find another villager that isn't that guy. Are all my villagers dead? Are they really dead? Oh, shoot. Oh, no, this guy. He... yeah, okay. You've probably been in there for a while, buddy, huh? You would be a what? weaponsmith. Is that... What is that? Where is your workstation? Oh, it's probably these guys, huh? All right, well, let's let this guy free. Hopefully he turns into not a weaponsmith, and then maybe we'll be able to lure him. Ooh, and I saw a villager over there. At least maybe this guy could be unemployed at least, because then I could boat him around. No, you're a leather worker, but I could unemploy you pretty easily. Okay, boat time, buddy. Yes, yes. Get in the boat. Get in the boat. Oh, good lord. Okay, my friend, you are going to become a librarian. Wait, where are you going, actually? Oh, you're wanting to ruin my... Yeah, okay. Oh, nope, now we're going back to the lectern. I'm going to annihilate you. Don't go in my house. Buddy, it's nighttime. Okay, well, fine. Wow. To be fair, I think this is the guy that I accidentally punched, so I guess I kind of get it. At least it's getting me emeralds. You, I probably should cure. If I have an apple, I should be able to do that. Of course, I don't. Can I craft an apple? Sometimes you can have these weird recipes. Not really, no. Okay, so I would need to get it from a tree, and I don't know if I feel that in my bones right now. That's not good. Oh, we ran out of fuel. I put a lot of fuel into that. Well, that's good. That means it's been running for a while. I suppose I haven't even checked how many polished ruse quartzes we have. Hopefully this hasn't messed up too much. I don't think it would. Unless I've, like, blown up the ratio of this. Oh, wow, yeah. Jeez. That's fine. Ooh, very nice. Yes, yes, give. Good. This will serve very nicely. And it sort of gives me something to do while I wait for it to turn daytime, because I kind of just need zinc if I'm going to be doing anything to upgrade this base. Oh, and you know what? I turned off our cobblestone farm, or our iron farm, and turned it into a cobblestone farm, but now that's just filling up, so I'm just going to shut this thing down entirely, actually, because we are going to be upgrading it first. Ah, good morning, my friend. Let's do this. Dude, where are you? You are just on a... Oh, you're on a mission for the lectern. What? Doing what I want? Absolutely unheard of. Absolutely unheard of. Come over, come over. Are you... You're unbelievable. Go in the hole. Go in the hole, I hate you. Go in the hole, I hate you. Maybe he'll give us what we want soon. I'm looking for fortune, really. Fortune 2 for 24 emeralds. I'm gonna take it. This is taking so long, but I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it. But now that I have this fella, I think I might want to see if I can get another good enchantment. I mean, I think it's a good idea to make a decent pickaxe here. So let's actually bust out an anvil. But I don't want to spend too much longer on this because that really took forever. I guess at this point, I'm just kind of looking for like efficiency or even better on breaking. I think I'll take this, if only just because it has actually a bookshelf trade, and that's kind of what I'm after. I think it's high time we get into some enchanting. Oh yeah. And like the rest of our base, I'm just gonna throw it down somewhere out here. Hopefully I actually have lapis. I mean, I know I've seen lapis, so it wouldn't be too hard to get some. Nope, I didn't pick up any lapis, okay. Easy fix though. Oh wow, super easy fix, it's right here. Oh yeah. I could guarantee a fortune or efficiency 2 on this, but I think I should wait until I can get a higher level enchant. Oh, this is the day 40 sunrise. Woof. I was hoping to have this by now, but these guys took a really long time. There we go. That looks more like something I'd want to get, but I think I'd want to put that on a fresh diamond pickaxe if I'm thinking to myself properly here. And I believe, yep, we got enough diamonds to do it. I'm kind of hoping this ends up being efficiency 3, unbreaking 3. Wow. Way better than I thought. No problem at all. That's a nice start. And we can get ourselves the Fortune 3 enchantment that we've been looking for and set this pickaxe aside for repair later. Boom! We're definitely approaching halfway on this challenge a lot faster than I want to, but finally, we have a good pickaxe. That's a big deal. And it looks like the best level for zinc is Y level 16 and Y level 33 respectively. So I guess we could do Y level 33, a little strip mine. Okay, well, we were mining until day 42, just started right now. But over 200 crushed raw zinc is not bad, and a bunch of other ores as well. I also found an enchanted golden apple, which is really cool. Well, I am gonna get all of these raw ores crushed up in our little crushing wheel setup. That should give us plenty of goodies. And in the meantime, I want to upgrade our smelting setup because it can actually be quite a bit bigger. We just need a smeltery controller, which actually just takes some sealed mechanisms. Not even that bad. Need grout, specifically smelted grout. I think I'm definitely gonna need a lot more than what I actually have right now because, I mean, this is just gonna, yeah, okay, not be enough. That's fine though, we can deal with it. A full inventory of cobblestone will sort of do the trick. And it looks like, whoa, look at all those dusts. Let's get that out for now. Just dump it in a chest temporarily. Beautiful. And we can start on making a proper full smeltery, which is going to be fantastic. It'll be able to smelt many, 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 many ores than we currently can. And I love it. And it's got a very simple start to it, which is nice. We can also actually tear down this melter. We are not going to need it anymore, which is super exciting. We're also going to want this seared drain. And you know what? In fact, I'm going to make it nice on ourselves, and I'm going to make 2 of them. Oh, yeah. I guess we're going with a waterfront view here. It would be nice to come away with it being this big. I don't quite know if we'll be able to pull that off, though. We can actually use the current fuel tank that we have, because we do need to fill this thing in with walls. That would be pretty helpful. But having these 2 drains is going to allow us to have both of these casting basins kind of active at once, really. And what's great is that having a full smeltery is going to be a lot bigger than having a little meltery. It'll melt more than 3 items at once, and I like that. Won't be the world's most amount of grout, but we're kind of working with limited resources here. Mostly clay. Clay is not something I have a lot of. That's gonna change, though. Although this is not a half indecent amount. Might be enough. I'm not sure. Obviously, the base takes a lot to fill in, but you know what? We'll see. I think it only technically needs 2 layers, and that should be an active smeltery, and it is. And look how many more items we can smelt in the smeltery. Yes. I do want to make it a little bit bigger, so I think this should be enough to get up top 1 more layer, and that would be super nice. Yes, beautiful. Okay, cool. And for style points, I'll put a ladder up the side of it so we can access the inside. But we shouldn't go inside because it will make us die. Like that. But now we can smelt a whole lot more items at once, and that'll utilize our lava much, much better. And as we process down more clay, we can make this thing taller, and that will add more space to it. I can also eventually make a chute, which will allow me to hopper into this, but right now I can't do that. But hopefully we should be there somewhat soon. But yeah, as I'm sure you can tell, this is speeding stuff up by so much. Now, we will have to be careful melting down all of our stuff, because you actually can cause alloying to happen inside of this. Yeah, you can mix metals together here. I wonder if actually you can make molten brass inside of this thing, because that'd be really cool. It doesn't look like you can actually alloy brass, so that's still going to be pretty manual. Still, this is pretty nice. What? Buddy. Ah, now that's a lot of zinc. That's lovely. Boom! About a stack. And I still have so much more dust. I didn't even finish making it. I just want to move on to copper so that I can make that little chute thing. Actually, this is a pretty perfect amount because it actually nets us a block every time it gets a full thing. So that's kind of cool. Alas, automation over style points. So I'll be expanding this. And here is a seared chute. Very nice. This allows us to hopper items into it. Pretty cool. So something like that. Give it some copper, and we're off to the races. Indeed, things are finally moving just a bit faster. Actually, it looks like a hopper isn't even fast enough. Check that out. That's pretty great, honestly. Then I suppose this little extension of it is more for when I would like to bulk smelt something. Could always help the hopper along if I needed to move quickly. And alloying is pretty specific, so I probably shouldn't let a hopper do that for me. Ah, but now we finally have a ton of zinc, and it is go time on making the ultimate upgrade machine. We can get zinc casing by combining stone and zinc sheets, and then we are going to want to use these infernal mechanisms to make our zinc machines. Hey, and that's all of chapter 2 done, and this looks really sick. Honestly, I like how this one looks a lot. And now it's actually time for a bit of a familiar face. We need to make ourselves a piston. I know, right? Crazy to be making some vanilla blocks here, but that is what we need, and I'm gonna make like 16 of them. We'll eventually want to use a lot. Now, zinc machines can turn into quite a lot, but one of the most useful things is the igneous extruder. This is a cobblestone farm in a single block, and it's gonna make everything so much better. And we can actually even make some of these reinforced integral components to make this guy run even better. I'm excited. This really is a big deal. This and crushing wheels changes a lot, but there is one more thing I want to do before we can really supercharge our factory. I finally want to make a steam steam engine. It's honestly taken long enough. We're gonna need a lot of precision mechanisms before we can do this, so it's time to go. We have the perfect number of casings for this because the highest tier of steam engine that we can make right now is 9. I mean, well, the highest tier of steam engine that we can fully automate. And I'm kind of in the mood to be doing that. And one brass machine is one steam engine. Oh boy. Here we go. We're also going to need plenty of copper sheets, but thankfully we have it. A little over 2 stacks is what we need here. And I am also going to want ourselves a mechanical arm because we need to fuel some blaze burners. Just like before. Beep. We're also going to need a kind of surprising amount of barrels. It's always like a surprising amount of barrels. You never expect it. Well, except I know exactly how many we're going to need, but I'm going to make a stack because I'm evil like that. I made way too much copper stuff, but you know what? We'll be using fluid tanks quite a bit because boy, are they useful. And blaze burners we can make more of. I just need to press down some iron. Jeez, I really should have. This press is taking up so much of my time. Editor, tell me exactly how many times I've waited for my press. Do it. Watch all the footage. And for the future of this, do it, editor. Serve me. Bada bing, bada boom. We have blaze burners, but I want more. So we're gonna do a stack of this stuff. We're gonna do a stack. All right. But in the meantime, I can actually fill these blaze burners and we'll have enough to get down the base of our steam engine since we have one in here. But I want extras. I'm thinking it'd be a good idea for space to actually move our factory up on top of this hill. We could really flatten the area out pretty quickly and it'll give us a lot more stuff to work with and not have to worry about all the lava on the floor. So I think I'm gonna rip everything up here. I know that most of my factory is already down there, but with the added stress units and some new machines, it will be a lot faster. I think for what we're doing, it's gonna be worth the rewrite because we'll need thousands of each mechanism by the end of this. Yeah, no, really, thousands, I mean it. So let's start getting our blaze burners laid down here. And I'm just gonna assume that we're gonna have this little setup over here. So just like you've seen before, just on a scale of 9 blaze burners, we're gonna have this little lava bucket loop. It's super convenient. But this will ensure that all of our blaze burners stay fueled and that this guy doesn't get stuck with the bucket. Now the rest of the steam engine's pretty simple to set up actually. We just need to pillar up 4 tall, well technically 36, but 4 tall with these. We can place our steam engine blocks on the side of it like so, and this big fella is going to need some kind of water input, so we can make ourselves a fluid pump hung right off the side of this guy, just like that, and we will eventually need to find a very speedy way to get this thing absolutely moving water into this guy. Now, we are going to need an infinite supply of lava over here, and for that, we're actually going to be using another one of these lava farms. Not that one in particular, it actually needs to be a bit bigger. But we could actually use some of our extra fluid tanks in order to store a bunch of additional lava sources that'll really help us out. I suppose it's a good thing I got all that iron dust, because we're actually running a little bit low on iron for what we need to be doing here. Because we're going to need a bunch of cauldrons. 5 will not cut it. Now that is more like it. I have 1 extra cauldron. I think I can just melt that down, actually. Surely, right? Oh, lovely. Cool. That'll take a little bit, but we'll get it right back. And nothing to it but to build this guy right on up. Thankfully, we can use the outputs of this farm to begin to fuel this one over here. It's absolutely genius. Now, a very cool mechanic that we have access to is we could actually use create fluid dynamics on these cauldrons. So underneath of them, I'm actually going to put pipes, and you'll see they connect right to them. I'll extend this guy down one, and then we have a fluid pump facing into this tank, and that means that as these guys fill up with lava, it's gonna suck that lava right into here, and we could pull it out into there. Now that's quite infinite if you ask me. All we need to do now is get some stuff powered, so let's work on that. Day 45 is rising as we speak, and I want to get all the factory manipulated and moved over and running off of this guy before day 50, okay? Halfway point. Hopefully I'll be able to pull that check mark off. I'm not sure, but I think it's just time that I go full quiet mode, full sweat mode, and begin to move things over. Well, there it is, the sunrise of day 50. Whoa! Okay, what a great midway point. Just trying to get a cool looking cinematic-y shot, and then I just got exploded. I thought I lit this place up better than that. Well, unfortunately, I didn't actually manage to get the entire factory moved over. Chapter 1 is here for the most part. The Andesite loop I haven't moved over yet, because even with our advanced technology, we still got to go to bedrock for that. And I just got the iron farm all hooked up to the igneous extruders, which are so cool. You give them water on one side, lava on the other side, and they just spit out cobblestone forever. And you can see we have this lovely constant stream of gravel, and it's operating pretty quickly. That is quite a lot of iron, and even more flint. But otherwise, we have our massive steam engine just chugging away, powering all of this at maximum speed. We even have this automated, you know, once we give it enough saws, and we have plenty of kinetic mechanisms. Now, moving Chapter 2 is kind of an ordeal that we might not have to embark on, since it does run pretty well passively, and that's a lot of polished rose quartz. I definitely want to top up that fuel marker, though. In any case, it might serve us well to just let this run on its own, and then upgrade it later when we have better tech. But I do think getting our kinetic mechanisms automated like this was the right call. And I'm very glad to have our iron farm up and running again, because we were running out. It was so bad I had to smelt down my cauldrons. Last thing I'm gonna do here is set up a bunch of saws. Now that our iron's automatic and we can afford to be spending it like crazy again, I'm just gonna load this thing up with about a stack of saws. Nice. This should keep the kinetic mechanisms flowing for a while. Boop. There we go. That should keep things flowing much nicer on the kinetic mechanism side of things. That being said, I don't know if we're on track to actually do all of this by day 100, but there's no time to wait around. It's time to start Chapter 3. The Catharsis. Yeah, we're rooting up in the world. Now, this next chapter might not look easy, and I guess it isn't, but it's definitely something that we can do. The worst part about it right now, though, is we need access to a random plant found randomly throughout the world. We need the slimy fern stuff, because we don't have time to make a mob farm. And I don't know if my nature's compass can actually locate slimy biomes. I think it can locate, like, the slime islands, but yeah. These slimy ferns from Tinker's Construct can be found somewhere in the overworld. Wait, sky slimes? Whoa, what did I just, I have no idea what I just did. Wait. Can these, that's where they spawn? Are they up there? Oh, wait, they are. I see them. Oh, that's so useful. Okay, I didn't know they were actually up there. Okay, we're cooking. I wish I had a elytra, but there's certainly no time for that, I'll tell you what. Okay, so we have a blue sky slime here, a green sky slime here, and a green sky slime there, but we need to find one of the purple sky slime islands. That's just snowy. Perhaps, is there an explorer's compass? Or like a, what have I hit? Oh, my shaders. An explorer's compass? Nope. Is there a compass that points to... No. Okay, so we'll have to travel the land in search of these different sky slime islands in order to get the ferns we need, but we only need one of each. Once we have one of each, we are ready to go. But we definitely want to be doing this quickly, quicker than I'm doing it. I'm just trying to find a boat. Away we must go. And hopefully we'll find some more food items on the way, because boy, has food been a struggle. I said I wanted to do some farming. We're already halfway through the challenge. And I don't think we're halfway through the pack. I kinda wish I was feeling a little bit more confident about where we were, but perhaps once we reach the induction mechanism, things will be better, since that's gonna speed us up again by so much. Hello, Sky Slime Island. Please don't trick me into thinking you have ferns on there. Yes. Oh, not many. Wow, okay. Only a really small amount, but this is the bluey greeny kind, which is great. We need that. Looks like that's going to be the easiest island, and I think there's ferns on it. Yep. Did I uncover any purple islands? No. Okay. We're going to really have to keep our eye out for purple islands, and I think I don't take fall damage if I just boat off the edge, right? I don't know. Do you guys ever get that rushing feeling in a video game when you fall off of something? Because I do. Why are these slimes wearing helmets? Okay, well, whatever. We need the green, the earth slime, I suppose. This is the earth slime. What? You are a weird-looking guy. Ugh. All right, well, I'm just going to sail around the ocean and hope that I can clear enough land to discover a purple slime. Unless, is that only in the end? Oh, it might only be in the end now that I'm thinking about it. That would be really bad for me. Yeah. That looks like it might only grow in the end. I thought there was a way to get that earlier. Didn't it spawn, like, randomly throughout the world, maybe? Well, that's definitely not it. I'm kind of getting the feeling that the best way to get these purple ferns is to go to the end, which is going to take a while, but hopefully not. Maybe I'm wrong, and that would be nice. I'm gonna raid this village and see if they have any food for me. That would make me feel better. They have a duck. That's kind of good. Blaze rods aren't going to be an issue of getting to the end. It's actually going to be the ender pearls. You don't really have an easy way of getting those. We're going to have to actually play vanilla Minecraft. Oh, dear. I am glad that blaze rods will be a simple endeavor. That at least makes it a little bit easier on us. But ender pearls, man. Ender pearls. I think the nearest warp forest... Yeah, it's a bit away, though. I suppose I do sort of have a path to it. That could be useful. And actually, ender pearls themselves are going to be pretty cool, too. We could turn them into a somewhat neat machine. What in the world? A molten core? Oh, can't I turn these into blaze rods somehow if I have, like, 2 of them? Okay, I think I kind of need a higher saturation food than sweet berries. This is not working. Ah! Ah! Why does time move so fast? I suppose if I have 10 silver laying around somewhere, I can buy that, like, corporate dinner thing. Oh, I do. Okay. Hey, that'll help us out. There we go. Just get that. There we go. These are quite good. This is all quite good, especially actually. Nice. We'll store those in the adopt an axolotl cute. But nourishment. Nourishment's quite a good ability, I believe. Yeah, it stops us from being able to lose hunger bars. We can lose saturation still, but not hunger. That is something that I would call pretty worth it. Uh-oh. Ah, don't kill me. I killed me. Okay, well... I think I have enough blaze rods now. They're just on my body because I died. Ugh. I'm not very good at the game of Minecraft, especially when I'm stressed out due to time limitations. Oh, and I got another molten core. Yeah, I can turn this into a bunch of blaze rods. That's kind of awesome, actually. But now we need to see what can be done about getting some ender pearls. And I really do hope I can get to the warp forest somewhat simply, because that should make it pretty easy, especially if I can just drop endermans in this boat here. Should be nice. Hello, Mr. Enderman. How do you feel about getting in a boat? Do you feel good about getting in a boat? No, you don't. All right, that's fine. That's fine. Hey, I get it. I get it. We all have our reservations, but sometimes we just gotta step up and do the right thing. Why did I get a fragment? Please don't tell me they only drop like little shards of ender pearls. Ooh, golden apple. Hey, we can actually fix up our villager back at home. That's fantastic. Oh, it's a little village. What is that, a caveland village? That's kind of cool, actually. I don't really have gold armor. I guess I could make some gold armor if I wanted to. I might as well. I kind of want to check that out. Maybe they've got ender pearls. Wouldn't that be pleasant? Better yet, an infinite source of food. I don't know. Something to increase my prospects of actually making it and surviving to the end. Oh, is that a brute? Oh, shoot, there are brutes here. Okay, that's good to know. Kind of hoping there wouldn't be. This is cool. This is a cool structure. Ah. Oh, cool. Like a nether version of the blacksmith's house. No one can see this, right? Ooh. Hey, thanks, buddy. Oh, and these guys are food, but I just saw an enderman. Ah, in fact, right here. Hey, bud. You want to get in the boat? Why are they not dropping ender pearls? Oh, wow, there's a bastion right next to this little... That's kind of cool. Cool feature, cool feature. Uh-oh, hey, bud, hey, how you doing, how you doing, how you doing? Get in the boat, thank you. God, you have so much health, dude, why? How are you, Mr. Enderman? Would you happen to want to be in that... Thank you. Shard! Endermen should be dropping these, but they're not, what? That's troublesome. Hey, Mr. Enderman. Well, he dropped me 2 shards. Okay, sure. So is that just how it is? Oh, finally! An ender pearl. Okay, so this won't take as long as I thought it was going to. How are my rates this bad, though? Why not in boat? Yeah, I hear you, brother. I suppose that's a downside of nourishment. You can't eat to heal with... I have two graves over here. Oh, this is going miserably. Oh boy, this situation has not been ideal, but I feel like I'm on the right path here. I really do. Where'd my boat go? Did I lose my boat? Oh, here's my boat, and there's a guy in it. Thanks, dude. Are you the one that killed me? Did you get in the boat after killing me? That's not what I meant. Oh, that's a good find. Woo, there you are. Place the... Are you... Oh my god. Oh, why didn't I even jump? I was pressing the button. I'm not even gonna let myself blame that on me. I was pressing the jump button. I'm wasting so much time. Ah! Hopefully it's not following me. Oh, he definitely is. Zombie pigman. Get it. Are you... Suppose that's why I have a backup boat. So I have exactly 12 ender pearls. I probably shouldn't leave on 12. Clearly, I am not good enough at Minecraft to do that. Just as a skill issue, they're all gonna break. I want like 1 or 2 more. Please just drop me the last pearl that I need, dude. Well, that counts actually. I think I have enough shards. Okay, 13 is gonna have to be enough because, oh my god, we've spent so much time in here that we do not have. I've wasted, like, what was that, 3 days? Almost. Barring any further disaster, the rest of this shouldn't go too badly. Of course, that means barring disaster, but hey, you know, when have I ever screwed anything up? All right, let me get prepped for an end, and, you know, one thing I'm going to do is not bring all my Create Mod stuff, come to think of it. This backpack should suffice to bring some stuff with us, so should be nice. Anything in here that I need? Not really. So in preparation, I'm going to do something I've actually never done in the Create Mod, so I'm kind of doing this without much idea of what I'm doing, but I want to see if I can make an XP grinder using the Create Mod. If I'm not mistaken, one of the first things we need is this, a Haunter, which I believe does a lot of weird things to entities inside of it, but that's not actually why we're doing it. No, we want a deployer here with a filtered input inside of it. We kind of need the filtered input first, because something that you can do to stone is you can haunt it in order to infest it. That means, you know, putting a silverfish inside of it, which normally isn't that useful, but it definitely will be, though there's no indication of when it's done. We'll just have to wait for a while, I guess. There we go. Infested. It says it on JEI, so we can filter this, which is awesome. And it's my understanding that if a drill breaks infested stone, it should create a silverfish. Like 100%, 101%. This is not going to end up being the most beautiful RPM routing I've ever done, but I'm kind of pressed for time, I feel. So it should be that the infested stone gets placed here, and then immediately a silverfish is spawned. Hopefully spawned directly on the center block like most Create things do, but I genuinely have no idea if that's how this works. I've literally never tried this before, so just gonna try to make a killing chamber and hope that this actually is how this particular XP farm works. If it is, that would be great, you know, that would make a lot of happy things happen. Are silverfish, they're not short enough to get through this, right? You know what, just in case they are, because I actually have no idea, what we can do is just put a little trapdoor right on the bottom there, which should hike anything up just tall enough that there's no way they'd be able to get through that. And now we just power the deployer and see if that's how this machine works. And maybe it is, maybe it isn't. That's the game. Boop. Is that spawning? Oh, wait, actually? Oh my gosh! So I should be able to grab a sword with, like, sweeping edge, come down here and just kill them for XP? Okay, so they can hit me. Hey! Oh, right. Maybe I should remove infestable blocks. Yeah, sorry guys, none of that. Oh my gosh! That's way easier than I thought it would be. What? And the sun rises. The sun rises. Okay, but this is great because I could basically just control how long I want to run this farm by inputting a certain amount of infested stone. Or rather, regular stone to infest. But this is great. This is going to allow me to actually enchant my gear. Sometimes silverfish... Oh, so it looks like once there's too many of them in there, they'll start, like, popping out somehow? Is that it? Uh-oh. 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 That's not good. My idea is not working so well. Stop. Oh, now they're burrowing in the air. Oh, this is bad. Maybe I want to use the armor stand trick, I think? I think it's like if I have an armor stand here and I hit it with sweeping edge, it should hit all the fellas in there. I'll hook this back up, we'll try it, and if it doesn't work, oh well, I've already got my gear enchanted. Now I'm just going on this little tangent. Oh, it does work! Oh, this is great, actually. Then I can just come in, yep, and pick up all the items. This is beautiful. In the meantime, I'll keep these few stacks of infested stone somewhere stored away since I don't necessarily need that XP just now. Okay, well, I think I've got everything that I need, so I'm just gonna craft up, I guess, 2 of the ender eyes to start, and we'll begin our adventure. Hopefully our very quick and very lovely adventure. I've got plenty of arrows to be using for us. I think I'll take out all of these, you know, random potion effect arrows. I don't really need them. Which away? This away. Northwest. Have I been much northwest? Nope. Well, thankfully, it seems like it's actually going to be a lot of ocean, so that should save on my hunger quite a bit, which is something I'm very conscious of at the moment. Hello? Did it go, like, right through the sand? Did I just lose it in the sand somewhere? Here. I'm guessing that means it's still in this direction. I'm gonna go around the jungle. Oh! Wait! We've passed over it. That's a simple... Okay, so it's somewhere here-ish. Question is it beneath the ocean, or is it beneath the jungle island? Looks like it's beneath the jungle island, is it? I'm thinking it's probably there. I'll put a little waypoint since I have the ability to do that, and we'll just try it out. This is gonna be somewhat dangerous considering the wildlife we'll have to be dealing with. We're on top of it. It went down. Dig! Can I have that one back? Well, I suppose that's why I made some extras. Ah, sky slime. Okay, that's a slime thingy. Got it. I'm not interested in slime. I'm interested in this. This right here. Is this a... That's so cool. It's inside of a lush cave. I've never seen that before. That's awesome world gen. Whoa! Okay, remix structure. Got it. Good to know. Well, I will definitely take some of these bookshelves from my enchanting setup back at home. Wow, this place is a lot more sprawling than it normally is. Okay. Hopefully that maybe makes it easier? Maybe make it simpler for DJojo to find what he wants, so that's kind of nice. Glad I have this backpack to just dump a bunch of stuff in. I'll take food. You know I will. Whoa. These are all loot chests. Hey, not bad. Wow, this place has got some upgraded loot, huh? Ooh, that's good loot right there. Nice. Rob Graves. Ooh, and a skeleton skull. Fun. I have become instantaneously turned around. I no longer have any idea where I am. Oh, wait, never mind. Here's the big plaza. Now I have an idea where I am. Maybe the room underneath all the dragon heads is where I gotta go. No, yes? This is fantastically cool generation. Whoa, what? Why does this armor stand have night vision? Oh, there it is. Okay, cool, nice. Glad I found it when I did. I was worried. And it's a good thing I had all my extra stuff because, yeah, look at that. As is the way of the world. Yes. Considering how easy it is to get back home from this spot, I am gonna just set my spawn point here because I feel like I don't really want to die the way that I can. And then bring a water bucket. I didn't bring a water bucket. Was there? Oh, wait. There's water right here. Ha, cool. I really hope I can do this quickly. No time like the present. What? Huh? Oh no, is there like an upgraded End Island 2? I'm suddenly getting the feeling that this end fight is not going to be traditional. Whoa! Oh boy. Where's the dragon at? Huh? The bell? Hello? Oh. That's cool. Oh, that's so cool. Whoa! Look at that. Oh, that's beautiful. These are cool. Everything about this is cool. All right, give it to me. Send me a dragon. I'm ready. Ooh, maybe I'm not. That was scary. I don't know. I'm scared now. Normally, I consider myself a decent shot with these towers. But, well, no, I guess I still am. Looks like I'm actually going to have to pillar up to the cage tower, which is kind of cool. Actually, you don't usually have to do that. You're going to be nice and not, like, kill me, right? Thank you. Oh, good. That's a good sign. Is the dragon gonna perch at all? Oh, up there? Can I shoot it? Good shot. Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 I'm sorry. There we go. Where you at, Gene? So, when you perch, I have to get up there? Like right now? And I can't shoot you. Is there like a staircase? Oh, there is a staircase. Okay. That's cool. For whom does the bell toll, Gene? It tolls for thee! But ow. So I guess you're meant to do the fight from here, right? From the battlements! Come to me, Gene! Oh, here she comes. No, it wasn't. Well, that's why I set my spawn here. I think this might just have to be a bow fight, which is fine. I think I'm a decent shot. Especially against an enormous target. And I missed. What is this? What is this? This is a... What? Why is there a baby Enderman with a backpack on? Okay. Good lord! Yeah, I don't know what to do about you when you're up there. I feel like if I go up there, I just get smackered around. So I'm just gonna wait till you dismount and fire at you. Yeah. Gene, darling, could you not perch for too long? You're so low. Come on. Come on. Thank you. And... Ender Dragon! Push over! Hey, look at that! We actually beat the game. Well, not the pack, but the game. I did not think that would be happening. Where's my... Ow! Why'd you explode me? That was rude. Very rude. Very unkind. Okay. But I'm going to guess that there are no purple ferns on this island. What is this? Myelite. I don't think that gives me purple ferns. Okay, so I need a gateway to get me out of here. Ooh, that looks pretty. And this is why I brought the extra logs, because now I have an enormous amount of blocks, and I won't have to mine up too much. Oh, right, I have to put that back on. There we go. That's very pretty looking. I'm not exactly looking for an elytra, but if we find one, sure, that'll be cool. We actually are going to be making a gunpowder for... Oh, was I 1 block off? Yeah, whatever. Alrighty, send me through. Why? I don't like it when you do that, kid. Oh, right there. Beautiful. Oh, hey. Wow. I've never spawned right next to one of those before. And there's... Wow. Okay, but good. Yay. Yes. Hooray. Do you not even have a ship, though? Dang it. That's a crashed ship over there. Oh, geez. All right, let's hold shift for our lives. I do like the quark placement features. I'm not gonna lie. The ability to place a block underneath like that, I don't know if it necessarily belongs in Minecraft, as it is a big mechanical change, but it's really cool. Okie dokie. I'm so sad this is a lame end city. That sucks so bad. I know I don't really have the time to do it, but I'm really curious about that, like, that crashed ship. Is that gonna have an elytra in it? That'd be really cool. Did I not bring shears? Oh no. Oh, I brought enough iron. Oh my gosh. I would have been. Ooh. Yeah, you need shears to pick that stuff up. I would have lost my mind. This is really cool. Whoa, it is. It's literally a crashed ship. Hey. Cool. Nice, decent loot. Ender slime sapling. Okay. But I mean, I think that's where an elytra would have been, so I don't think there's gonna be end city map. Well, that's not super useful considering there's one right next to me, but that would be, yeah, that would be cool otherwise. Is it that one? Wait, no, it's like a, huh? That's really cool. Wait, what? Oh, I wish I had more time in this pack. This end is so neat. Why did I give myself only 100 days? Felt so long at the beginning. Wait, no, that is this city. Surely that is this city. It's just like it's on a new map tile, right? Yeah, okay. Useless. Absolutely useless. But that's a really cool feature. I have no idea what mod adds that, but that's a good idea, mod. Thank you for adding that. Alrighty, upsy-daisy we go. Oh, it's right there. Oh, the beautiful fern. Oh, man. There we go. Okay, all the slimy ferns. Holy moly, that was miserable. What are you? There's like a spawner. Ooh, scary. Oh, I see an end city over there, and I think that's a ship. I really would like an elytra, I won't lie. And you know what? I do want to grab some extra ender pearls, because I do mean it. There is a really useful machine that we can make using ender pearls. So I think I'm going to count that very worth it to go after. Very worth it to go after, and we can collect some ender pearls on the way. There are plenty of them walking around. Like, who put all these ender pearls here? Why am I in creative mode? What? Why am I in creative mode? What did I do? What buttons did did I actually do that? Did I actually hit that? Really? I did! When did I put myself into creative mode? Well, how many blocks? I don't know, I'll just toss out a few of these blocks. Otherwise, I didn't do anything. My bad. I have cheats enabled because it's really useful in case there's, like, glitches or bugs. Now, this is what gaming looks like. Yeah, hit me, buddy. Hit me. Hit me. Hit me. Yes. Yes. Take me to the ship where I want to go. Now, don't hit me anymore. Please. Stained glass. Why? You're being rude. There we go. I didn't actually think we'd be getting elytra or beating the game, but we do. We have it. It's ours. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh! Ew! Good stuff. Oh, prop 4? I don't mind if I do. That'll be nice for all the fighting I'm bound to do. Ooh, and amending. Aha, ha, ha. Very nice. Love it. That's a lot of diamonds as well. That's a lot of diamonds. Perfect. Okay, well, hey, what a successful time in the end. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, did it take up a lot of our time. We gotta get out. We need to leave. We need to go. We need to be other places. But first, I want to grab the dragon's head. I like it. It's a nice little prize. Okay. That's fine. I didn't want it anyways. Oh, but at least I finally have elytra. Why won't you drop ender pearls? Alright, I'll take it. That was actually pretty good. Nebula heart drop. Yeah, sure. Alright, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. We finally did it. Fern. Purple fern. Acquired. Ugh, 2 of them just in case I screw something up. Credits! Oh, you know what? You're right. I should grab this first. Really? You're going to teleport right on top of an obsidian block? You know what? I won't back down from a challenge. You think I will, but I won't. Not that this isn't a challenge. It's just, Thank you. All right, credits on day 56. Not bad for like a regular 100 days, but for this 100 days, I'm stressing. Alrighty, we gotta get out of here, and we gotta get out of here fast. Oh, and there she is, the island in the distance. Okay, finally home, finally back to the machines. Hopefully nothing broke when I was gone. It shouldn't have. It better not have. But hopefully we're done with the part of this playthrough where I die a bunch. I know I'd like to be. Alrighty, got the traveling backpack all organized up. It is time to get back into some machining. Unfortunately, these chapters, they won't do themselves. That would be really cool. But the first thing I really quite like to do is to get a bunch of these precision mechanisms made up and a bunch more brass machines. And we have the capital for that, I'll tell you what. Although not super automatic, it is a somewhat easy affair to get this thing moving marginally automatically. Dump a bunch of rose quartz in there, and it should just deposit it, yeah, right onto the basin, and then this will all just suck it into the chest. Beautiful. All I gotta do is make sure I keep this thing nice and stocked up on iron, and I suppose I could, like, slap a water wheel system into here, but I don't need to. And check it out, by the way, we're completely full on the kinetic mechanisms, which is awesome. And right now, I actually have this thing queued up so that we can actually extend the belt outwards and make the other mechanisms automatically, so I think I'll add that line right now. Should be as easy as extending these guys out this way. Beautiful. And then we'll want to set up a similar thing here where we can store some of them and also send some of them on their way. So that's going to include a stopper block. Then our depot's going to go here, and we're going to be placing our drawer right there and giving it this stuff for a bit of a filter because I don't want to be wasting our precious resources. And now all we have to do is pull the belt out here, which we're going to wait on because it's going to send stuff flying and it's... Ugh. And of course, I need to get the distribution system for the electron tube setup. And I think we're going to do the same thing we have over here that uses a mechanical arm. Where are you, buddy? I'm trying to show... Where's my mechanical arm? I'm trying to show him off. Oh, there he is. It's like, where did I put him? Right here. So for now, since we're not going fully automatic here, we are going to be using a depot back here with a chest with the items going into it. That way, our mechanical arm will still be able to access the items. And for speed's sake, I'm actually going to use a brass funnel here to extract a ton of items at once. But then it should be as easy as doing that and placing this guy in there. I mean, if not a bit ugly. And it really is a good thing for this iron farm. Oh boy. Because we are going to need quite a lot of it in order to fuel this machine. Quite a lot. But it's all worth it in the end. And I mean, you know what? I really should hook this up to a water wheel. There's really no reason to make this, like, active. But hey, there we go. Our first few stacks of electron tubes. That should mean that it will be easy enough to just dump these into the chest, and the mechanical arm should distribute them beautifully. Absolutely wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Look at that. Grab the screwdriver, and we're probably going to end up having to make another one of these before we can get an infinite version of it, if ever. But at least we'll be able to slot it in for now. This next part is going to get a little messy because I'm going to knock that out, and items are just going to start flying around everywhere. It's just the way it has to be. Okay, there we go. That wasn't too bad, actually. Looks like I grabbed one incomplete, so I can drop that there. Cool, and it doesn't actually look like anything is too broken in the cycle either. Nice. Sweet. So these will now produce as infinitely as I have screwdrivers and electron tubes in here, which is not super infinitely, but hey, that'll be a good time. But now it's time we start talking about the next mechanisms, and I really think I'm going to want some more space on this island and in my inventory, so I'm going to take a little bit of time to get these trees chopped down and apparently certain aspects of this island lit up too. Certainly don't want zomboys all over the place. No, no, no. That makes automation very difficult even. You know, as long as the game thinks you're cutting the bottom log of them, you can actually cut multiple trees at once. Something like that. And it's a really fun time. So this next machine is going to use those ferns that we just spent so long trying to get, and it's going to be very important. The ferns are actually mob farms. Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But the methods of actually turning them into mob farms are somewhat eccentric. I do, however, have a machine in mind. So behold the great dirt platform that will hold our space, hopefully, for a while. We are going to need quite the menagerie of machines to be able to pull this off, though, so I'm going to go on a bit of a crafting spree, and I will see you after that. Okay, I should have just about what I need in all of my backpacks and stuff. And, of course, the lovely slimy ferns, which we already have enough of. Our goal with the slimy ferns is to duplicate them, crush them, and turn them into mob drops on a campfire or a stove. And deployers and stuff are going to be what helps us out with that. Oh yeah, you know what? And I think we need some barrels as well. There's always one thing you forget, right? I made an extra barrel, so hooray. I think I'm just going to build these machines from, like, the bottom up just to get a decent bearing about them. I think that's probably the best idea. So here I know needs to be a smart chute, and that is going to be pulling out of this barrel. And what we can do is we can tell the smart chute to only extract one item at a time. That's really important, just one. So that on this side, we could have a belt down here with a brass funnel that also only pulls one. And that is actually going to pull items into a millstone, which, you know, haven't used one of those in a while. That is going to then pull those out right back onto a belt here. I know. It'll make sense once it's done. I just got to get through it. Right on next to the belt, we're going to set down these 3 stoves from Farmer's Delight, which are like campfires, but they have 6 slots instead of just only 4. And then scaffolding just a bit up here. We can tell a mechanical arm to spread all its inputs from the belt onto these stoves and place it. No, thank you. Oh, dang it. Take. Give. Place. Yay! And now that I'm thinking about it, this is too close to our lava farm, so I think I have to move it 1 block back. Shoot. Okay, there we go. I needed some space back here in order to put and power a fan, since the items are actually going to drop on top of this, and so we use a fan to blow it over. We're going to be using fans a whole lot. In fact, I think we're going to have a fan, yeah, right here. Brass funnel here going into the barrel. A depot goes there. A chute underneath of it. Oh, wait. Okay, what we can do instead, because I actually need this block space to be open, is pull a belt out here, chute goes, that's not a chute, chute goes there, and an andesite funnel facing inwards like that. Perfect. Okay, we're going to have a deployer sitting right on top of this belt like that, and we're somewhat nearly done with the machine. We do have to do some stuff underground, though, because we're going to actually be powering this chute with a fan in order for it to force items upwards, and that's really important for this machine, so I'm just going to dig out this little underground chamber here, and of course that should be right in line with this area here. Perfect, so we could use all that for power, and this should be more or less the actual machine blocked out in its entirety. So what's it actually doing? Well, this deployer is going to get a knife, and when a fern comes underneath of it, it'll cut it into 2 fronds. The 2 fronds will go inside of this barrel, and because each of these brass components are only able to move 1 item at a time, it'll split it. 1 will fall in front of this fan, 1 will hit this belt, get crushed, and then be distributed onto these stoves, which is the end goal of this little machine. The purple slimy fern will turn into ender dust, the blue will turn into bone meal, and the green will turn into gunpowder. All 3 of which very important resources for the reactor, which we'll be setting up in just a second. The one that drops down here is going to drop into a special fire and actually be duplicated back into a slimy fern so that the loop continues forever and ever and ever. That special fire we actually already have access to, which is great. All we have to do is actually grow a crop called Demon's Dream. So we can just plant that here and give it some bone meal, and the Demon Dream plant is ours. Demon Dream fruit. Tossing that on the ground in front of our fan here and lighting it on fire with the flint and steel gives us spirit fire, which lasts forever, and that's what we need to duplicate our stuff. And that should be it. That should actually be this entire machine done and dusted. All we need is a little storage system. And that, of course, is properly simple with drawers. We are going to need to set this thing up 2 more times, but I'll do it as it comes up. For now, we need to actually figure out how we want to power this, and I certainly would like some steam engine full speed ahead, so I'm going to grab some more of these components to get this thing running at 256, and hopefully I've built everything correctly and it works. Oh, and one thing I've been meaning to do, this has been very silly of me, is I need to actually hook... Oh, that's weird. Why is the bottom row of this rotating in a different direction? What? Don't do that. Anyways, I wanted to hook these guys all up to each other so that our machines could use all of the stress units. If I'm clever with it, I should only have to hook everything up like that. Ooh, already very nice. Pull some power along the back. Here we can use a vertical facing gearbox to get the power that we need. And of course, finish that off with the cog. So that is spinning. Lovely. We can, of course, use another set of chain drives to get the deployer actually functioning, which is awesome. And I see a spot right here where I can bring power down, grab it, and then snap it into this fan, and it's even moving in the correct direction. That's what you love to see. And then if we're fortuitous enough, we may even be able to get some really easy power gen from that. Items are moving upwards. It's exactly what we want to see there. This system is hooked up. Honestly, that was really easy. That was a super simple rotation management. I'm into that. I'm into that a lot. I should be able to crank it to 256 without a single problem or worry in the world. And I guess assuming I didn't blow anything up, we can start it. I have an extra slimy fern in case. Of course, I'm super nervous for this. And I think this fella we're going to use for gunpowder. But it should be that I can just toss that there and it goes. Yep. It's doing. It's going. I can't believe it. I did it. This fan hasn't been powered yet, though. I feel like maybe we should do that. Yeah, especially because now we're getting item buildup. You know, as much as I don't like spamming belts around for lag, they do make it quite easy to just hook that up. Oh, but it's the wrong direction. Well, that really isn't anything that a gearbox couldn't fix. Wonk. Just like that. There we go. Gunpowder is flowing in. Now, I am going to put these guys with void filters so that we don't get items just dropped on the ground. Did I mess up my intro? Weird. It looks like having the funnel on top of this stove is stopping the arm from being able to output into it. Well, thankfully, that's actually just as easy as moving all of this stuff back by 1. And there we go. We're working full speed, and it should be removing that buildup that we had in there. Perfect, because we don't want this machine to back up at all, because it does sort of rely on the fact that there's only one slimy fern going through it, and that there's no excess inside of this barrel. If anything backed up, the whole machine would break, we'd despawn our items, it'd be very sad. That's why we get extras. So why gunpowder, you're probably asking? Well, it's because we need automatic TNT. Why not, right? But for automatic TNT, we need a few other machines to make it worthwhile. Still, it's actually it's probably useful to hook this thing up right now, and I think I'm gonna do it in kind of an odd way. Like, it's not all gonna make sense why I'm kind of displaying things in a certain way, but I promise it will. We are pretty much out of brass, though, and that's an issue. So I do have to smelt up some more, and honestly, I think I should probably make a system that makes making brass just a little bit easier than it currently is. I only have a few of the seared stuff, but I think I still have like a meltery. Yeah, I still have my meltery left over. And you know what? Maybe we just use like a heater, a seared heater. Yeah, seared heaters are easier to work with because they can just take in like solid fuels. I do need a seared melter again, though. Oh, and am I out of grout completely? No more grout? I'm groutless. Actually, I have enough sand and gravel, and then we have a huge excess of clay, so never mind, we're good. Cook all of this niceness up, and we'll get ourselves a brass setup yet. I also guess this gunpowder farm will be pretty nice when it comes to, like, rocketing around with the elytra if we ever have to go exploring again, which I kind of hope we don't, since exploring takes so much time. And although I have plans on plans for this, I'm pretty sure we need to start, like, the final sequence of this at, like, day 90, or we can't beat it. I think. I have no idea. The last few chapters of this take time, and a lot of it. So it really should be as easy as having both of these seared melters attached to one little pipe network. So the way I really want to do that is to have these fluid pumps on top of it like so, and I don't want these pipes connected, actually, that'd be bad. I want them connected to this basin with, of course, the mixer on top of it. And then just a wee little cogwheel sat right there will power the pumps, and we just need to get a way to power this mechanical mixer, but that comes later. But that should mean I should be able to put as much stuff, or as much copper and as much zinc into these two as I want. We could use a hopper system in order to make it go even better, and it'll all just mix right into brass. Now, there's no way to filter spouts, or like little faucets, I think, but we can filter with a bucket of molten brass like this inside one of the little smart fluid pipes that we've used earlier. So dropping this right onto there and making sure to put in the filter, we can actually attach some fluid tanks to it, come to think of it. And I want this tree gone. I don't like this tree. This tree needs to go away. It's in my way. You can actually spout out of any fluid containers. We could just set it up like this and have ourselves a nice automated brass system just like so. Just got to get some chests underneath of it. And some chests for copper and zinc. Alrighty, rotation time. How do we want to do this? Looks like somewhat cleanly we can just pull a shaft out from here and use that in order to power those guys. And I've just realized I did not put a pump on this end of the machine, so I have to move it back one, but that's fine. Always remember your pumps. And I actually think a mixer will work if you put shafts through it, so we're going to do that to power that pump, which is always cool. And we just need to get the mechanical mixer powered, which is always going to be the bigger problem, but not really actually. Because we can go gearbox, vertical, twist it, cog it, good, beautiful, look at that, we're awesome. And then as you can see in here, we could actually put burnable items. So I'm just gonna go get some charcoal. Cool, 6 blocks of copper for us to smelt on up. That's awesome. And by the way, if you want that to be on the bottom, you could actually just click it like that and it'll switch it to the bottom. It's super cool. And we'll be able to cast our molten copper into 6 blocks, which is gonna give us plenty because I would like to have a lot. We're gonna need to get more copper later for the upgrade of chapter 2 behind me, but that shouldn't be for too long. And right now I have a mind to just make us a stack of brass. That should last us for some amount of time. You know, I suppose having double chests and hoppers here might be a bit excessive if we're not really making more than a stack at a time, but hey, it's a good time altogether. And this should start filling up with the liquids once they start to melt. There's the copper, give me some zinc, there we go, it's gonna mix into brass, and the brass is in here, beautiful. Last thing to do is to power our spout, and that is of course extremely easy, and we have ourselves completely automated brass production, so no more using all that BS over there. This is much nicer. So why do we need all these brass casings? Mechanical crafters, we need a ton of them. This chapter uses a lot of big automated crafting recipes, so we need to invest some brass into it. And it looks like our screwdriver ran out before our electron tubes, but not actually that much before, which is kind of cool. Go, my sweet prince, make me more mechanisms. Whoa! I feel like 16 crafts of these is really going to be more than enough for the series, which is awesome. And I need to bring them over here because a TNT craft is going to take 9 of them. And I think I'm going to do the TNT craft up in the sky, but I think I want to do it in a different direction. Because actually, we're going to want these to be deposited into a dispenser somewhere facing down above, and I think that's going to be high enough for what we need. So we're going to be doing it like this. And unfortunately, sorting stuff like this, it's just not so simple. But we can utilize less brass machines than we would normally need by utilizing actually 2 of the... Well, actually, you know what? It takes the same amount of brass machines to do it like that. You know what? We're just going to use funnels. Actually, no, we're not. I lied. I'm lying. I'm a liar. I'm a bad liar. Oh, my brain is frazzled. You must forgive me. We're going to be using 2 mechanical arms and a large amount of andesite funnels. And we're going to be mapping out the actual pattern for a TNT craft with this. Just have to make sure that these funnels are all facing inwards like so. Very beautiful. And we can start giving a depot in output so that the mechanical arm has some kind of access to this gunpowder. And I actually don't know the TNT recipe by heart. I know. What a fake Minecraft player I am. But now I know that the deposit for the gunpowder is going to be that shape there, taking from there. And for now, I'll just... Oh, dear. Oh dearie me. Wait, you can deposit items directly into mechanical crafters? I didn't know you could do that. I thought you couldn't do that. Okay, can you really do that? I'm not gonna lie, I don't fully trust that, so we'll have to see. Maybe I could power this thing for like a little test run here. Does it work? Oh, wow, I can't believe I didn't know that worked. I don't know why I thought that wouldn't work. It really seems like it would be a thing that would work, right? I don't know what my brain does half the time, really. But hey, that's at least a positive. Makes our life better. Well, for the rest of TNT, we need sand, and we already know how to make sand. We're doing it over there. Igneous extruder time. So this fun little tower here should be able to crush cobblestone into gravel, into sand and flint and clay, but only the sand can end up on this depot where the flint and clay gets ejected right into this lava. That's how I'm imagining it'll work. And then it should be that I can use a mechanical arm in order to take right from that depot and deposit into all of those slots, and it'll definitely be sand. Yep, that seems like the case. Yeah, nice. And then it looks like any sand excess will actually just void itself, which is perfect, I guess. Yeah, cool. No filling up here. Beautiful. And then once I power the mechanical crafters, that will all get going, but of course they have nothing to go into right now, so there's no reason to power them, but it'll be way easy right up there. Let's make ourselves a bit of a dispenser. You know, as annoying as it makes the craft, I've always somewhat loved that dispensers take bows, because it insinuates that the way they work is that there's like a tiny bow on the inside of this thing, just firing things out. I like that idea. That's always cracked me up. Alrighty, but we want this dispenser right here, so we have enough height on it, and the arrow is pointing right into it. Perfect. So that should mean that all I have to do is hook these guys up to power, and they will fill up the dispenser, but no more than that. Once the dispenser is full, it won't be able to make more TNT. It won't be able to put more TNT into the dispenser, and it looks like it is working. Perfect. That is another big machine done. Why do we need TNT? Because we're going to blow stuff up. What are we going to be blowing stuff up? Well, one of the products of the ferns, and also singularities. In real life, a singularity is the center of a black hole where no item or light can escape from. In this pack, it's what happens when you crush crushing wheels and crushing wheels. Yep. That's why we needed so many of these little beauties. And check it out, we're on our last pair of crushing wheels too. Kinda sick. But yeah, we need to make a machine that crushes crushing wheels, which is actually not too bad. We do need to somehow get sticks from way over here and put it wherever we're making the crushing wheels. Or even better, actually, logs way over there. Since we have so many of them, we could just craft them down into sticks real easy. And I have an idea of how we're going to do that. I believe that the humble weighted ejector will be able to help us with this little conundrum of ours, because it's genuinely one of the most powerful machines in the game, because it just kind of allows you to send items really, really far in a really, really fun way. And easy enough, we could just do this, and it'll, yeah, there we go. It'll just shoot items right onto the weighted ejector once, of course, we actually, you know, have space for it. Because this guy does need to be powered, but that will not be hard. Just like that, we should see, oh, right, the issue that doesn't necessarily suck upwards, so it has to be a unique item each time. We can at least probably do this in a better way. And actually, yeah, we can. I just need some of those nether mechanisms again, which are always fun to get a hold of, but hey, it'll give us a bit of a break from all the automation, right? And hopefully I don't get blowed up or killed or whatever horrible thing. This nether and I just have not gotten along. Oh, see, it's like this. I don't really want to hoglin on top of my little platform here. I don't like that much. Wow! Suppose I'll take the pork, though. But at least this thing has been building up for quite a while, so I don't actually think this is going to take very long. 4 spouts got to go off, but yeah, that's not too bad at all. Too bad we don't need these things for anything else. Excellent, excellent. Look at my empire. Beautiful. And zinc casings. Bwamp. Mr. Blaze, do you think you could not do this right now? Why is it always raining? I guess I'm never sleeping, huh? Anyways, if we spend one of our precious diamonds here, we can actually combine it with a zinc machine in order to make a drawer controller, which, if you're familiar with modded, you're probably pretty familiar with. It just allows me to extend drawers in a different kind of weird way, like connect them all together. But we can use that to gain access to all the items inside of these drawers over here without having to worry about anything else. So you can see when I look at it, it represents all the drawers beneath it. That way we can target this guy over here, jump up here, and we can use this to filter out logs. There they are. I knew I had some in my inventory. There we go. Perfect. And that should be easy enough. And now it's just a matter of getting some mechanical crafters all set up. I don't really care about sawing these things for the most efficient plank ratio, so, well, do I? Yes, I do. Not because I care about getting 2 more planks, but because it actually makes it a little bit easier to deal with the item routing of this, I think. So saw goes here, funnel go there, and then, of course, once we have these guys turned into the plank form, we should just be easy peasy lemon squeezy to get them turned into sticks. Like, not even a consideration, really, if you think about it. It's not even a consideration. So here we want to build a crushing wheel crafter setup, because, of course, if we're crushing wheels, we need infinite crushing wheels in order to crush crushing wheels infinitely. But we can use this nice little technique with the wrench in order to get everything all like disconnected in the back and stuff. I'm just gonna make sure I actually hit everything. I should have done this first. We want a sticks center and we want a cobblestone center like that. So sticks are gonna be entering the inner ring, cobblestone enters the outer ring. And that actually should be easy enough for that. And cobblestone, guess what? Igneous extruder. Woo! It's a very cobblestoney kind of chapter. So we should see the ring is now filling up with cobblestone. Yep. I do love myself the igneous extruder. It's just a good machine. It's just a great machine, even. And then I need these saws to be turning this way. So I'll hook both of them up with the encased chain drive since they do have to be turning in the exact same direction. And now I'm in the business of finding a place to extract some RPM from, which is not the benefit of having built this so far out. I also know that we're going to need some RPM funneled on into these cogs here. Think we can do a little something like this. Just route it on over. Can use a cog to bring that up there. So these crushing wheels are now moving and grooving. And they don't actually have an output just yet, which I think I'm going to have output actually here. Why is this slot like locked? Oh, I see I created a dud. Perhaps my good friend, the gearbox and shaft combo, will be here to help? Oh, what are we doing? Hey, 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 calm, 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 peace, peace. Filter. Right. I forgot to do this part. Woof. Okay, and before I fire this thing up, because it will fire up, we do need to make sure we're actually, pushing into something. We'll have it push into this double chest here. That'll come down, and we'll have a set of crushing wheels. Crushing wheels like that, shoot there, and that will store all of the items. I think we'll do this in a depot, because we're going to have to be moving it around. We're going to need to move it somewhere nearer this dispenser, and this shaft here might cause an issue later, but we can do item rerouting later, right? Who needs it? Last little piece of gear spam, not for the series, but just for now, will get us the sticks, and yep, very, very simply, we have ourselves crushing wheels being crushed into singularities. Look at that. That's how you do it. I should probably be marking these quests off. I haven't been doing that. I've been bad. But look, these are really cool, actually. I really like how these look. So this mess is all set up. TNT is going extremely steadily, which is awesome. We now need the other component to this explosive reaction, which is going to be the byproduct of the purple slimy fern machine. And those items need to actually be dropped on the ground underneath of this dispenser. They have to be dropped where TNT will land. So I suppose we actually could begin building the blast chamber just over here, since we'll be able to use water in order to stop the TNT from breaking anything. And I think the best way to do that is to have this little formation here, and we're actually going to use little pressure plates on the side as well, since we're going to want to know when items are present in order to cause a redstone signal. But placing water right there should mean that when TNT is dispensed from the dispenser, it will only be able to land safely in the water. I think even with some variance, it'll still land so that it's sat inside of the water, though I suppose we can put like a glass tube around it or some other blocks to make sure that that does happen. I mean, we certainly don't want this thing breaking on us, yeah. But I don't know if that'll be strictly necessary. I don't know. For now, though, I do need to make that ender slime stuff, and again, it is just going to be this machine right here that I've already built up, so I'm just gonna go ahead and lock in and do that. I have no idea where I'm gonna put this thing. Okay, that should be the machine finished. I've got the fire, I've got the fans, everything's in the right direction, so it should be that I should be able to toss our slimy fern down, and we should be getting the ender dust quite automatically. And, yep, that looks like it's all good. Just need to make sure that it's cooking right, I suppose. But I don't think if it's cooking wrong, there's much I can do about it. And there we go, ender dust. Nice. Now, at the moment, we have ourselves a smart chute here. I am going to remove that. I just wanted to make sure I have the room for that. And, of course, I want to lock this drawer with this key. There we go. And that's the second of the 3 slimy fern machines up and running. And now we have this thing filling on up with ender dust. That's pretty great. Why did that turn into obsidian? That's a weird one. I've never seen that happen before. Or did I spill water over here or something? I have no idea. And what's up with this? Well, we don't have time to worry about that. Okay, so with this processing in the way that we want it to be, that's perfect. We just also need to get the singularities righted over here, and we can begin our little TNT loop. Or at least we can certainly try to. I suppose I probably should have tested if this thing was safe and, like, wouldn't blow up my base, but, how bad could it be, right? In singularities, we have a lot of space in, and I think actually we could just use the mechanical arm here and get a drawer sat there. Do I have a drawer on me? I do. Boop. Something we can do to make our lives a little bit easier is grab some storage downgrades, which will make it so that the drawers can only ever hold 1 stack, since that's the maximum amount of these items that we could blow up at a time. Should be pretty nice. And then really it's just another simple effect of getting some items routed around, so I don't think I'll dilly-dally too much at all. Make sure that's locked. Why am I just ever cursed not to have any vertical cog power? Okay, I can see why that turned into obsidian. Stone it is. Anyways, that's a fairly easy item route, and really the only reason I'm using it like this is just because it's kind of nicer to deal with this, like, with an arm instead of belts. And I like them, they're cute. And there we go, 64 of them. Now we do kind of have to get into a stipend of redstone, but it shouldn't be so bad, especially because of these redstone links here. Redstone links truly are little godsends in the Create mod, as they are quite simply wireless redstone. Very, very useful. And we're going to be using them to control this circuit somewhat precisely. I kind of expect the singularities to process down a bit faster than the ender dust because, I mean, there's just already such a bulk supply of this in there anyways, but we can really regulate this by basically saying that this pressure plate must be depressed before the chute underneath of that will unlock. And we can actually do that somewhat simply with the redstone link. These options here are for keying the redstone link, so I'll do it like that. And then we can place down a chute of a smart variety underneath there. It will start dropping items, but that's okay, because what we can do is we can key it to singularity and shift right-click it with an empty hand, and it will turn into a listener. And so now it has gone and locked this chute. Beautiful. We can also make sure this guy will only pull out 64 singularities from this, which is very important. And I suppose we can keep these safe in our backpack for now. Now we just need a circuit that detects, of course, when something is on this pressure plate. So what we might as well do is use another redstone link and then just key this one to ender dust, if I can find a way to get around to it. This factory really is becoming a bit tight. Boop, boop. Now we basically have a system that says when both the ender dust and the singularity redstone link are on, we're ready to blow up. So we'll want to activate the dispenser. And we can do that with a somewhat simple AND gate, but, well, I'm not going to pretend like I know what I'm doing with redstone. So hopefully I don't screw this up and cause explosion. I guess maybe I should test that the system even works. So if I were to put like a redstone torch here, that should eject the TNT, and it should just fall straight downwards, hitting the water and not exploding my base, right? Working with TNT makes me somewhat nervous. Let's see. You're in the water, right? You're just gonna hurt me? Cool. So basically now what we just have to do is have this redstone torch powered off by default and on when the two pressure plates are depressed. And I'll definitely know how to do that. I can figure it out. I'm very smart. Wait, this is backwards. Oh. Wait, this was much simpler than I thought it was. Hold on, I was all freaky deaky for no reason. Wait. I could just do this, and that should be the AND gate, right? Because only once both of these shut off will the dispenser activate. I think I did it! Ow. But hey, I did redstone, and it's even in, like, an agreeable amount of space. Ooh, look, I've got the whole diagonals. I mean, you know the diagonals. All the professionals do diagonals. Well, anyways, that's cool, actually. I'm happy with that. This should work now. So, basically, it'll just blow up and then, turn into a bunch of items. And the way we pick up those items is pretty simple. In fact, it's the reason I wanted to farm some ender pearls in the first place. Behold, the vacuumulator. This somewhat strange machine has the ability to just suck items right off the ground. Yeah, just like that, into its internal storage. And we can even filter it with lapis. I don't know why lapis, but that is what you use. You make a lapis gear, which doesn't seem that feasible, as well as a list filter, combine them together for an item filter. And now we can pop this in here and set it to only be able to pick up the proper singularities, which are the quantum entangled singularities, the only thing that should pick up. And it should work to some effect that if I just put it here, it should be good. Like, that should pick up everything we need, and then of course we have space to just pull a belt line right off of it, because we are going to need to process these guys down, but it's going to be really helpful to have some kind of buffer storage in between them. I'm pretty sure for some reason these things have a stack size of like 2. So you really very much have to extract quite a lot of them at once. It just doesn't work out otherwise, and I think we'll need a decently sizable drawer as well to make it work. Ooh, and look, we already have power going in the right direction. I love that. Just hook that right on up. Oh yeah. Now there's stuff we got to do with them first, but I think it's a good idea to run like a test of this. This will just keep dropping stacks of ender dust, right? So we might also want to put a limiter on it. Wait a minute. This has stopped working. What? That's weird. Because this other one's still functioning, right? Yeah. I have no idea what happened. Well, I'll get another one of the slimies. I'll make sure to... I will duplicate it. I'm not going to just get rid of it, but we'll have to deal with that. They are very simple to duplicate, though, so it is a very, 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 very easy to run over here and just toss it into the flames. Nice. Get back to work, soldier. Yeah, it's working. Very strange. Anyways, I think it's a good idea to turn this into a stack limited drawer as well. And that way we don't get too much excess going on here. All right, first full test number 1. I should be able to just drop this there. Yep. And then it'll blow up. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Right. What? Drawers don't... I suppose we could just use like a straight up vanilla chest. I mean, that has a lot of storage in it. I don't actually know if it has enough storage for this, though. I mean, is that going to empty this guy out? I mean, maybe. Okay, well, clearly we need some kind of limiter function on this, so when this chest fills up, the machine doesn't function. So we need to add another locking component to this, but that should be actually really easy. But hey, we have quantum integral singularities. Yeah. I don't know why I was Swedish for that moment. Oh, I saved myself. Oh, it stopped again. Oh, wait. Do you think that the explosion is killing the plant? Do you think that's happening? Maybe I just need to encase this with, like, cobblestone so it's not open to the air. We're going to be making ourselves a threshold switch, which will measure the percentage fullness of a chest. So we could say here, this guy faces into the chest, and it will look... Are you kidding me? What, because these aren't full block? Because these aren't actual full items, it can't read their... Okay, we'll use a comparator. Just a regular comparator. Fine. Okay, so if this chest has anything inside of it, just anything at all, this comparator will push an output into this redstone. In fact, actually, I think I could just put the redstone link on the comparator, couldn't I? Yeah! And we'll just key this to quantum singularity, and then we could add a third lock on this machine so that it will not run if there are items in the chest. So no more stuff just blowing up everywhere. Wop, 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 just like that. Okay, so even if I run around back here and replace this, set it to 64, yes, the TNT doesn't happen. Awesome, cool. Okay, cool. That's good. That's good to have a little limiter device on this. We're really going to want that. Really going to want that. But it'll still drop the items as well. And this should process pretty quickly. What we're doing with it is combining it with any dye, and any dye comes from flowers. So guess what? We need to do the third fern farm. Ugh. I'm very tired of these fern farms, but we're very much almost done with this. It's also not a bad idea to just get the blocking of where these little colorful boys will go, and they're just going to go right into a basin with a press above their heads. And as for what we actually do with them, I'm probably going to do underground because it takes so much space, but it is fun. It's a fun little goofy device we have to make. But at the very least, we should be able to drop these guys. What in the world is happening? Hey, I suppose it doesn't have to make that much sense, does it? Anyways, we need dye. Dye needs bone meal needs ferns. I'm just gonna build the farm. Another fern farm. And all right, that should be the last of the fern farms. I should be able to just toss this guy here, and we begin the duplication. Cool, yeah, last thing is just to hook up the collection fan, but of course, that's not even really a part of the farm necessarily. That's the item collection, which I guess is part of the farm, but yeah, whatever. The point is, I'm finally free from making these farms. And I've even went and gone the extra mile and got this system set up where the bone meal will feed into a deployer, that will feed into a vacuumulator, that will feed into a drawer, that will feed into a millstone, that will feed into the basin, and then we'll get the chromatic stuff we need. There we go. I'm stuck. Here, well, there we go. Now I just need to power this big fella, which actually will be really easy now that we have this little setup here, because I can just pull that upwards and gearbox it right on up. There's no room in the basin because it's full of singularities. Is that gonna be like a constant problem? Okay, no, it looks like the dye has found its spot in there. That's good. Maybe I'll have just both of these guys working off of hoppers. I don't know. This thing looks finicky, but we do have it. There is a chromatic singularity in there. And we just need a place to put all of them, so they don't stack with nothing. And I'm deciding on taking the route of vast subterranean space, and for that, I kind of want to make a faster shovel. Now, see, I can't really do a shovel without unbreaking on it. You're asking too much of me here. I actually really don't want fortune on it. Well, I'll take fortune. I've lied. I'll do fortune. That's the shovel I want. Now, to be fair, we actually don't need that much space underneath this thing, but it really is going to make our life a lot easier to have space. So, we're going to do it that way. Here we go. Soon, my beautiful machine. Soon you will be active. Father must dig first. Okay, this should be pretty good. I do need a pair of crushing wheels, but fun fact, it's not that hard for us to get crushing wheels anymore. Yeah, not that hard at all. Powering this system might be a bit of a bummer, but maybe not. But we have to crush the chromatic singularities, and in fact, can I make myself another smart chute? That would be really helpful. Thank you. Hope there is nothing important on that dirt block. Hold on. A little bit of filtering. That's all I wanted. And it took all the red dye out. Okay. I think it might be most reliable to have both of these things functioning by hopper, which is fine. Just want to make sure I make the reliability upgrades. Oh, wait, I don't know what that weird obsession was with powering it via, like, anything other than a sane way of powering it. So, you know, it happens, I guess. Yikes. I forgot to put a shoe. Yep. These don't stack. Nope. These do not stack. Okay, we're just gonna put these in the corner for now. Okay, so what do these turn into? They turn into little paintballs, little goofy paintballs when they get crushed up. There's a few of them, like really there are. But the one we really want is magenta. Of course, there's 5 of them, and the magenta ball is the least possible one to get. So what do we do with all the other ones? Well, we run them through drains. See, there's like a little draining sequence that can happen. Oh yes, oh yes. So we need a lot of drains and a 5-lane belt system, which actually isn't too bad. So the items will come down and they'll hit this center belt, and then what we're going to be using is brass tunnels, which I actually don't have enough of, because these guys are the absolute kings, queens, dukes, and duchesses of item routing, okay? They're crazy. But we can't really do much with them right now because we actually don't have anything to filter with, so we do have to kick these crushing wheels on before actually doing anything, and I'm a little nervous. Are you connected to something, my friend? Oh, you're driving that belt, aren't you? Okay, where can I pull some power into my underground area? Because I really need it. Right here looks pretty open. Yep. I'm pretty sure once I set this off, I mean, things are going to get a little wild. Oh, I forgot to... But yeah, there we go. Okay, so things aren't actually getting wild because I set this up nice. So we got the red ball, we have a yellow ball, a green ball, a blue ball, and a purple ball. Wow, that was perfect. That was exactly all the balls we needed. Don't take that out of context. But essentially, we're going to be filtering these guys so they can only output one specific color. And preferably, we'll be doing it in the order. I think blue is drained from green, green is drained from yellow, yellow is then drained from red. Nice! We are now the master of balls. And now we need a certain amount of item drains for each level. And then, of course, this guy just goes to storage. Lucky for us, item drains really aren't difficult to make. We can just make a stack of sealed mechanisms, turn it into 8 copper machines, and we kind of have everything we need. And I suppose there's the cost of iron bars, but I don't know that's really a cost for us anymore. Boop. Although, then again, I don't actually think 8 drains is enough, because we need, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, we'll see what we can get with 8. Oh, geez, I need to light this thing up before mobs start spawning and absolutely harassing me while I'm trying to be a factory boy. Okay, so red turns into yellow, turns into green, turns into blue, turns into the color we want. And then we just follow this pattern. We're too short. Okay, not too bad. And now we just need to extend all the belts out so that they collect at the end. This is a very belt-heavy machine, but I mean, I think it's kind of one of those necessary evils, you know what I mean? Actually, now that I'm looking at it, we could avoid some beltage here. We just need item vaults, which shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, because what we can do instead is just place a 3-long item vault there, a 2-long item vault here, and a 1-long item vault right there. Very cool. Boop, boop, boop. And then at the edge here, we can use another belt to go and collect all of our nice magentas. We do have to deal with the fact that these drains are going to fill up with a waste product, so we can use a machine called a nullifier, which I think is a zinc machine and a cactus? Do I have cactus? I do not have cactus. Is it actually a cactus? Oh, it's a lava bucket. Oh, whoa. I thought I was going to have to go exploring again, man. My heart was sinking. Sinking right into my chest. Oh, out of my chest. I guess it's already in there, as far as you know. Beep, boop, bap. Nullifiers are great. They'll just void anything that gets input into them, so all we have to do is just have a small pipe network connecting to all these drains, and we can suck everything out into the nullifier. Super cool. I do like it when a machine is simple. I do. Cool. Nice and easy. And the nullifier is going to go right here. Boom. It's just as simple as this. Any fluid that gets pumped into it will be destroyed instantaneously. And this is just a waste product. We do not need it. Oh, yes. It's all coming together now. Ha ha ha. I don't know why I laughed like I'm doing something evil here. I'm just building a factory. But it's evil factory! Anywho, I gotta figure out how to power all this stuff. So, Oh, look, and you can already see it starting. The process is beginning. Yes, come to me, my magenta friends. And I think if I do a little hook, and I do a little whoop, ooh, yeah, baby. Now we need crash What are crafters? What just happened to me? We need crafters. Oh my god. What devilry just occurred inside of my mind? This is exciting though. This is exciting though because we're nearly done with this chapter actually. Honestly, I feel like we've been taking this one pretty quickly. Whoop, like that. Get some of those guys in, and then we can get a gear down there with the gearbox here, and we should begin to mechanically craft chromatic compound! Nearly done with the automation target. Only problem, we have to turn the chromatic compound into radiant compound. There's kind of the normal way of doing that, which is torches, or there's the better way of doing it, which is beacon. So we gotta get a wither. And it is a lot faster and genuinely easier to set up, if not just a bit, scary. Also, I really hope that TNT explosion worked, come to think of it. It actually looks like it did. Really? My machine functions. This is beautiful. This is wonderful. This is a moment in history. This is a moment in history. I like this machine. I like watching this machine, though. I could get real distracted just kind of sitting here. Ooh, look at the colorful paintballs going on their way. Anyhow, rise, my chromatic compound, rise. Also, I need to make sure I'm completing the quests. I need to touch all of the fern leaves and the crushed version, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that, and I'm gonna enchant up a full set of diamond gear so we could take on the wither, and I also need a sword, a looting sword, because we're one skull short. I can't believe we have most of the skulls we need. We really do. Oh yeah, look at us go. Prot 3 and something called sliding, I think. Yeah, it's like this weird... Yeah, you could slide. Anyways, Prot 4, Prot 4, Prot 3, Prot 3. Oh, yeah. Now I need looting, or I'd like it. In fact, I'd really like some looting. Looting would make me very happy. Smite, actually, I'll take it. I do need one more level, which won't be hard. I love this farm so much. Yeah, beautiful. Please give looting as well. Severing! Okay, actually, severing will work for this. Severing is a modded enchantment, of course, but it gives a higher chance of animals or creatures dropping their heads, and I think it's better than looting overall, maybe, possibly? I haven't the slightest clue. We'll find out, I suppose. We'll find out. Anyways, I really shouldn't keep on the automation backpack. That should go away. And I think I would really like some fire resistance potions because I'm particularly bad at the nether we found. If I can find where I put my brewing stand, of course. Oh, there you are. All right, hopefully we can get in, get out, and do this quickly. Whoop. Immediate blaze, but that's okay. I'm not afraid of no blaze, actually. I'm simply not. Surely with the modded severing enchantment, we should be able to hand ourselves a skull pretty well. I'm very glad that we have already gotten 2. That's gonna be a big deal. Wow, there's plenty of wither skeletons as well. Yeah! Oh, did I get a skull immediately? Is that a skull? No, that's a bone. Okay, but the one shot's amazing. This will make life good. Does this turn into wither? Oh, wait, do I have 2 of these already? Okay, so I just need to get 1 more of those. I'm pretty sure I found a skeleton skull and picked it up. This is great. I love modded, but I kind of feel like I already have one of these bones. I may as well just clean up the wither skeletons that are already here. But I think we got off easy mode on this. Easy peasy mode on this, even. So let's say, do we actually have oh my gosh, we do. Wait, but did I pick up a skeleton skull? Oh! Oh my gosh, we got off easy baby mode. Easy baby mode. Because I have this skull in here, and then this skull that I've just kept on a sand block for the entire 100 days. Or like 65. All we need is some soul sand, and I don't really want to go to the nether to mine it up, so we can actually just make it if I had sand on me. Can I have sand, please? What? Oh, there we go. I knew I had some sand. Yeah, we can just haunt this into soul sand. It's pretty great. Now that is cause for celebration. Uh-oh. Something has become stuck here. Oh, are you kidding me? That broke the whole thing? Yeah, that's how it works. All right, I'm actually gonna make some strength potions here because I want a quick, clean, and easy wither fight. I'm not exactly interested in fair play here. And for food, I think I'm just gonna bake up a bunch of potatoes. 24 should be more than enough. Maybe, I hope so at least. Well, we have a god apple. I'll bring that just in case. That feels like a solid plan to me. Oh, and we have a regular golden apple as well. Maybe I'll keep that for the villagers. Ah, hello, day 66. I mean, day 68. Oh my god, it's been that long. Oh, lord. Well, we better move fast here. And by fast, I mean really fast. I have in my heart no love or respect for the wither, so I care not. That being said, I think everyone who's been watching this is somewhat acutely aware of my horrific skills. I actually don't think that'll work. Yes, my miserable skills at Minecraft, so hopefully this isn't the last thing that I do. I shouldn't drink strength yet. There's a little charge-up period. I should drink strength, like, now? I don't know. I don't know. I got a bow, I got a shield, I got the things that I need. Oh, yeah, we're good. Never mind. I don't know why I was nervous. That was silly of me. I forget that you really don't have to prepare for the nether fight, or the wither fight. At least on Java. Bedrock players have it hard. Well, I took too long to prepare for that. That was a waste of time. Shoot. The wither won in the end. Okay. That is really nice, though. Let's make ourselves a beacon, get this thing lit, and I'll show you some real magic, kid. Zoop, dee, whoop. Love it. Blocks. I need more than that. I don't actually need this to be a full-size beacon. I just need a beacon beam. Of course, if you've played this before, you know what I'm doing with it. But if you haven't, that's kind of awesome because it's a really cool feature. I've always really liked it. Though this factory has sort of extended well beyond its boundaries, but I suppose it doesn't really matter at this point, does it? So our beacon buddy is going to go right here. Boy, that is glowy. And we are just going to get this guy lit on 9 blocks of iron, and I don't even have to give it an effect. I just need it to be beaming like that, but I mean, we might as well. How about a little speed? A little speed. Whee! Okay. Oh, we need to get our factorying backpack. We need this one. And I'm pretty sure it's just as easy as doing this. Yep. Okay, stop. They're in the sky now. But that up there, that's the stuff that we need. Whoops-a-daisy on just getting them stuck up in the air like that. I did sort of forget they did that. Though it is somewhat simple to actually pick them back up. Especially if we just have another chest on top of this one with a funnel aiming inwards. That really should do the trick there. I think, at least. Yep. There it goes. Woo! That's awesome. I love this. I actually think this is a really cool feature, and it's just so worth it to do it beacon beam because it's so much easier. Why did that happen? Oh, that's weird. That magenta ball got too close. I wonder why sometimes there's like a weird dud that happens. Like every once in a while, this thing will dud. Well, whatever. That is pretty fast, pretty nice. Definitely it's faster than the input, which is fine. And we have ourselves the refined radiance automated as well as the light fixture automated too. And we are really close to the automation, like really close to the automation goal of this chapter. Just a few more machines. So the first thing we've got to do first and foremost. Oh, that was the sound of me sliding. Whew, I thought that was I was getting creeped. I was not getting creeped, though. I'm okay. Yeah, that's annoying, because I run, jump, and stop a lot in this game, but whatever. Need to pull some power. I think I'm just actually going to pull it from there. Nice. So, we are making radiant sheets, baby! And the radiant sheet, all it has to do is just go into a mechanical crafter. Of course, I need to figure out some elegant way for it to go in the mechanical crafter. I suppose if we want to be sane about it, we could try to bring the items back up to this level, so I could actually put the mechanical crafter, like, here underneath of that deployer, and then we could just use, like, a mechanical arm. It's, like, obviously a bit of a waste, but I think in the end game, it's gonna just be nice to be able to put this up there. And we will want to do some filtering here, so we make sure we're only taking off the actual mechanical, the sheets, not just the radiant alloy, because this stuff doesn't do anything on its own. That is so much already. And then we just cut this guy into a little swarmy army and just need to find a place to put it. Vertical power, anyone? Vertical power? There's never vertical power. Take from there, give to there. Can I place it like here? Yeah. And I think you guys know what comes next. Beep boop. Ta-da! Oh shoot, the chest please. There we go! Radiant induction coils, the automation target for chapter 3. Just gotta make sure I say these are automated, and I gotta make sure to say these are automated. And now we do need to make something called a chromatic resonator, which is the sort of screwdriver of this chapter. Now this is beautiful. This is fantastic. Now the chromatic resonator actually is gonna require me to hit up the caves once again for a little bit because it requires a few gemstones that I just haven't picked up. You need like ruby and sapphire to make it, and it's definitely a pain to make, but you know, it's also possible, so it's not the worst thing in the world. But we would preferably get this thing infinite, you know. I really need to remember more to pick up the modded ores because I keep forgetting that I need them, and then the game's like, hey, you need this, and then I'm like, oh shoot. Actually, we'll grab this ice as well. This ice is going to be useful for the next chapter, believe it or not. Oh, here we go. Rubies, very nice. Oh, a good healthy amount of them too. Nice. And then sapphire, right? I should check actually because I also could be forgetting. But no, yeah, rubies and sapphires. Rubies and sapphires. Surely, surely sapphires are near rubies. I mean, that's how it works in real life, isn't it? That's a joke, by the way. Don't clown me in the comments. Maybe it isn't a joke. Maybe it is real. I don't know. Whichever one's more correct, that's what it is. Found more ruby and even diamonds before I found sapphire. What is happening? Like, I'll take both of them. Don't get me wrong. Oh my gosh. Jeez. Can I buy sapphire from the market? No, what? You can't even buy sapphire from the market. And to even get an infinite one, first of all, I mean, I would need so much. Oh, man. Hoo boy indeed. Oh, hey, look at that. Speaking of money, I just got some more. Oh, whoa. A mob spawner. Well, I don't have any torches. I was just cooking up some charcoal to actually make torches. Hold on. I'll be back for you, bud. Maybe the loot chests will have sapphires in them. No, but that's kind of nice. And another enchanted golden apple. Okay. I suppose I needed another one. And stall. I like stall. Okay, you can stop pranking me with more ruby. I could really super use finding this completely necessary ore. Nope, that's more diamond. I got excited. See, I got excited. I thought that blue was sapphire. I have never been disappointed to see diamonds before in my life, but now I'm finding more diamonds than the actual thing that I need. Like, I need it. Non-optional. Is this sapphire? Oh my god. Finally. It's a whole 4. Oh, yes. Is there more? I don't want to ever have to do this again. That's diamonds. Are you really? And still the diamonds plague me? Okay, well, wow. It's every blue ore in existence right next to each other. Thanks, game. That makes me feel good. Okay, but how much is that? 6? That was only 6? I found how many rubies? 42 rubies and 6 sapphire? Oh, I almost want to keep mining, because don't these, like, resonators take 2? Oh. I guess I can enchant it with unbreaking. Yeah, I think that's going to have to be the play, because this took forever. This took forever. It's day 69. Haha, funny number, but not so funny because we're running out of time. Oh, poo, I ran out of food. Do I have anything in my backpack? I know I've checked it a million times, but maybe this will be different. It's not. Well, I never thought sapphire would be the thing that would make me less confident that we were actually going to be able to do this. But that was a lot of wasted time. Still, we can now make ourselves a resonator, which is extremely important, and resonation station. Please tell me that my unbreaking guy is still alive. No, did I ever have an unbreaking guy? Were you just Fortune? Okay, so I need an unbreaking guy. That's what I'm getting out of this. You, my friend, will become my unbreaking guy because I can do that now. I have golden apples. I just need a spider's eye, a regular old sugarcane, and a regular old mushroom. We're going to do a little bit of alchemy here. That's not what goes in there. Beep, boop, bop, beep. And I'm pretty sure this just goes in raw. If I know my potion brewing, and I think I do. Hooray! Ooh, that is nice. And I'd kind of like to cure my other guy as well, so I think I could just boat this zombie over to him so I can get them both in the splash of the weakness potion. I could have just made multiple weakness potions, but I didn't. I do think I have to evict this fox that keeps screaming at me. Ow. 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 Right. Right. My bad. 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 Why are you still on fire? No! Break the boat! Stop! Water doesn't make you wet if you're in a boat? Okay. I don't know, maybe you had unbreaking on you. Here you go, dude. Just... Maybe I can just directly enchant it? No. Maybe I can get lucky with an enchanted book, perhaps? Wait, do I have an unbreaking book in here? I've got efficiency and sharpness and knockback. Nope. Where are my books? I swore I had leftover books. Why can't I find them? I guess I could just disenchant this sharpness book. I don't think I'm ever gonna use it. Unbreaking 2? I mean, I could do Unbreaking 2. I think Unbreaking 2 can work for now. Yeah, I can work with that. I can live with that. Where is me anvil? Did I lose an entire anvil? It's an anvil, unless it's inside my house. No, I've lost a whole anvil. Seems like a bit of a fantastical thing to misplace, but here we are. Beep. This should help out. And, well, normally I'd be expanding this platform. I don't think that's gonna happen because, we don't have space. So I'm gonna build up another one of these somewhere else. I heard the guy here on up. Okay, cool. So hopefully he had unbreaking on him, because that'd be really useful. But I'm pretty sure he was just my efficiency guy. Yeah. Oh, fortune. Well, that's fine, buddy. I suppose it's only 1 emerald, though, so I could just buy a bunch of books over here and just turn them all in, right? Maybe if I level this guy up. Who knows, right? I don't need these anymore, though, so they can just go away, along with all the other junk I collected. Resonator. Nice. We have ourselves a little semi-automatic system where we can toss our precision mechanisms on and turn them into the inductive mechanisms. Although I would very much like to have a chest at the end of it. Just a chest for now, since this probably isn't the final spot this is going in. We can toss precision mechanisms onto this, and at absolutely light speed, we get inductive mechanisms, baby. And that is the automation for Chapter 3. Dee-dally-dee-dally-dee. Of course, we need an Invar machine, and that takes Invar. Oh dear. Invar sucks. It's annoying. You have to press unprocessed Invar 16 times. And unprocessed Invar is a delightful recipe of nickel and iron dust. So it is that we must get on with the Invaring. But the Invar machines are very powerful and will unlock us some wonderful automation targets. Absolutely wonderful automation events. And another thing is we're getting really, really low, or we are pretty much really, really out of precision mechanisms. And I think this machine works well enough, but of course it's just a bit slow. Like that's not actually a lot in the grand scheme of things anymore. So we need to get this thing functioning way better than it currently is. So yeah, we've got a lot of work cut out for us. Thankfully, with our crushing wheel setup, we should be able to process our nickel dust into plenty of dusts, and it will be really easy to get those stacks and stacks of the iron dust that we need without having to actually go mining for it. Lovely. Of course, we're going to actually want to smelt up our nickel here and cast it, which will, of course, be most wonderful, yes. Alrighty, this process is, as I've said, a bit of a pain, so we're definitely going to want to get it started now. But of course, we start by blasting the nickel compound into the unfinished nickel or whatever it's called. Oh, right, they don't stack because why would they? Where did it all go? Did it get destroyed by just sitting there on the ground? What? Why would that have happened? Why even would that have happened? Well, okay, I just lost a bunch of nickel. Nice. I suppose good to know. Don't do what I just did, which was leave them on the ground. And now the exhilarating process of watching it bonk for a while. I can expand this operation by adding more bonking machines, and I think I will. I mean, I don't really think I need to automate this necessarily. I think that's kind of too big of a process. There we go. 4 times the bonking power. Yes. Perfect. Look at that go. Nice. 7 Invar. I believe we need the sheets, though, to create the... no, just that. Okay, cool. Good thing I didn't crush them down. And I think I'm just going to turn all this Invar into machines because, I mean, they're amazing. They're so great. They unlock the thermal expansion line of objects, which can do a lot of things that the Create Mod stuff can do, but usually in a much smaller space or even just kind of faster. Now, I don't know how much of them we're going to be using because they do require some setup, and we already only have a Create Mod setup, so setting these up might be a bit difficult. But that's Chapter 3 completed, and the actual Invar machines are completely necessary for the next one. And trust me, this next one will not be simple. Though we may also want to open up the Enderium side of things and very much into the box. Chaotic Alchemy, I am actually not going to be doing because it takes too long. But yes, as far as this goes, making money and turning it into silver is a way to automate some Enderium, which is very good. Unfortunately, though, we would have to go back to the end, and I don't know if I have the time for that, but Enderium is really powerful. Like, really powerful. But we have more difficult things to talk about. The Catharsis. This one is gonna get weird. Oh, and in critical news, it looks like my failure to remember to redo my andesite line is biting me in the butt. We just ran out of andesite. Okay, we're gonna have to fix that in a now sort of way. It might not be too bad, though. We'll need some components and an igneous extruder, as well as some of that packed ice I got earlier, and of course a lava bucket, because pretty much I think every single igneous extruder recipe does require lava in some way. And I'm pretty sure I've got everything I need on us. Yes. Alright, emergency repairs, go! I'll bet you'll understand what we're doing, but just in case, we're going to be using a massive line of chutes in order to bring up andesite generated at the bottom of the earth. Even with the igneous extruder, you do still need to have bedrock present for the actual, like, I don't know, creation of andesite to happen, but it won't be a mix or anything like that. We will be going straight for the andesite zone. Oh, hello, bedrock. Just gotta make my way back up there. I think I just decided it'd probably be easier to do it this way. Oh, yeah, this is much more pleasant than what I was doing before. Easy peasy. All right, let's dig a little working chamber and get this thing going lickety-splickety. This shouldn't be too hard to pull off, so I think I am just gonna go for it here. We basically just need this igneous extruder to be sat on top of lava and able to input into these, or on top of bedrock and able to input into these chutes. I'm trying to get it so that I can have a funnel drop the cobblestone out of the igneous extruder onto a hopper, but I would need 1 block deeper to run the fan. I can't do that. It doesn't have to be perfect. We'll figure something out. For instance, I actually could just belt it over like this. Yeah, and just drop the ice back here, and we need some blocks, and I can put the lava right on... Well, I put cobblestone where the lava needs to go. That should kick on. Make an andesite. I love it. Beautiful even. Encased fan go there. And then we can use some encased chain drives and a little bit of clever placement in order to pull power down from that. Cool. The fan should be powered from there. I just need to dig out a little area for us to set up a water wheel engine that we can even hook up to a rotation speed controller because we want the fan moving super quickly so that it actually pushes the items upwards faster. The RPM of the fan makes the items move faster, so that'd be really nice. I think 2 large water wheels should be enough. Almost, most definitely, yes. Oh, cool, and everything's spinning in the right direction. I just do that, and items push upwards, and that's producing. All right, problem solved. We did it. That was DJojo quick fixes because he forgot to do the bit that he said he was gonna do like 30 days ago or something. I have no idea. Back to the service, and we could even follow our lovely andesite. Ooh, look at it go. Oh wait, I didn't put the components in. Hold on. Be faster. There we go. Now we can go up. There we go, 3 at a time. That's the way it should be. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Look at it go. And it's going at just about the right speed, too. Perfect. I love it. Oh, wait. Why does the world look different? Lag. Things are getting a little bit framey having all these different create machines next to each other, and I don't want you guys to have a viewing experience like that, so I am going to turn this off so we can hopefully keep above 60 FPS. But anyways, we need to get started. We need to get started on the next chapter very quickly. We have a lot of these radiant induction coils, but not a lot of these machines, and that's because our chapter 2 is a bit slow, but we can make it faster by adding a lot of spouts, just a huge amount of them. Oh, yes. Hopefully this should be a somewhat quick upgrade. I actually kind of imagine it will be, but I suppose you never know. 16 will probably be enough, I think. Woof, I also really need to do some inventory organization, but that's not happening yet. Oh, the machine backed up and it broke. Okay, well, that's fine. That means it's sort of disabled, which is great. We don't really want it enabled while we're working on it, do we now? Oh, wait. It didn't break. Fascinating. Well, stop happening, please. We're gonna want 12 of these. 12. All the way out to here is where we want this belt to extend, which is as easy as just doing this. Now we just need to hook all these up to some pumps and water, as well as make sure that they're... I mean, actually, this sequence here will still function, I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah, we can attach that. We just need the ejector to be facing back here. Yeah, we can have a depot here. That goes there, and then the depot is going to be the target of a weighted ejector that this particular mechanical crafter is going to be outputting into. Yes! Though I think we can make it somewhat easier on ourselves by using a chest as an intermediary, because it would be a lot nicer to have the mechanical crafter, or this guy down here. There we go. Power that like that. Can power that like that. It's all coming together. Should be that we can power this like that. Yep. Beautiful. And now we just need to hook up a ton of pipes. Beep boop bop, beep boop bop, beep boop bop, beep boop bop. Beautiful. Every other one of these we're going to want a pump running on because it'll just make it so much nicer. It'll stop the water from running out so much. Something like that should be more than sustainable. Hook them all up on the cogs. And then, of course, we just need to drag down a connector pipe to the water and then use a little gearbox short and stout. Boop. Oh, right. And a shaft. Hold on. Yeah. Hopefully this doesn't just completely overstress the windmill because that would be really annoying. Okay, all right, that's gonna be overstressed by quite a lot, I think. Yeah, each one of, ooh. Well, each one of these is just one big water wheel, right? So I could just hook up, a bunch of water wheels to it. Sure, whatever. This episode on Perfectly Scuffed is brought to you by me. I'm just a boy at a time. Oh! Okay, there we go. There's a little stress units extra to work with. There we go. All the fluid pipes are good. These guys should all be hooked up and lovely. So that should mean that I can do this, and it'll go on the belt, and they'll start processing. And it should be that once they make it all the way down, they will be already Certus quartz crystals ready to move. I just need to refuel that, which I can do with a bunch of logs. Hooah! Eventually we'll have a better power system, but not just yet. Rise again, my beautiful machine. Oh, I heard a creeper. Oh, I heard a creeper. Oh. No, buddy, don't. Stop. Come on now, Mr. Creeper. Come here. Actually, you know what? I'll shoot you to death. Oh, but if you drop something, it's gonna... Did it go on my... Oh, nice. You didn't drop anything. First time I've ever been excited about that. But yeah, it looks like this is working. So this should be a constant stream of crystals. The only limiting factor is the speed of this machine, which is admittedly pretty quick. Yeah. This is beautiful. This is exactly the way this was meant to be done. This is great though. Yeah, this is much faster. Okay, cool. So we'll have a steady and ready supply of this stuff available for us whenever we want. And now I think I can take at least a second to clean things up again because, oh boy, did I screw up my backpack. Okay, cool. Nice and pretty inventory. And how many crystals does a boy have after that? Oh, that's actually really fast. Nice. So the only limiting factor is actually every once in a while this thing just, I don't know, randomly stalls, I guess. I have no idea why. I mean, I guess I don't think it needs to be more crystals in there. I think it just weirdly stalls sometimes, but whatever. Let's get to work. So this next chapter is kind of a biggin. Wood, we have sand we can make really easily, so we really need to focus on the weird basalt loop and the weird snowball loop. This chapter uses a kind of insane mechanic of invar machines and cage lamps. We actually got a cage lamp. They're not like difficult to make. I suppose the netherite ones would be. They're not very hard to make, but what you need to do is you have to have an invar machine like this and a cage lamp activated, and then a deployer is going to punch it. And it will fire off a laser, and when it fires off said laser, it'll like charge the contents of a minecart with a hopper. I have no idea. Look, it's complicated. It requires a complicated redstone machine, but we got to do it. And I'll sort of explain it as I go. It's a fun mechanic, but it's going to take a little bit of setup. We're also going to want these minecart unloaders and minecart loaders, which requires something called silica steel. Okay, sure. There's all my nether quartz. Did I spend it? What? I thought I had a bunch of it. I suppose it doesn't matter much. I do kind of need to go to the nether. We need a blaze burner, so I'll just grab some more of it in the nether. Time is sort of the essence here. You know it's got serious when I turned off all the shaders, gentlemen. I also need some of this cobalt. Alrighty, let's see if I can't find some vertical power to get this silica steel mixed up and begin to create all the different resources that we need. So it's charcoal, iron, and quartz. No. Silica steel mix? What about silica steel? Oh, I see. I guess you just smelt it down. What is happening? Steel! No, stop! What? Okay, whatever. Jeez. Strange times are amongst us. But it's fun. It's a cool machine. It really is. It just takes a little bit of oomph to it, you know? So for this chapter, I think we're gonna need to make 2 of these machines. And each one of them require... No, is that not right? Maybe they have to be regular vanilla chests? Is there just no compat? Yeah, okay. I think it's 1 minecart unloader each, and then 2 minecart loaders each. So I actually made the right amount of oh, I'm glad I did. That was not intentional. But this should be enough here. I also need something called a locking rail. Yeah, a powered locking rail. Oh, poo. There we go. That actually should be enough. I only need 2 of them for the whole machine. And the rest of it is just actual regular powered rails anyways, so easy peasy lemon and squeezy if you ask me. Well, actually no, it's powered rails, powered locking rails, and then a special rail from the create mod. How do I make those? There's a lot of minecart contraptions. Controller rails. Not actually bad. I think 6 of them is going to be enough, and the rest I can just make powered rails. This should be enough in this regard, but there's a lot of different resources that we need to set up, and kind of a massive redstone problem to solve. I need comparators. comparators. Do I have comparators, or do I need to get more quartz? I think I need to get more quartz. Ding, dang, dang it. I mean, I've got some soul sand. I could try to wash that. Let's see. That should turn into a decent amount of quartz. Oh, that's not bad. 7? That might be enough. Or it might be 1 short. I actually don't know. We're also kind of low on redstone, but that's not an issue because I believe somewhere we have cinnabar. Yes. Oh, and a lot of redstone. Cool. I am becoming so disorganized. I'm going to be running around doing resource collecting, gathering, all that stuff. Because we need a lot for these machines. So I guess I'll just see you when I'm done with it. And don't worry, in the meantime, I'm going to be processing up tons of mechanisms. Oh, no. Oh, no. We need Constantine. Constantine is molten nickel and molten copper. We need more nickel. Ah! I did keep it, though, so we're actually okay. I'm just being dramatic. Don't worry. In fact, we can even use the little brass machine over here to make it, so that's kind of nice. It is filtered for only Constantine, so I will have to wait until it's done and then, like, remove the filter from this thing, but should be okay. Yes! Or Constantine. Yeah, Constantine. Constantine? Everyone makes fun of me for how I pronounce it. Don't! Alright, I think I'm just about ready to begin to build these machines. I am just gonna try to take down this area over here and build it up because we're actually gonna be powering these guys off of an auxiliary water wheel power instead of a main steam engine, so it can kind of be removed from our factory, but I do need my axe. These machines are big and eclectic, and we're gonna need 2 of them, because why not? Oh boy. I think the best way to start with these machines is actually to build them from the bottom up, since they are just so insanely complicated. In fact, I need to get a lot more stuff out of my bag. And I think I'm just gonna start throwing stuff down here. Hopefully this is good enough, but the beginning of this machine is actually the end of this machine, which is this chest. We're gonna have 2 belts coming off of it, and one of those belts is going to go into a drawer. Not this one, though. I need to unlock that. Hold on. Into a drawer here with a classical combo of funnels and such. Into this chest, we're going to need a smart chute like that, and I actually am going to need some scaffolding blocks as we're going to be going pretty high here. And this is where some of these minecart loaders come in. The unloader is going to go up here, and we're going to sell it to only locked minecarts and activate when the cart is empty, okay? So that redstone control is going to be used later, as this machine needs a lot of really specific timings. We also need to have 2 minecart loaders coming off of it like this. The unloader is going to get this powered locking rail, while a controller rail is going to come onto this guy, and we actually need to build up a little staircase so that we can have a regular rail here and a sloped controller rail here, and we need to extend the staircase 1 back to get 2 of these sloped rails like that. And this should be what we need. We might have to extend it 1 up. Minecarts are a bit finicky. Right here, we need a fence gate, and then bring down 2 blocks like this, hopefully not falling off of them in the process, with a regular powered rail facing this way. And then finally, a weighted ejector will target that rail block and will place it here. So this loop is meant to be able to control where the minecart goes and fill it and unload it with all the resources it needs, and then toss it all the way back. You'll see why all of this later. It's such a big machine, it's difficult to sort of describe all in one go, but we may as well get the actual main functionality of it, which apparently I put into my backpack. I'm so disorganized today. Stop! But that is going to be the Invar machine setup with the cage lamp there. Make sure to turn it on, and then we are going to need a deployer facing into it, and we can do that like this. Beautiful. I think I want the deployer. There we go. Just like that. And the deployer needs to be in punch mode. Perfect. So this is sort of the core of our little machine here, but we need to do a lot of redstone control to actually make sure the minecart is waiting for all the components it needs. So this particular minecart is going to output cart contents to a comparator, and this particular minecart is only going to activate when the cart is full. You'll see. What we also need down here is a machine called an energetic infuser. This is actually going to charge a fleximagnet. In order to make what we need basalt blocks and a charged fleximagnet inside of our minecart. That's what the loaders up there are for. We can just set the fleximagnet inside of here for now, but I will probably, actually maybe not, we'll forget about it. But it does need to enter, and we're actually going to be using an unfiltered output on the top, and you'll see why in just a second. That is going to go into the first minecart loader. So this one, the reason we have it output the minecart contents is because it'll power this rail just enough to push the minecart over to the second loader where our basalt will be, which we want to fill up the cart. Now, this particular output funnel here needs to be locked. So we're going to put a redstone torch on it, and eventually we're going to be using a new machine to run a circuit that will unlock it when necessary. But I can run that redstone line right now, just to get it out of the way. And actually, before we continue to make this, I need a special component that we've never made before, and it starts, I believe, with red alloy, I think? Red ingot alloy? Yeah, this guy here. Because we need to make these platformed plates, so there's a few weird crafts we have to do. We really should only need just a few of these, so I'm only going to make just a few bits of this red alloy stuff. Oh, thank you for that. I suppose making 8 at a time is the... Thank you. Thank you. Okay. All right. How about not doing that? I suppose I need to make 1. Thank you. And then get a filter up so I stop wasting my copper. Okay. Yay. Jeez. Thank you. Now I think I can smelt up the smooth stone into all the little circuit platform things we need. There we go. That looks like absolutely plenty of them. And it should be that with a little bit of andesite alloy, we can put all of this just in our crafting interface and make these platform plates. Yes. Now, these are definitely a bit strange, but they actually cut into some really powerful and useful things, like a powered toggle latch, which we're going to need 1 of for each machine, pulse extenders, which I think we'll need overall 4 of, and pulse repeaters, which I think we'll need 2 of overall. I have no idea, maybe. And while we're over here, we can cut a new machine out of our brass casings, which is called a smart observer. It's an observer, but it's smarter than normal. Oh, yes, oh, yes. Now, you might be wondering what makes an observer smart. I mean, a lot of things. This guy has actually a lot of really cool and powerful uses, but we're actually only going to be using a very simple one. It has the ability to see when an item goes through a funnel. Basically, we need to make sure that the flexomagnet stays inside of the infuser for long enough to charge up, and we can use a series of pulse extenders and pulse repeaters in order to make sure that happens. So the smart observer will see the item go through the funnel, and will make it wait 3 seconds before firing off a pulse. The pulse is going to travel up into a pulse extender in order to hold that pulse for 10 ticks, long enough to open up this funnel and pop it in there. So this is our first little bit of redstone control, but don't worry, there's going to be a ton more. For example, over here, we need to use a comparator output, just like I was talking about before. By getting a little comparator wedged right in there and placing a piece of redstone dust there, when a cart has any item inside of it, the comparator will light up and power this rail pushing the cart forwards. We're going to do a similar mechanism on this side here too. This way, once the cart is full, it'll power this rail, moving it onto the powered locking rail. Now this powered locking rail is very special because this guy will only consider locked minecarts, giving the deployer enough time to activate the cage lamp and beam down before pulling out any items. But we have to do quite a bit of redstone control on this one as well. We'll be using a powered toggle latch set to on initially that will unlock the rail and power it, but the minecart will only get pushed into this fence gate. Behind here, we're going to need a pulse repeater in order to give it about 20 ticks, so about a second of delay, and eventually there'll be a redstone link attached to it. And you'll see what that does in a second, but this system will essentially go back and forth locking and unlocking this. Are you still with me? Because I'm barely with me, and I designed this machine. Very complicated, very powerful. Whew. Of course, our fence gate here also needs a little bit of power to it, so we can do that with another little setup like so. Pulse extender sitting right here, and we'll give it a pulse of about 20 ticks again, so another second long thing. And of course, when this pulse extender is powered, it will open the fence gate. That is the bulk of the redstone control that doesn't use create mod components, but we have these redstone links. Where are they? These redstone links for a reason, but I believe I need to gather up a filter here. Yeah, we don't have a basalt filter right now, and I would like to have this thing filtered somewhat nicely, so we can set up a little preliminary igneous extruder to show how this thing works. This igneous extruder is actually why we grabbed all that ice earlier. So if we have some soul soil on the ground and a little igneous extruder set up with lava here, which I actually should put the igneous extruder down first. So lava goes there, packed ice goes there, and you can see we begin to get cobbled deep slate. I've done something wrong. Blue ice! My bad, blue ice. There we go. Ow, ow. This should be making us delicious, delicious basalt, which is awesome, and we're going to be using that for filtering purposes. But basalt is infinite! And we can mark that off. So a lot has to happen here for this thing to actually be functional. One of those things is we need our deployer locked until the time is quite right. So we're going to lock this thing on basalt, and make sure this is a listener. Oh, right, shield. Listener. There we go. And we're actually going to unlock it when this is powered here. So we'll key this to basalt here. So basically, once the minecart is full, the deployer gets triggered, and it has just enough time to beam the minecart as it gets stuck on this rail. Over here, we're also going going to key this machine to basalt. This is the locking rail. That means that the laser will beam, 1 second will pass, and the minecart will unlock, or will become locked rather, meaning this will begin unloading it, emptying it out into the storage below. And I've actually built this on the wrong side. I have to move this. Hold on. Okay, there we go. So what the machine will do is it will toggle this power toggle latch to switch the state of the locked rail. And the reason we needed it on that side instead of the side that I had it on is because we need to do another comparator output thing that I forgot to set up over here, where the comparator will be outputted to once this guy is full. And actually, you know what? Instead of having a block come up here, we're going to grab more of these redstone links. Oh, dear, it appears to rain. And actually, you know what? We're going to do basalt stone for this key here. I believe, yeah, we need a second redstone link here on basalt stone. So basalt will convey the actual deployer. Basalt stone will convey the powered rail timings, okay? This gets very confusing very quickly, so bear with me if you can. Once this guy gets filled up, it will also trigger the basalt stone key as well. It should also trigger the fence gate, so we'll just key that to bottom basalt, and we'll key you right there to bottom basalt. Boop. One last thing that I forgot, the basalt, so the controller of the deployer actually needs to be hooked up to a redstone torch so it's always active. That is, of course, very important. It needs to be inverted when powered. So we should see that one light up there. Perfect. That should be it on the sense of redstone control. We just obviously need to get the RPM involved. Which actually shouldn't be too bad. We can use a traditional setup down here to get these belts moving in opposite directions. And then for our deployer friend, we can bring out a shaft like so, and then bring down some rotation chain drives and connect them something like this. Last piece of the puzzle, of course, is to power our weighted ejector, which is extremely easy to do with a simple gearbox. And this whole machine will actually run off of 3 large water wheels of power, so we've got no issue on the powering front of things. We also want to make sure that we're filtering this guy only to be the one to come into here, and we're going to need ourselves a dynamo. I was going to use magmatic dynamos, but honestly, they're kind of a lot to manage, so I think I'm just going to use the regular Stirling dynamos that we've been using so far. So we can have a Stirling dynamo going here, and we'll be able to power it through that. In fact, if I have any charcoal on me, I don't. Well, that guy does very much need to be powered, so I think I'm going to give him an entire stack of charcoal blocks, which should last for quite a while. At least hopefully long enough. Now, isn't that just beautiful? So that means we can power this guy right on up, and it should, begin spitting energy directly into this energizer that we can then have go right into the fleximagnet exactly where we need it to be. Now, before we can actually test if I built that thing correctly, we need a lot more of the Hellfire mechanisms, because I need a lot more basalt than just one igneous extruder can provide. That guy, oh, he's going to make it slow. So we need to make a bunch more of the zinc machines, and that means revisiting our lovely Hellfire machining shop. Hopefully for somewhat of the last time. I don't like this place. Alrighty, 2 stacks should hopefully do us for the rest of the playthrough. I have no idea, though. We do kind of use these guys a lot. And actually, no, it probably won't. I think we're going to use all of these. Not all of these, but like half of them on this machine. We need basalt. Nice. I think we're going to start with 4 basalt generators, each, of course, with components inside of them. And, I mean, I've already got the guy up here, so that's not too bad. And that should be everything we need to actually pull this off. It shouldn't be too bad. So we'll be filling this guy with the basalt, and basically I think we're just going to have a belt line and a big old basalt platform to generate it on. At least it seems reasonable to me. With the lava coming into place, this should activate every single one of the igneous extruders, creating basalt. And I can give all the ones that don't have components some delicious components to really speed them up, and of course funnels of which to extract their wonderful resource from. Perfect! Now we just need to get this entire machine powered, which honestly should be easier said. Well, actually should be easy to do and say, because it really is simple. What happened here? Huh? Why are there... Okay. Things are really panning out to be somewhat of a mess here. Oh well. This challenge wasn't build a really pretty factory in 100 days, was it? Boop. There we are. Machines are spinning. Let's see, is everything going in the right direction? Yes, actually. Beautiful. Let's just get this belt powered up, because I forgot about it. Boop. There we are. That should be filling up the basalt loader, I think. Oh no, did I genuinely hook that up to the wrong one? Oh my god, I did. I hooked. Oh. Mistakes happen. Honestly, I'm just gonna fix them with a mechanical arm, I think. Because, boy, that's a big one. Hope I have enough RPM for this. Oh, I can't believe I did that to myself. So we can take from here, give to there. Where could I possibly pull vertical power from? Maybe if I replace that with a gearbox. And then I can set these funnels to only remove one stack at a time so that the mechanical arm's a bit more efficient than it would normally be. And hopefully this does it. I probably have to add another water wheel or two, don't I? Yep, just one more. Just one more. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. That's easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Where's my water wheels? Difficult, difficult, lemon difficult. There we go. And now I can repower the belt, which I believe is that connection. Oh my gosh. And put that there. Well, that's great. There's so much basalt on my floor, isn't there? Okay, but with the fully charged Fluxim acted and the basalt actually going into the right spot, this machine should be primed and ready. Is this cage lamp on or off? Oh, very much on. Okay. I think we're good. The last thing we have to do is just make sure that this is powered, which is very easy to do. We'll just take a little cobblestone and a redstone torch, and there we go. Powered on up. Ooh, and we need to make sure, hold on, more things I'm forgetting. There needs to be a block right here so that the cart doesn't just fly off the rails. But we're good? I should be able to just put a minecart on here, and it should just work. Yep. That seemed right. Cool. Yes. Power it. Fling it. Okay, well that needs to change, but it's empty. Where's the magnet? Right. Just a small filtering issue, but it worked! It actually worked! Oh my gosh, I did not think it was going to. And that charger... Okay, it worked. I just need to extend, like I was saying I thought I was going to, but you know what we do? We just need to extend this thing up by one. I don't know what gets so finicky. I don't know why it gets so finicky with the minecarts and stuff like that, but it should be that I can now send this down, and we'll have a fully functioning system. Yep, that works, send it over, come on. Yes! Yes, it goes down, it fills up. It works, Okay, God, this machine is so eclectic. But we have them. We have the things that we need. The basalt shard, and we're not getting any regular basalt blocks, which means everything is working as intended. Bam! Ow, it really hurts to stand next to this, so just, I guess I need to be carefuler than that. I am going to put a voiding upgrade on this, because if this ever fills up, it can cause some pretty big issues, so we're going to go do that, and that's one of the two of these that we need. The basalt shards, by the way, are eventually going to be used in the silicon processing line. Same with the ice charges we have to do, which is used with snowballs instead of basalt. But that's the only difference of the machine, except for the fact it's not a fleximagnet, it's an entropy manipulator inside of the minecart. But the other machine I'm going to build, I'm just going to build it, no commentary, because it's literally the exact same thing. And hopefully it's the exact same functioning thing. Okay, that should be this machine nearly done. We just need to actually get the proper inputs working, but it looks like directionality's functional. Oh, and I don't have the deployer configured correctly. I just looked up at it and realized that it is not in punch mode. Fix. Oh boy, I certainly rushed right through that, but we need to get snowballs into this minecart loader. This one, not any other one. And in order to do that, we actually need one of our first Invar machines. A blast chiller, which is not too expensive, but is going to cost us a bunch of Invar. In fact, I don't even know that we have that Invar. We may have to go and make some more. We have one. Okay, well, sure. I'll make 12 more Invar, hopefully this time not losing any of it. Smelt my beautiful compound. And of course, we can use the great bonking machine here to help us out. Alrighty, 12 is going to be enough for what we need, but maybe not in the long run. Actually, 12 is surprisingly little of this stuff, because it's 4 of them per 1 gear. 1 gear is 4 of them, so we only have 4 left over from that. Alas, it must be done. Blast chiller. And I'm actually going to need a sheet of nickel. This is where we actually start using our nickel ingots. I believe it's a sheet of nickel. Let me check, hold on. Because we have to make this thing called a ball cast. And yeah, that is a sheet of nickel. Bonk, please turn into a ball cast. Thank you. So we can put our blast chiller here and slot the ball cast into it. And then we're going to have brass funnels pulling out of it so that it pulls full stacks at a time, since it makes 4 snowballs at once, pulling right on into this here. Now we just need to fuel it with power and water, actually. And of course, both power and water are very easy. We are just going to be using the good old Stirling Dynamo friends of ours. They're just really useful. And I forgot to put components in this guy, which will really help us get more energy into that. Perfect. And now that I'm looking at this machine, something just whiffed. What happened to my Fleximagnet? Okay. That's unfortunate. I don't know why that happened. I think maybe power ran out in this thing because we didn't actually have the right components in this. That may be what happened, actually. Water is also exceedingly simple. Hold on, we actually could do this a lot easier. Aqueous accumulators, I think, will push their contents, or we could tell them to push their contents. So that would make doing this a lot easier, and I believe I have all the things I need for a copper machine. Copper, what are they called? Copper machine. Okay, I don't know. Fine. I typed it wrong. That's not a bucket. Bap. Aqueous. Okay, so we're going to need to pull a little bit of extra RPM out of this one as well. Fine. Suppose in testing I should have remembered these inputs. But I didn't. That should overstress, and we actually need 2 more of these water wheels. Still, not an issue. And that should go. Cool water should flood right into this machine. Once I tell it, it can auto input on the bottom. Hey! And then it should be able to be pulled out of the side there on the output segment. This belt needs to be powered. Oh dear. Please be spinning in the right direction. Nope. That should be pulling in the right direction. Yes! Now all we have to do is power this thing by putting a bunch of charcoal in it. You guys know the deal. Almost done, almost done, almost done. Well, hopefully almost done. I don't know if any of the redstone works. I haven't tested it. Probably does, right? We all know me. Okay, power is given. This does not make snowballs super quickly. So actually, we probably want to put components in it. Hopefully, it won't overconsume energy at that point, but I don't think it will. I can't imagine it costs that much energy to make snowballs. And the system of manually fueling our machines isn't great, but should hopefully get us to space. Yeah, cool. It doesn't even consume more than what it's producing. Nice. And that goes a lot faster now. Lovely. Okay, that seems pretty good. There comes now only one way to test the machine. The entropy manipulator is fully charged and placed within. The snowballs are primed and ready. I think I have everything ready. Go. That looks like it was a good sign, actually. Okay, it looks like it just did the entropy manipulator thing, which is fine. Yep, that made blitz cubes. That's exactly what we're looking for. Grab that, put those in there. Entropy manipulator, my friend. Get on in there, bud. Uh-huh. Really? I did it! I didn't think I would have. Oh, yes! Oh, yes! And this thing actually produces a lot of snowballs really quickly. Wait. Is that not filling up the minecart? I feel like it isn't filling up the minecart. Oh, no. Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. Woo! Oh, that's nice. That's nice, though. That's really nice. Huzzah! But it's about to be day 80. It's like day 79 right now, so we got to keep on moving and grooving and going. But this machine actually looks really cool. Oh, and I got to put voiding upgrades on the cube ones, because if it foils up, we're going to be very unhappy. So now we have to take both of these things and actually just crush them in crushing wheels, and then we will get the ability to turn their crushed variants by packing them down into the ice charges and stuff we need to eventually make silicon. But as you can see, for the earth charge, we have to do a bunch of stuff to sand before we can touch it. But now we need to make a lot of weird little things, because we need to do a really odd sand processing line. We have to fluid encapsulate water into the sand to turn it into sand balls, and then use an item drain on the sand balls to get fine sand and sand chunks. Then we need an induction smelter for earth charges and sand chunks in order to make purified sand, where we can finally press them down. But we also need coke chunks, which is a little processing line of water and sawing. But coke you get from a pyrolyzer, which also produces some creosote oil on the side. Not tar, though, because we're going to be using charcoal, since that's what we have automatically. And all of these guys cost some weird kind of gear. We need copper, we need more invar, and we need signalum, which is an unfortunate desire of ours. Now, if we make a fractioning still, we could actually turn destabilized redstone into signalum, but I believe otherwise we need some molten signalum, which is redstone, copper, and silver's a real pain to get. So let's go check out what a fractioning still costs, and it's more invar. My point is, we're running low on nickel, and that's a problem. We need a lot more of it. So I'm gonna leave all of our machines chunk loaded, although this one is starting to make me quite a bit nervous. I think I might just put a block, or or like a glass block up there to stop items from floating upwards too much. Just like this, so that at least items won't go crazy if they end up filling up too much. Hopefully it won't. And yeah, we really got to find ourselves some nickel. And I'd like to see if we can get ourselves to an efficiency 5 pickaxe just to help us out with everything. So I think I'm going to do a little bit of enchantment cycling and stuff in order to see if we can get that. I can also use this XP-ified ore to actually gain a level every single time I use it. So that's super useful. Oh, perfect. Efficiency 4. That's exactly what I was looking for. Great. I'm not even upset because we have these efficiency 2 books that we can combine like this. What? How did I get a quick... Wait, huh? Didn't I? Why did you give me... What? He gave me a quick charge. I didn't ask for a quick charge book. Sure, quick charge. Okay, anyways, I have efficiency 3, which I can combine with this pickaxe to get efficiency 4, and then combining these 2 pickaxes to get efficiency 5. Doot, doot, doot. Very nice. And now, of course, it's back to the mines. It actually looks like we're somewhat in luck in the sense that nickel actually seems to spawn at a seemingly high value at about Y level 33, which is where we're at right here. And oh, how I missed you, efficiency 5. I really, really did. My little mining cave is just fully exited into the ocean with not a piece of nickel inside. What? Why aren't those guys working? Huh? I haven't seen any nickel, so maybe I should try my luck deeper in the world, I guess? I really am tired of going caving all the time, caving. I just want to strip mine for something and get it. I believe it also has a pretty good chance to spawn somewhere around -5 too, so we'll check out here. There it is. Okay, cool. I'm gonna trust that a lot more than I trusted the other numbers because we immediately found it. Ah, and again, diamonds before anything else that I want. I want more nickel. Oh, wait, I could buy nickel. Could I sell diamonds, actually, now that I think about it? I can. Wait, I can turn diamonds into nickel. Oh! Well, what am I doing down here? I have so many diamonds. So let's see, I should have plenty of money from the few quests, or just that one. Okay, that's fine. But hopefully that's enough to get me the mining profession. Yeah, it is. Cool, so now I have a mining profession card that I can slot into here and sell my diamonds with. What else could I sell? Limestone, crushed ores, cinnabars. Oh, not bad. I can sell my rubies. Lapis, that's a good one. We have way too much of that. Diamonds, of course. Oh, that's interesting. These are automatable. Ooh. Well, I'm just going to sell like 27 diamonds. I don't really need this many diamonds. And this doesn't even consume a lot of FE, so I could just let this run. And this might mean we can finally make ourselves a few of the infinite tools as well in case we need them. Oh, we're moving up in the world. Oh yeah, this is good. So that means I should be able to purchase the nickel shipment or even the Invar shipment. Oh my gosh, there's an Invar shipment. Yeah, I'll just do that. Oh wait, no, 4 Invar takes 64 silver, but 1 nickel takes 8 nickel takes 32. Well, why did I do that? I'd rather just process the nickel. It's like a ridiculous upcharge. So it's just 32 turns into 8? That's 8 Invar. That's really good. I guess I'll just turn this all into the Invar because the other ingredient is iron dust, which we have out of our eyeballs. Like, we're good. And I suppose we could spend a lot of stuff on the miner profession as well, which is pretty nice. Alrighty, in you go. Of course, that's only actually enough for exactly what we're doing here because I believe the induction smelter and the fractioning still both require Invar. But I also want to make something called a pulverizer to process our ores down much better than before. Ah, no! What? Why? Why? Where'd all of it go? Where'd all of my unprocessed Invar ingots go? No! No! You guys saw them. You guys saw them vanish. What? Why? Why did you die? What? Ugh, I'm not doing it. Yeah, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. I'm reclaiming what I lost, and you guys can complain all you want. It stole it from me, and I don't have the time for it to unsteal it from me. I gave myself one too many. There we go. Oh, why are we backed up here? Ah, we ran out of power. That makes sense. Easy fix, easy fix. Well, blind panicking aside, we need to make ourselves some Invar gears. Ah, yes. 4 of them should be enough. I have an Invar left. Can I turn that into what I think I can turn that into? I want to make something called a flux duct. I need 2 of them. Let's work here sequentially. Let's make a pulverizer, actually, because that's going to allow us to get more nickel. So flux ducts are energy pipes. They'll allow us to connect multiple of our little energy machines together, which is going to be super useful. Essentially, we can just place the flux ducts connected to each other, and they become one little unit. Can't believe I ran out of copper. Luckily, we have a bunch of crushed raw copper, but I'd really like to make this pulverizer before actually crushing the copper down. I swore I had more copper than this. What did I do with it? I'll take like a bit of this copper and send it through crushing wheels and processing. Not all of it though, because we really are going to get a better way of doing this. This is like final stage ore processing. Okay, pulverizer get. Perfect. And we are going to hit these guys with components. We should probably hit the pulverizer with components, and that's what I was saying. Like, we're already running out of our zinc machines from earlier, so we're definitely going to have to do another run around to that area. I suppose it'll have to be fine. For now, though, I can kick both of these guys on to fill this guy up with tons of power. And if we put this crushed ore inside of the pulverizer, it is somewhat slow, but it will pulverize it into an even better ratio than crushing wheels because it guarantees crushing the crushed ore, again, into 6 every single time. So there's no variance. Now, something we can do to make it run faster is create this flux linkage amplifier, which isn't horrible, but it does require some constantin, which we found earlier we can make somewhat simply. Of course, it requires nickel, but this will definitely allow our nickel processing to get a lot more, even at just the 6 that we have. And lead too, since we always need that. I am afraid that we might need to be getting a better source of power, and that really will involve having to go back to the end dimension. Yes, I know, back to the end dimension, and a lot of annoying stuff, but it might just be the best way to go about these things. I'm not sure. In any case, I very much want my nickel actually being the thing crushed up right now in the pulverizer, so I will remove and stop the copper processing and replace it with nickel processing. We won't get all the nickel in the world, but we should get a pretty decent amount. Basically, 12 ingots should come out of this. Very nice. Doop. And I may as well pulverize up some lead because we're going to have to be using it, I think, for the... Is it fractioning stuff? What do we use this for? Oh, right, the flux linkage amplifier. Yes, very expensive on the lead, but a particularly good upgrade overall. Here we go. This shouldn't push it over the edge, but it should make it run that much faster. Very nice. This now is consuming what about 1 of these produces. All right, let's move on by making the fractioning still. Oh, we appear to be out of the actual Invar casings. Okay, how do I make those? Or Invar machines, which is just stone and Invar. Gotcha. Wouldn't happen to have any of those floating around here, would I? I do actually happen to have them floating around. Okay, awesome. Glad I checked. Fractioning still. So this fella will help us with turning certain buckets of liquid into other buckets of liquid. Very cool. So it looks like I can hold 4 buckets normally, but I think we're going to want to put components into this guy, so that should be able to expand its internal capacity. Boop. Indeed to 12. And remember, we're doing this because for a pyrolyzer, we need signalum, and the easiest way to get signalum, I think, is to get it in a fractioning still. We can destabilize redstone just in a smeltery, which is going to be really helpful for us. And once our gold's done pulverizing, I'll put the rest of our cinnabar in there because cinnabar actually pulverizes into a little bit more redstone inside of a pulverizer. I don't actually have that much cinnabar left over, though. I kind of thought we had more than that. I feel like I remember you can actually cast into buckets. Yes, very nice. And I think we really want to be doing this right now because if I remember correctly, the fractioning still is slow. Nope, the fractioning still is extremely fast. Why did I think it was slow? I couldn't tell you. Well, that's nice at least. But I'm afraid we're not having enough redstone for this. Well, actually, we have the exact amount of redstone. Like, sans 1 redstone, we have the exact amount. So I guess that works in a way. And that is going to be our 8 signalum. Very important. We can make the 2 gears that we need with this for the pyrolyzer, and we are that much closer to it. Not a whole lot, but that much. And though we are completely smack out of redstone. And that's a problem. Yeah, no, we can't be out of redstone. We still need redstone for a lot of things. I'm just gonna run around checking these chests, but I'm pretty sure we're out. Can I buy cinnabar? 16 silver? Ooh, that's actually really good. Good price on cinnabar. I am really glad for this little machine here. It's making our lives quite a bit easier at the moment. This will turn into a decent amount of redstone. A decent amount. Definitely not all the redstone we're going to need. We're probably going to run into issues again. But yeah. Crush up, my redstoney friend. That should be the pyrolyzer in our hands. Very nice, and I should probably start removing stuff that we already have. Now we still need an induction smelter, which is not too bad, and a fluid encapsulator, also not too bad. Fluid encapsulator, and the induction smelter. Okay, cool. So these blizz cubes basically just get processed right into the thing we need them to be, so I'm not going to worry about them too much. It is these guys over here. Their processing line is going to be quite a lot bit more significant. They need to be combined with all the madness, but truth be told, I think I could just build all this nutcase stuff way out over here, and we should be okay. I'm also going to put some drawer upgrades in these because they're actually working pretty fast, and it would honestly be great if I could just produce so much of this stuff, just completely overproduce so much of this stuff that we don't really have to worry about keeping it fueled. That would make life a lot better. So I think I'm going to put diamond tier upgrades in both of them, since that actually only costs 4 diamonds, if you can believe it. Because I believe it's just going to look something like this, right? Yep, diamond tier upgrades, and that's going to give us 16 times more stacks inside of this thing. So that's hundreds of thousands of these objects, and that hopefully should actually last us for a while. So keep going, little buddies. I forgot how fast these machines run. All right, let's do the sand madness first, because that is just a simple igneous extruder crushing wheel setup. So give me a second to get that guy running. Alright, the igneous extruder is live, and it'll only output once it has a full stack inside of it. We do need to bring power over to this thing, preferably main power over to this thing, but I guess we could wait on that for a second, I don't know. But the way this should work is sand, and only sand will go right on into here. There will be water, there will be power, it'll turn it into the sand balls, which will get drained onto this item drain. Of course, we need a little bit of extra filtering for this, and what we can say is anything that isn't sand is just going to be dumped out the back of this guy. Something just like this and there. Nope, put it in. There we go. And then we can put some lava trashing here. Not bad. Of course, for water, it's really easy enough to just grab a pump and actually place it underneath of this thing and allow it to input from the bottom. Boom, right there. And honestly, I'm thinking we can drag that power over here and pull main power up through this cog line. Hello, beautiful main power. Nice. Pump is functioning very quickly. All we have to do is actually give it some water to be sucking up, which is, of course, a super duper easy. There, and that guy's filling up crazy fast. Nice, 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 nice. From here, all we have to do is get these gearboxes powered, which we can do with a little bit of encased chain drive action. I still want to call them linear chain drives. I don't know why. My brain is just shutting down. Whoopsie poopsie. Put it over the wrong one. Oh my god, my brain really is just shutting down. We're getting so close to when we need to be done. Oh, that's not spinning in the right direction whatsoever. Nothing a little gearbox couldn't fix, though. Hi-ya! Ta-da! Okay, so we should be getting trash out the back, sand in the encapsulator. Beautiful. Let's just get the trashing system set up while we're thinking about it. Oh boy, we're getting a lot of item build up there. That's not good. I think I'll send some more inductive mechanisms down the line, huh? Just get that trashing. My gosh, navigating this place is a nightmare. I mean, a nightmare of my own doing, but I don't have time to make it look nice. We'll work on powering this in just a bit, but there's more I want to do with it. First of all, I really think we need ourselves a depot here in order to catch the items that come off of it. So the sand fluid will stay inside of it, where the actual crushed sand item will come out onto this depot, where we need to combine it with what? I forget. Let's just take a look at the progression line. Sand ball turns into sand chunks, turns into purified sand inside of the induction smelter, so our induction-y boy is going to go right over here, like that. Also, perfectly in line with the blizz cubes. Right. Whoops. I don't know why I did this like this, but I did it, and that's how we're doing it. Wham! Bam! Okay, cool. So this is the sand chunk line into the induction smelter, giving us purified sand that we need to compact with the coke chunks and the fine sand into a basin. So I think we'll use a hopper into a basin here. Oh, and of course we need to make sure we have auto output and auto input set up, just like that. Perfect. We're also going to need a piping system to pull the fine sand out of this guy, so we'll have a pump sitting right here, and then we could pull some gear power right out of this. Actually, I think I'm going to run this one under the ground just to save us a little bit of space. So something like this, because I want to be able to have another hopper system here for the coke chunks, because that is where this pyrolyzer is going to come in. So we're just going to put the pyrolyzer right on top of a hopper. Ooh, this guy is going to go right here like that. Now, we do need to power it, we do need to give it charcoal, and we do need to pull out the coke goodies from it, which is going to be a bit annoying, but we can do that right into a nullifier. So I think I should go make one of those right now, which I believe is a zinc machine. And I actually, hold on, is it a zinc machine? Because we're out of zinc machines. Yep, okay, well, I did say we'd have to go back. Oh, I feel like that took forever, but we have 60 15 more zinc machines, and maybe it didn't take forever. Maybe I'm just losing my mind in my sense of time. I have no idea if this challenge is possible. Oh, but I have to try. Pump goes here, and a nullifier goes there, and that should get that powered in the way that we need it to, and I do need to route some gears around. It might actually be better for us to move the nullifier a bit, like, wait, I can put it here, because then what we could do is run the pipes like that, make this a glass pipe so it doesn't connect there, and then we could just use this to pull out the back of this thing, which we do need, of course, to auto output on the back. Oh, sorry, auto output on the side, nothing on the back. And then, of course, we need to auto output on the bottom, and we're probably going to input on the top. I don't know, because we have to get charcoal into this thing, and I don't know where to make charcoal. I mean, like, luckily, way over here, we have our logs, and we're producing tons of them. Like, a lot of them. I guess not tons of them. I mean, I suppose we could build another tree farm over here. Do I really want to do that, though? No. Might I have to do that in order to make this function? Potentially, yes. But maybe we should think about how to actually get these things powered, now that I think about it. And actually, I could remove this cog now, which makes the powering somewhat simple, because we could actually just run flex ducts just like this, and that will supply power to literally every single one of these things. We just need an actual power source for it. And these guys are definitely going to take a lot of power working all on their own, and I think maybe we want a better and more infinite source of power, so maybe it's time. I think it is. I think we just have to double down and do this. I have been going back and forth with myself on whether or not I was going to do this, but I think we have to. We got to go to the end. Again, we need chorus fruit. I forgot to get chorus fruit. Ah, I'm such a fool for that. I should have picked it up. Where's my elytra? Please, where is my elytra? Oh, it's right here. I was looking at it. I'm panicking. This is going to take a while, but with the elytra, it should not take too long a while. But basically, I want to be able to make this stuff called Inderium, okay? Inderium ingots. They go inside of induction smelters, and they cost 4 underdust, 1 silver ingot, and 1 chorus fruit to make one of them. And we need 8 of them to make 1 abstract machine, which will allow us to create stuff like ender tanks that can teleport items across dimensions, and that will give us infinite lava, infinite fuel, infinite power. Now, thankfully, I've been gathering up some of the resources in order to make rockets, just in case I decided to do this, and it looks like we're doing it. So we at least will have paper. Obviously, we have gunpowder because we have that gunpowder farm going on over there, so that all shouldn't be an issue. And I even just have gunpowder. So, like, maybe it shouldn't be too long, probably, possibly. Where's my marker for this thing? I marked it, didn't I? Okay, cool. I hope I can make this a quick one, especially considering I don't have any enchantments on my elytra, and I don't have unbreaking books, so we're just going raw here. And you know what? For a little bit of future prep, I'll put water there. Okay, into the end. Okay, we're through. At least easy peasy chorus fruit, right? It's not taking too long for us to get this. And although you can automate it with certain machines, they're very expensive. They're very difficult to set up, very difficult to make work reliably. So we are just going to go for the easiest possible route. I kind of want to see what that Enderman has in his backpack, actually. Detour. I just want to see it. I just want to know. Just a little curious fella. It's cool that he has a backpack on. I think that's neat. Buddy, will you get in? I've learned that you could, like... Oh, you can't punch them. Well, whatever. Just get in the boat. Yeah, thank you, sir. Oh my gosh, this dude's like immune to damage, too. Wow. Hey, he actually dropped his backpack. What is in you? Oh! Hey, not bad, actually. And no sliding on them. Ooh. Actually decent. Cool, glad I did that. Anyways, back to the chorus grind. Well, not grind, really. I just need a lot of them. I'm just going to pick up a ton of chorus root. I don't know how many of these Endurium machines I'm going to want to make, but I'm going to want to make a few. That much I'm aware of. All right, that's definitely going to be enough. Perfect. Let's head home. At least the home trip is going to be a lot faster, since it should just put me on my bed. Alrighty, End Island. Thank you for being kind to me, but I am gone. Yep, and we're home. Beautiful. Whoa, what day is it? 84! Oh, dear! That's admittedly not a whole lot of time. Nothing to do but keep pushing, I suppose. Well, in order to get silver ingots, we need silver coins. What are you talking about, D-Jojo? Well, each one of these coins is actually a nugget of silver. Yep, only 1 nugget, and this machine is sort of occupied making us a large amount of these electron tubes at the moment, so we'll have to use a different melter setup. I don't think we're in a lot of trouble, though. This is about 7 ingots a piece, so, well, kind of, that does suck. That's a lot. Well, whatever, I've got no time to dilly and or dally. I'm just gonna start making stuff. Easy enough to get ourselves another meltery up and running, and of course I can get stuff hoppered right on into it once I actually remember to make some more chests. There we go, just like that. Beautiful. I'm pretty much just gonna send our silver right into the machine, and we do need some lava in order to fuel it, but lava comes pretty cheap these days, I feel, and it's about to come a whole lot cheaper. And here comes the silver, and we can do this to start auto-casting it, which is really nice, and get our first of the silver ingots. Very good. Of course, we actually need another induction smelter that we made, which is really unfortunate, considering that means we need more invar, and I don't really think we have much more nickel, even though we did all that nickel smelting earlier. I believe we just used it, right? Oh, no, never mind. It's right here. Well, we're about to. Oh, I remembered nickel being a problem in this pack. Now, this time, we're not going to just delete the items, right? I'm going to sit right here, okay? I'm just going to sit right here, and the second I see them turn, I'm running forward and grabbing them. No waiting around. No, no, no. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Yes? Is this all of my things? This better be all my things. This better be all my things. 10, 11, 12. Good! Why does it sometimes delete my nice things? Induction smelter number 2! Boop! So, we look like we can make 16 of these pretty comfortably, which is fine with me. I'm pretty sure, yeah, I saved a ton of this stuff, and now, of course, we can grab some chorus fruit, put that in there, put that in there, put that in there. Oh, that is really slow, and this is only going to make us 2 machines. We're already at a silver. I think that's it. We just have to sell the rest of our diamonds. I mean, I'm sure we could find more if we needed to. Go, my silvery fellows. Go into the afterlife. This takes a while. Think I might use one of these zinc machines to get us some more components to speed that up, and I could also transfer the flux linkage amplifier from the other guy into this dude. Let's just make sure it's, yeah, okay. Does not consume that much RF, which is great, or FE, or whatever it is. This should be fine. Yes. These guys will produce more than enough. Ha ha ha, yes. Perfect, though. Actually, this is great. In fact, I feel like making another flux linkage amplifier, because why not? I can. I'm allowed to. I'm a big boy. Get on in there. Yes. Perfect. Look at that. And now I can run on over here and make or grab rather the inductive mechanisms, because inductive mechanisms are the ones that are combined with Enderium in order to get the abstract mechanisms is what they're called. Cool name, honestly. Oh, that's much faster, too. I like this recipe more. It is kind of a shame, though, that I didn't end up actually doing any of the completion stuff for this, because we actually would have gotten a few of them. I mean, can I actually? Oh, wait, can I actually? Okay, hold on. Let's see if we could actually pull this off, because that'd be really nice. Do I have any end stone? Apparently, you need end stone for one of the quest books. For one of the quests. Okay. You know what? I'm just... complete. Yes. I've been to the end, okay? I've been to the end. Been to the end. I got chorus. Don't be mean to me. Thank you. Okay, now I go ahead edit mode, alright? Look at how mean it was being to me. Chorus flower. What a joke. I've got the things. Don't make me not have the things. Keep making Enderium. And now for ender casings, I believe it's obsidian and ender pearls, which is actually kind of a cool recipe. Yeah, very cool. So we get 2 ender casings out of this, and by completing that, we complete Chapter 3A, and that means we get a few little extra ingredients to help us out on our journey here, which is going to be fantastical. Yeah, these actually are a really big deal. Like, super huge, mega awesome ultra deal, because all I have to do is make 2 of these little ender tanks, and we have with us probably the greatest source of power that we can get in the game, since it's completely fully automatic, infinite, and very powerful. We do have to head to the nether really quick, though. Go away. Go to sleep. Yeah. Sleepy gas. So we can commandeer this little lava supply right here and put it into the ender tank, where it will just infinitely fill up with the lava. And now any other ender tank that has white on the top will also have that infinite supply of lava, and this place is chunk loaded. So we are gonna switch to lava power generation for certain parts of the machines, because we can, and it'll be infinite and really easy to keep up. Hooray, 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 hooray. I'm pretty sure, yes, I have some magmatic dynamos just right in my inventory, which is awesome. So it should be easy enough to place a magmatic no, we want you facing downwards, my friend. Like, come on, down. Thank you. Very good magmatic dynamos. Yes. So now we can take ourselves some pipes that will connect to them. Well, and then I wanted a pump down there, but I don't know how I thought that was going to work. Well, I suppose it can work. I just need myself a lot more copper. There we go. Should work like that. And then all I have to do is place this down there, and the magmatic dynamos are just going to kick right into gear and start filling everything up, though I do want to put some components in there because that'll make them produce faster. Not produce more, but produce faster, which is really important. In fact, we should just put components in everything at this point. Component, 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 component. Oh, and this is already working. Never mind, it's already full. Something naughty is happening, I think. What happened here? I got confused. Oh, shoot, shoot, shoot. I got very confused. Wait, no, I didn't get confused. I didn't get confused. I did get... I'm confused. Oh, wait, no, it was right in the first place. We're just not using the fine sand. That's why it stopped. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, at least it did show an issue where I do want this to be encased so that the nullifier doesn't actually accidentally connect to the wrong thing. Okay, never mind. We are good. Anyways, these guys should be producing a lot more FE. Yeah, about 120, which is nice. This guy doesn't use a lot, I don't think. I hope this guy doesn't use a lot. And I hope this guy doesn't use a lot, but we gotta get things... Oh, wait. Actually, the pyrolyzer... Oh, dear. Pyrolyzer shouldn't be on a hopper. The pyrolyzer, the coke that it makes, needs to go through a little processing line. Oh, shoot. I forgot about the processing line. Pick it all up. Pick it all up. Oh, wait. Oh, this one is annoying. Hold on. I gotta put some thought into this. This one is annoying, because it's a saw and a belt, isn't it? No, it's a saw and a spout. Saw, spout, saw, spout, saw, spout. Get it in my head. I think I have an idea about how to pull this off. You know what? I was thinking of trying to do something clever here, but we don't have time for clever. I think we're just brute forcing this. By brute forcing, I mean that instead of doing any, like, clever looping stuff, we're just gonna put down exactly as much stuff as we need to guarantee that once it reaches this part of the track, it is going to be ready to be processed. So that's a saw there, that's a saw there, and then we need depots and spouts, but we're actually gonna have them one block off of the ground so that we can use funnels and such in order to control the flow of the items, like here, there, and there. So the input should be fine, but I don't know about the output. I might have to filter the output in some way. Actually, it might have to be a hopper, which I think will work okay, or will it just pull the items right off? Because that would be bad. I actually can't remember if that's how that works, so I suppose we're going to find out, though, huh? That also means our pyrolyzer friend needs to go here, which is going to take one singular more flux duct than we have. One. Okay, I'm gonna go steal them from our base over here. Too bad, base you're getting thieved from. Now we just need to make sure it is outputting out the back. Nice, good. And then the input is going to be charcoal, which I do have some charcoal just kind of sitting in my inventory. So I'll toss that in there and begin the process. Boy, howdy, is that not the fastest thing in the world. And the question is whether or not this gets moved before it can even process. So things need to be different than this. Okay. That's fine, that happened. So we'll set a deny filter for these coke pieces and make sure that they'll output. Of course, they won't, but whatever isn't them will. Perfect. Now the question becomes, how do we get the item from here onto this depot? And I don't know. There kind of isn't really an elegant way of doing that. Unless maybe we can count on the item kind of trying to pop upwards? This is becoming deeply unfortunate, but we have to try. I guess we can see. Of course, that does mean I need to figure out a way to power this. Oh, wait, that won't be hard. Deedle D. Now we need to get water into these spouts. We do have a water pump real close by. I don't know if it's close enough by. Where are my pipes? I guess I'm out of pipes? Okay. Oh my god, I had them in my inventory. Here's what I'll do. Pump there, and then we're just gonna have like a water source back out here, I think. Powered like so, and then just a little in-air water feature. Yes. Boom, like that. Bam, water's in there. Aha! Yes! It cuts in the right direction, and then it fails to do anything. Shoot and dang it. Shoot and dang it and shoot. Oh, that's interesting. Stop doing this, please. What we can do is we can give an allow list to this specific data. Respect the data here. Undo that there. Put that there. So only that type should be able to move through, I think. That's not how that works. Why is this happening? Okay. This is gonna be so much just random junk in my inventory, but whatever. I don't know why the respect data thing is not working anymore. That's interesting that it kind of jumps up. Did I use that at all? See, if I put a depot here, it'll move on to the depot, no problem. But then how do we get the item off of the depot? I mean, this funnels, they don't work like that. Yeah, it would need you know what I'm saying? Like, sure, this works, but how do I move the item? How do I move the item, especially in a way where, like, it'll wait? Because it's not going to wait, and that's the biggest issue. Unless... Idea! We use the fact that this falls. A belt goes down there. The spout here. Oh, now it won't drop it. That should be fine. Wait, that should be fine, because can't I use, like, a funnel on the end of it or something? Like, if I do this... Okay, that doesn't work. Oh, well, because the belt's not moving. Hold on. But if I get the belt to move, will it pull the item off of there? Okay, yes or no, problem solved. No, I can't push it forward one because there's a pipe here. Well, I guess could I move that pipe? Yeah, I can move the pipe. So let's just try pushing the belt forwards one, right? Pull it back from here. Of course, now it's not powered. What if I just put a hopper underneath of a saw? Will it hopper the item out of it when it's done with it? Ah! Ah! I got it! That goes down there. That'll spout onto that. Then we just need to do this. Yes! Oh my god, that took way too long. That took way too long to figure out. Oh, I lost so much time working on that, but I got it. We're good. Power this. Yeah! Yes! Choo-choo! I don't know why I said that, but we got it! Choo-choo! Choo-choo means hooray! I still don't have charcoal automatically going into this thing, but choo-choo means hooray! Nullifier. Nullify! Do your job, nullifier! Yes! I'm gonna assume it's consistent on a level of, like, actually putting the stuff in, so I'm just gonna take 33 charcoal, put it in the pyrolyzer, and we're gonna make sure that all of it actually runs through, like, the right way. Explain to me why this has stopped working. As though I were a wee baby. Explain to me, like, why has it stopped? You were just functional. Is it because of... It's because of this. Okay. At least we're continuing to understand the gravity of this situation. How in the world? You know what? We're gonna encase this to stop the weird issues. And we're gonna use a mechanical arm. Yeah, just gonna go and use a little mechanical arm. Just a wee little mechanical arm, you know? It's the easiest, it's the cheapest, it's the bestest of the ways to do these sorts of things, because we could just do this to get these guys going powerful. And I'm just gonna go make a mechanical arm, and we're just gonna shoe in the lad. This is not a clever machine. This is a terrible machine. This is one of the worst machines I've ever built. I am upset that I forgot that I even needed this machine, and I'm gonna blame all of my problems on it. All of my problems on the fact that I forgot that I needed this machine. None of my problems on anything else. You have to understand. But anyways, we can steal from there, giving to there, placing to here, turning from there, doing that. Yes. Yes, this is good. This is the good ending. Yes. Good lord. Oh, poo. I haven't even marking any of this stuff off. Ah, nuts. Mark it off. Yes. Okay. Good. Now these guys are used in a compacting recipe. Nice. Good. Yes, compacting. Let's do it. My mind is turning into Create Mod soup. I've been playing for 4 hours straight, doing all this stuff. Where can I get some power? I can do more cog spam. Cog spam is the best way to play the Create Mod. Wait, where'd my sand chunks go? Oh, right. That's right. I didn't. Oh no. Oh dear. How do we do this? How do we get the basalt Oh. So we need a tree farm for this guy into charcoal, and we need to move all the basalt stuff over to this fella. So I'm thinking we do that first. I think a lot of weighted ejectors are going to be used here, I'm not going to lie. We also do need crushing wheels. It actually should be easy to set up a little belt system, so I'm just going to get that up and running. All right, there we go. And this system should be more than enough to pull out the basalt shards, crush them, and then press them. I think, at least. Hopefully, when I hook up this guy right here... Actually, I feel like I've heard this machine stop. And that machine stop. Oh dear. Well, we'll work on that in a second. But yes, we do make those earth charges, and we very much need them. Now let's see if we can't find a somewhat elegant way to get this inserted. And I'm gonna just guess this side here is gonna be our best. So if we have an andesite funnel reaching in, I think I could take, like, a mechanical arm, and hopefully we could grab something... in line with this. Just toss it way over onto here, onto like a depot of some kind with a mechanical arm moving them like that. I should just probably craft up a bunch of mechanical arms as well, since I kind of haven't done that yet. I do sort of use them a lot. So if I were to have a depot here, could we take, or rather take from this depot, deposit to here? Yes! And then if I were to take this weighted ejector and have it target this depot, I mean, surely we're starting to get into absolutely heinous territory here. Does this work? I think it does. I just have to power it, which, lo and behold, will not be too hard. I also want this to only send one at a time. We've learned that that's kind of the best way to do it. Grab ourselves a vertical gearbox, hook it up. Where have these items gone? Why did everything just stop? I'm confused. Did I not have Basal's powder in there? Where's all the... What's happened? Hold on, am I insane yet? Basal's, and then press. Excuse me? Not what I wanted, not what I wanted, not what I wanted. Truly and genuinely what has happened here? I couldn't be more confused. Why? Wait, it doesn't... What? I am absolutely befuddled. Well, okay, I guess that's automated. Sure, whatever. Anyways, you go in there, and this guy should start working, and then we should start producing what we need from this guy, right? Yes. And that should now only send the correct charges. Okay, sure. Why not? This is so weird. Why are all these odd things occurring today? Okay, whatever. Anyways, I do need to make sure I have all this stuff set as automated as well. And then, yes, we have the silica compound. Okay, cool. That's finally producing. What happened? What actually happened? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. But now what we got to do, we've got to make sure that we've got actual charcoal going into this thing. And I'm going to be real with you. I'm really tempted to just cook up a bunch of charcoal and then put a hopper on the top of it and just kind of keep up with it manually because it's already day 87 and we're really running out of time. But I don't know that this farm, it's fast enough. It's fast. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. We are going to need a fairly astronomical amount of this stuff, but honestly, it actually should be okay. Like, I'll just have to keep up on it, sort of. Kind of. Maybe. Yeah, something's gone dastardly wrong with my factory, and I don't know what. It doesn't help that this place is an absolute mess, and so debugging it's nearly impossible. C'est la vie, I suppose. I don't think c'est la vie means what I think. I don't even know what it means, actually. I have no idea why I said that. I genuinely have no idea what that word means. Like, I just said that. All right, but this will at least keep the coke chunks flowing, absolutely flowing like water. So that's good, because we definitely need that. Lots of silicon compound, very nice. Why has this stopped producing? Oh, because we don't have any more coke chunks in it. What? Oh, right, the pyrolyzer doesn't have an input on the top. Ugh, just why don't you input when I tell you to input, huh? So these broke. Why? Wait, these burned out? What? How'd this thing burn out of power? I put so much charcoal into it. I see why these stopped. They somehow ran out of a stack of blocks of charcoal. We may as well use a magnetic dynamo, huh? Yeah, okay, let's, you know what I mean? You guys know what I'm talking about. Do this, 2 of these, and then just a little bit of a piping system to top it all off. I am revoking your right to your components. Magnetic dynamo, I needed to make another one. Whoopsies. Wait, couldn't I just put this guy like this and then flips that switch? Okay, cool, then I don't have to pipe up to these guys, which is nice. Oh, I didn't put components in it. That's definitely not moving fast enough to do anything. So we can place our magnetic dynamo there, and then, like I said, we just need to build a little bit of a pipeline, and it looks as though, I mean, it's as easy as just pulling it over here. But the question, of course, becomes how and where do we drop power? And if your guess was by using a sort of upsetting amount of cogs, then boy, oh boy, would you be correct, because... Oops, that's not main, is it? These don't run off main power. Oh, because that's how you did it, Mr. DJojo. That's how you ran this thing. You didn't power it off of main, because you're like, who needs main power? I don't need main power. It's gonna get a little worse in here. It's gonna get a little worse in here. Don't worry about anything at all. It's so ugly. But I've got this guy powered up again, so that's nice. Good to fix issues. What is happening in the factory today? Okay, you go, buddy. Yay. Hooray. Okay, oh my god. Silicon compound. What do we do with that? Another induction smelter. Are you kidding me? No! I need Invar. Invar, the infinite curse of Invar, of not having enough Invar. Do I really need to go Money will solve my problems. Yeah. Yes, 50 money will certainly solve my problems. Yes. It's not looking like we're going to be finishing this pack, but I want to get as close as I can. And I at least want to enter the final chapter and begin the complete automation of the calculation mechanisms and applied energistics. Because, yeah, that's the end game of this pack, actually. So hopefully we'll be able to get there. You know, in lieu of all the craziness that has happened, we will still get to do what I want to do. Maybe. I think it's still possible. And who knows, maybe I really surprise myself and go crazy mode. Okay, beautiful Invar gears, please stop being required now. That's not a good sound. Should be okay, though, because what we can do is take a depot here as well as an andesite funnel, place that down, it'll start outputting stuff, andesite funnel pulls in. We need to make sure, of course, we can auto input, and it should begin to start actually, like, processing things on a somewhat reasonable... Why does this happen? Go away. Will it not craft it because there's a silicon compound waiting there? I think that's what's happening. Okay, so we got to get this thing working, and it's not, and we have zero space. Okay, cool. And we get to listen to those sounds while we work on it. Definitely going to be using some more weighted ejectors to figure this out, so let's just get this going. We're so close to the end of this, I'm locking it in. So my commentary might become somewhat sparse. But I'm essentially going to do over here what I did for the other crushing wheel setup, and we should be golden. In fact, actually, this will be wired up somewhat nicely, too, which is kind of cool. Okay, we have the ice charges being produced. We now need to somehow get those ice charges to the induction smelter. I don't know how we're going to do that. Maybe depots. Maybe depots and mechanical arms. That's been our failsafe so far. I really hate this sound. So if I were to take a mechanical arm, could I set it up top here? Potentially? No. That's too far. Then perhaps we can do a series of mechanical arms. I don't think you're ready for that. So we say a depot goes here. A mechanical arm is instructed to bring the ice charges from that depot up to the depot I just placed. Like so, placing the mechanical arm here. No, I can put it there though. And then a mechanical arm from here putting into this guy. I actually forgot we need a little bit of input. Could I have this guy just down here? I could. Then all we need to do is just drag a cog output from this, which is really easy. Like that. Aha! Yes! Yes! Okay, we just have to power this thing, which is so much easier to say than it is to do, but we'll figure it out. We have flex ducts. Yes! 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 I need this for quests. I need this for quests. Come on, show it to me. Show it to me. Show it to me. Show it to me. Oh, we have it! Silicon! Silicon! I also fixed the machine over there, by the way. I didn't remember if I said that or not, but I did fix this. I did fix it. Yes! Yes! All right, let me do some quest book a chapter in. Yes, yes, yes. Liquid sand, yes. Yes, yes, yes! Woo! Okay, printed silicon. We need an inscriber, silicon press, and a deployer. Uh-oh! That means we need more meteors. Oh, oh, shoot. Wait, did I find an inscriber silicon press? I might have. Engineering! No! Oh, I could turn it into circuit scrap, I guess. But that means I need to whatever, I'm doing it. Invar, come to me. Well, no, we'll need to find more of them anyways. Yep, my name's Kermit the Frog, and I need to find more of those meteors anyway, so I'm just gonna take my wings and do a little flying around. Dang it! Alright, we need more of these engineering presses, and that is going to require us actually finding them. So, unfortunately, we have to take some time out of our lives. I'm gonna make some food, and we need to go and find some more of these press patterns or whatever they're going to be called in order to make sure that we can actually, use all this stuff with applied energistics. But we're so close. We're almost there. Ah! It is night 88, about to be day 89. I really hope I don't know why I took a screenshot there. I hope I could find these as fast as possible because we need to. Wait, do I actually need for printed engineering circuits? Yeah, we do. We need these. We definitely. Oh, we need these. Oh, no, we need these. Oh, dear. Did those take diamonds? Oh, no. I forgot we needed... Oh, no. I forgot we had to melt down diamonds. I just spent my last diamonds. We'll worry about that later. For now, I must... Elytra. Aha. Here we go. I am very glad I actually picked up these Elytra. It's going to make this part of the video a lot easier for me. Go, 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 go. Aha. There it is. Discovery! Is that nickel right there? Oh, wow. That's a lovely little find. Wow, yeah, look at this crazy, like, the house, like, fell in on itself. Cool. Any diamonds in here for me? Nope. But that's not what I'm here for. I am here for this big, old meteor. Because inside of it is a chest with a silicon press. Let's go, baby! Yeah! That happened way faster than I thought it would. That was really lucky, actually. That was legitimately really lucky. Very nice. I like how this is looking. So something we can do here to make our lives really easy is turn on auto output and actually have it auto output to the depot, which it will. And then we could have our deployer friend right here with the silicon press inside of its delicious hands. I don't know why I said that. And pull it over. Yes, printed silicon. That's the automation target of this chapter, because that's what's going to allow us to make the calculation mechanisms. We're right at the end, boys and girls, and everyone who doesn't identify on the binary scale of gender. I'm losing my mind. I'm actually losing my mind. Ha! Yes, 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 yes. We need this, though, which takes cobalt and something called a logic processor. Good lord, that's got a little bit. Oh boy, 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 does that not have a little bit of an automation target? That's fine. We have to make those anyways, it seems. I think I might set up another redstone automation loop like this, actually, or maybe I'll start siphoning off some of the redstone. I don't know, this thing is not that fast. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Executive decision, I think it is going to be fastest if we set up an automated redstone thing, because I believe, like, engineering circuits, right, are gonna require destabilized redstone, so we need a decent supply of destabilized redstone. You know, doesn't this thing, massively overproduce? Okay, cool. I think we could use some more Endurium tier machines to actually cycle that stuff around, which is really cool, so I'll work on doing that in just a second, but for now, I'll just manually toss them in to test things out. I still need to add the charger to the whole thing, but it's going. It's a bit chaotic, I won't lie. Wait. No. No. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. There is no way. I'm just going crazy. This isn't running off main. Okay, we definitely have the whole steam engine? Exactly 100% of my steam engine? Oh, no! No! We have 0 stress units! We've used exactly and entirely my steam engine. Are you kidding me? It's night 89! We have 10 days left and I overstressed my steam engine! I gotta build another one. Oh, no. This is bad. This is really bad. Not having stress units, probably the worst thing that could be happening to me right now. Do I have any copper? No. Okay, we're gonna have to do a more minor addition to the steam engine here. Understandable. Okay, what can we work with? 19 is just under what we need for a level 5, I think. So I'll smash up some copper and we'll go and make ourselves a level 5 steam engine. I guess we'll just do a level 4 steam engine to keep it easy, I suppose. That does leave us with a little bit more, leftover stuff. If I hook these guys up like this, does it break this guy? No, right? It'll still water split normal? Yep, it does. It breaks. That's fine. Who cares? I don't care. Not me. Does it sound like I care? Does it sound like that puts a wrench in my plans? Does it sound like I'm struggling right now? It better not. It doesn't, because I'm not. I don't care if this port is spinning fast. I just care if it's spinning fast enough. I don't remember how much stress units this thing needs, and I'm not gonna, because I'm panicking. Is that enough? No, it's not. Not even close. You thought it was, because you were foolish, D-Jojo, but it isn't. Yes, and that should be enough water now. Thank you. All we have to do is get the blaze burners a fillin' and a spillin', and that should be really easy with Endurium tier technology. Hooray for Endurium tier technology! I'm losing it. I'm finally losing it after all these years. I knew it would happen. I mean, everyone knew it would happen. It was obvious it would happen. Yes? We're good? It's working! We have more stress units. Okay, we just have to connect it up to the system. Alrighty, let's hook this right into main. Like that, and then just a gearbox. Boop. There we go! Okay, that is 65,000 more stress units hooked into main power. Okay, we'll get back to the machines. It's day 90! I think this is the sunrise of day 90. I'm panicking. Isn't this normally the part of the Let's Plays where they're like, and things began to just calm down a little bit. So, I began to relax, and I began to build, and all these lovely things were happening. No! That's not happening here. This is not what's going on. Well, all of that to say I could do this now. This should be a volatile skystone solution loop. We just need to get a crystal charging on the inside of it. Ooh. I think I'll grab a few of them so I can cycle a few through to give us a little bit of speed here. I suppose it doesn't really matter that much. But if we do this, whap, that should charge, go into there, mix into that, go into there, put into there. Yes, yes, this is good. This is good. This is exactly what we're looking for. I can get the... Okay, we can have 2 of them running through it. Sure, fine, whatever. I don't even care. I don't even care. I don't even care. Get in! All right, we have to siphon. Go, go, go! Hopefully I have enough endurium. Yeah, exactly. Nice. I do need some of my inductive buddies from over here. Hello, inductive buddies. I'm pretty sure we can combine the ender casing with a... What do I combine you with? With a regular chest. Ah, must be a vanilla chest. Okay, cool. Bam. Vanilla chests. Yes. The ender chest is ours. And basically, I'll just be able to siphon off some of the skystone dust from over here and place it into the mixer over there so we get all the skystone dust that we could ever want in the world. Maybe. Well, it isn't the best way of doing it, but we'll do it this way. Not my favorite way, but it works. And right over here, we can get it set up like that. Boom. Infinite. Now, of course, we just need to be pulling the redstone out of this, and you know what? I think we're just gonna pull it right into, I guess, some fluid tanks, right? No reason not to. Thank you. And perfect. Destabilized redstone, complete automation. We'll be able to push that into a spout, which I do have somewhere in my inventory. I know it. There we go, spout. Like that. But actually, hold on. Why did... Oh, yes, we need to make the USB. No, the thumbstick. What's it called? Flash drive, because we need logic processors, which is deploy, stabilized, press. Okay. Okay. Yes! We do have a small little system here. Perfect. The redstone and the deployer. We have our stuff right here. All I have to do is just add a little chest to the end so our items don't go flying off. Oh my gosh. I'm stressing. And perfect. Okay, cool. So, in order to turn these guys into the mechanisms that we need to turn them into, it's this. Okay, so printed logic circuit. How do I get that? Ooh, right. We need a logic. We need more meteors. Oh, dang it, shoot. It's fine, I've still got all the meteor finding tech. We must find the meteor. And we gotta find it before my elytra breaks. Oh, sweet, we're heading right for one. Maybe it'll be above ground like the other one. Yep, that looks like it. Alrighty, no matter what this has inside of it, we should be okay because we can split those into the chunks that we can then cut into other machines, I think. Or maybe it doesn't give us as many. I have no idea. Either way, we have the calculation press. Is that not what we needed, actually? Is that actually exactly what we need? Is that what we need? No. Well, we'll see what we have at home, but hold on. What we can do is we can surround that in invar and turn it into circuit scrap and then cut it down into the other one. So yeah, we do just get 2 out of this, which is perfect. I just need to remember which one I have at home. So I have an engineering and I have a calculation, so I can split the calculation into another calculation as well as the other one that we need. I don't remember it. So we still want to keep the calculation, and I believe it's logic then? Yes, gold ingots turns into printed logic circuits. Yes. All right, so I'm just gonna tear this down here and repurpose it to turn gold into logic circuits, which I'm sure we'll need a decent amount of. Well, maybe an okay amount of. I'll make 8 of them. I don't know. I don't remember this far into the pack. I'm playing pretty blind here. Logic press, please. Yes, please and thank you. Okay, cool. Casting. I love it. Yes! We're reaching the end stages of it all. And I should have some cobalt lying around. I should have cobalt somewhere. Where do I have cobalt? Cobalt, yay! What do I do with you? Can I just cook you? Up? I can't just cook you up. You get a little extra cobalt if you melt it, I suppose, but I think I'm just gonna cook it. Absolutely stunning. Printed logic circuits. I love it. Grab some cobalt ingots. This takes a while to cast, which is pretty unfortunate. But that means I should be able to put these 8 in there, run 8 of these down here, and it will turn them into the circuits. Yes, logic processor, just like that. Oh, perfect. Yes. the flash drive. And now we can do this. Now we can finally create the machine that we've been waiting to create for so long. Once I have another deployer line up and running, but that shouldn't take me a while. I'm gonna go run. I'm gonna go do that. And then we're ready for the end game. All right, thumb drive goes in here, run over here, grab 2 stacks of the printed silicon, because why not? We may as well make a stack at a time. And we can turn 1 stack of the inductive mechanisms. Yes! Calculation mechanisms! That's the final tier of mechanism, but not the end of the game. The end of the game is space, and we have less than 10 days to get there. But we can finally complete Chapter 2, baby. We just need fluix casing, which is blackstone, and lead plating. Woof. We need well over 2,500 of these mechanisms in order to beat the game. So I'm gonna try. We're gonna try. And that's what I can promise you, folks. An attempt, it shall be made. But like this guy I don't think is running fast enough whatsoever. Not even at all. So he really needs to pick up the pace. So we'll see. Well, with blackstone and lead plating in hand, we've got ourselves the fluix casing, and I didn't pick up any of the mechanisms. Silly Joseph. Boy, that sure is a decent amount. All right, but we can make a full 8 ME controllers. That is the automation. What just died? That is the automation target. Finally, this chapter has ended. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. We're gonna need some of these to get into the ME world, which sucks, but they all actually have a similar sort of recipe at the end of the day. But in the overview, we can now unlock Divide by Digital. Ooh, it looks simple, but it isn't. Divide by Digital is a lot of math. Yep, you've heard me correctly. We need to do math. We have to make numbers out of logic or calculation circuits and turn them into more numbers. And at the end of the day, we need 1,160 of each number, requiring over 2,500 calculation mechanisms and a lot of time. But the only thing we can really do is try our best, so I'm just going to start dumping my items into this backpack, and we are going to begin moving items after items after items, and just bringing things over and over and over and over. All that matters for now is moving mechanisms. We just need to make like a double chest of these things in order to even have a chance at beating the game. Let alone, I don't know, beating it in 100 days. And I probably shouldn't have thrown away all my tools, but I did. And I'm gonna undo that. I'm gonna get this here set up to receive precision mechanisms, and off we go to the races. Fill my inventory right up. Beautiful. That's not nearly enough, but we've got more of the tubes, whatever we need, processing. It'll all be good. It'll all be good in the end. I can just start dumping these into here. They should flow all the way through. Why is there a hopper? And then, yeah, basically we just have to wait for the silicon to happen. So I guess I could start working on making some flux linkage amplifiers, because, yeah, this guy is not fast. Oh, those require lead, and we're out. Okay, cool. We do still have some Constantin, but we need lead. We need lead. Do I have lead? Maybe I'm wrong. We actually have some lead. We have lead dust. That's not super helpful. Oh, wait, we have a ton of lead in here. Oh, we just ran out of lava. Oh, I got confused. Okay, I was making lead. We just ran out of lava. Perfect. Oh, sweet, beautiful lead. I made 2 flux linkage amplifiers. Excellent. That will speed up that quite a bit. Oh, I'm still wearing my elytra. I guess that makes sense. I need to be maneuverable. Thank you. Nice. That's much faster. Looks like it would probably be a good idea to speed this thing up too. So we need more Constantin, which is copper and nickel. Do we have neither of those at the moment? Well, we have copper here, but I think we're quite out of nickel. I think I may have found like 1 instance of a crushed piece of nickel. Like I found one crushed raw nickel. Well, I can double it in the pulverizer. Oof. This should begin to produce the molten Constantin that we're looking for. Very nice. Where are my potatoes? Where'd I put my potatoes? Potatoes. All right, 2 ingots of Constantin. All a boy needs. All a boy really needs. Alrighty, 1 flux linkage amplifier for the pyrolyze oven. Where you at, bud? There you are. Oof. That'll speed things up a bit. Not bad. And how are my beautiful dynamos doing? We're on full output for 1 and only about 50% output on the other. Perfect. Great. We have a little bit of room there. Unfortunately, I went and forgot to rehook up this machine over here, so we actually haven't had any of the electron tubes processing in the background, but, you know, there's never a better time to start than now. But we should have a lot after a bit. So our biggest bottleneck right now is the speed at which our thermal machines are running at, especially this pyrolyzer. So we need more nickel for more Constantin, and we need more nickel for more Invar. I mean, we're just low and out of nickel, but that's kind of the biggest limiting factor here necessarily. And with less than 9 days left, I think that means we just have to go mining. I think that's just the best bet for us. So I'm gonna take this fancy iron backpack with me and just dive right on into the caves. Of course, I wanna make a little bit more torches, and by a little bit, I mean a lot of bit more torches because I hate running out of light. And we are just gonna go digging at low levels, trying to find everything that we need. And all the while, this place is chunk loaded, so all my little machines are gonna keep on running, and hopefully it goes well. Pretty much, we're just in lock-in and mine mode. Oh, I found an ancient tome. I believe, yeah, if we were to combine that with an Efficiency 5 book, we could get Efficiency 6, but I don't think we have really any access to that kind of stuff, but that'd still be pretty cool. This strip mine definitely is proving more fruitful than others we've embarked on. Now, this is a grand-looking cave. This is exactly what we're looking for here. Plenty of sapphire, of course we find sapphire now. Well, at the very least, sapphire can be sold in lieu of diamonds, we know that. It just occurred to me that nickel does not spawn this deep in the world. I'm on the completely wrong Y level for it. Oh, man. That was a waste. Well, not the most amount of nickel from our first little thing, but we did get large amounts of gemstones that I think we can actually sell with the miner tradition. So that could get us some more nickel in the long run. Can I sell apatite? I can. How much? Oh, wow. Actually, that's quite a bit of money considering apatite is so plentiful. Great. I suppose it bears checking to see if this works. Wait, it does. Oh, I just need 30 levels? I can get 30 levels easy. Hold on. Efficiency 6 would be great. Boop, 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 boop. Like that. Wait, boop. There we go. I didn't actually know you could do that. Cool. Very nice. Love it. And we have plenty of electron tubes to send to process, which is awesome. Let's check on our supply over here. Okay, so we're out of the precision mechanisms, but not the inductive mechanisms. This is still quite the bottleneck here. Oh no, our flash drive broke. Well, that's unfortunate. Okay, that did not last nearly as long as I thought it would. Where did I put the rest of my cobalt? Okay, here we go. I guess we just need to make more of this stuff. Hey, nice, so that's a lot of nickel. Very happy with that. Alrighty, one more flash drive coming up, but that first one did not make a lot of mechanisms, did it? No, that's not a huge amount. I have to say, this guy with unbreaking is, well, okay, nearly gone. Well, I was gonna say going strong, but maybe not so much. Well, there we go. At least this thing's kicked back on for a little bit. That was 3 blocks of nickel, actually. Okay, so that should give us plenty of the Constantin we need in order to actually cook on up this Fluxo increases, or whatever they're called, which is very exciting. I think we can start with 14 Constantin sheets. I mean, that'll give us 7 of the upgrades. That might be everything we actually even need, to be fair. So I think I'll hang out here because, I mean, you can only put a few more into those machines anyways. Not a whole lot further we can push that. Hopefully 4 doesn't push our FE generation over the edge, which it very much might, but hopefully it will push our speed going much, much higher. I mean, I can't imagine that the pyrolyzer is actually going to take that much energy, and that is much faster. And I think I'll just load this thing up to the maximum, so 1 more, right? That's not bad. That's not a bad speed anymore. Also, we just ran out of charcoal in it. Okie dokie. How's power gen looking? A bit rough. Lot of fluctuation. Now I suppose this guy could be faster. Very nice. Okay, so that should be right on the edge of what we actually need for power gen, which is good. And then, I suppose we just need more charcoal. Oh, this thing needs to be a lot faster. Oh, that's a huge limiter. Okay, I'm a little afraid that that's gonna start ripping our power supply, though, because, I mean, it was already, I mean, we're literally right on the edge of it. Man. Okay, but I think I could put components, new components in these to make them go faster, because, yes, indeed, there are actually new components that we have. I just need to see if we even have the Enderium supply to pull it off, because it is Enderium tier. We have 1 Enderium ingot. That's everything I have in my base? 1 Enderium ingot? Oh, but bunch of silver. Okay. My organization is something special. Do I have any more? Yes, I do have some leftover flux ducts to rehook these guys up. Honestly, from the sounds of it, I feel like I can siphon a flux linkage amplifier off of this guy and start putting it over into... Whoops, what was I picking up? I don't know. This guy. Because the faster this guy goes, the faster the press will actually work. That is better, but we are now completely burning out on power over here. Ooh, dear. Okay, these are going to be very helpful because we can finally make the highest tier of component, the resonant integral component, which is 4 times instead of 3 times, and that should push our power production into the spot that we need it, hopefully. Fingers crossing. That's a lot better, yeah. So these guys should now be able to hold more lava and burn even more power, and we should see things regulating. Not really, actually. Is it just filling buffers on? No, it is burnt right out. Okay, this whole system is absolutely burnt out. All right, not a problem. We can increase efficiency even further. We need auxiliary reaction chambers, which do require signalum, but luckily signalum isn't too hard to make now that we really know how to. In fact, we have that infinite supply over here that I think I can just bucket out of, actually. Yeah, just like that. Perfect. Easy peasy. Hopefully, I only have to make one of these since it does take Invar gears, and we all know how expensive those are. Do I have any Invar gears lying around in here? Or maybe I do. I need that hardened glass. How do I make that again? Obsidian, sand, and quartz. Okay. Do I have any quartz? I literally might not. Oof. Okay, quartz it is. It is day 94. We are down the wire. I at least want to get our silicon mechanism processing really fast. Like, if we can at least get to the point where silicon is flowing like water, I'll say we've progressed enough in 100 days. It sucks that we're so close. I'm not confident, but I'm not giving up yet. Boom, hardened glass, just like that. I don't think I'm gonna cook all of it up since only a bit of it's gonna be that useful. And I don't believe we have any excess Invar gears, so I'm gonna make some too. Crossing my fingers that this should be enough. I mean, it is like 100% output, and fuel efficiency kind of doesn't matter because we have infinite lava forever and ever and ever. So hopefully it works out. I mean, that's quite a bit more power. Are we leveling out? Yes? Kind of? I mean, it's close. It's shockingly close. Buffers on this are kind of filling up at least, so I think in a minute it'll level out. How's the pyrolyzer? Pyrolyzer doesn't even care. Pyrolyzer's fine. I think it's probably in our best interest to make another one. I think we should make another one. I just think it's gonna solve a lot of issues. Expensive. All right, buddy, here you go. So that should be more than enough FE. You're pretty much filled. And then this buffer is filling up. Everything is working at its actual maximum speed. Oh. This being faster, though, would be a lot better for us. So if we could get another flux linkage amplifier, I think we'll be flying. Made 2 of them, so hopefully we can even slot that in with our current energy consumption. We'll see. Oh, now that's nice. That's really nice. And then why not this guy as well? Oh, are you maxed out? Oh, cool. And energy consumption seems pretty stable since this guy's just sitting on 75, 74. Okay. And this is moving much faster. Yes. Well, there's no reason not to get into it, so let's do a little bit of applied energistics. Pretty sure I made loads of ME controllers, and technically speaking, we only really need one. So we can just set this guy down here and begin to work on the system. I would very much like to power it with magma, though. So we'll have a magmatic dynamo going right into the controller, and of course we're going to want to give this thing components, and you'll see we'll be able to bucket lava into it initially, but it should power the controller on pretty immediately. Boop and boop, just like that, and there we go. The controller flashes on beautiful blue, but of course we need a few components before we can actually do anything with it. We need a drive and a terminal, and preferably a crafting terminal, and you can see they require all these different weird components that actually you get from cutting and pressing and some smithing. So lot to do here. But since we have some leftover logic processors, it shouldn't be too hard to get, what was it, the terminal? Oh, well, okay. I guess it would be, huh? We need a bunch of calculation processors and stuff like that, so lot to do. All right, well, calculation press is copper, and we have an okay amount of copper. I think we have like a decent amount of copper somewhere. 6, I guess 6 works. Oh, there's the copper I was thinking of. It hasn't been melted yet. Oh, I get it now. If I remember correctly, the meltdown diamonds is a bit of a process, isn't it? Don't you need, like, yeah, you need blazing blood. And blazing blood, we can get from blaze rods, actually. That's not too bad. I have blaze rods left over. I have 5. Sure, that's half a bucket. And I could make 4 more. Okay, we can get most of a bucket. That's good with me. here I can get infinite lava going into this guy. Beautiful. And that is plenty of blazing blood. I really do wish I had one more blaze rod just to get it. You know, wait, I could just get a blaze. What am I talking about? I could just get a blaze rod. I forgot that I literally live next to a blaze spawner. Oh, look at that. And there's another yeah, okay. Blazing blood might just be easier to use than lava for this thing now. Makes everything go faster too, so that's pretty nice. Now we can cast it into a bucket, so we can bucket it into the fuel tank. It's pretty great. Wahoo! Blazing blood. Gotta love it. I do need a new fuel tank though, because you can't share. Alrighty, but a blazing blood will allow us to melt down diamonds, which is awesome. I think we'll just make 16 of the engineering ones. I feel like that's a decent amount of them. I hope we're not gonna need more than that. Probably not. But yeah, these guys should be melting down. Hopefully it doesn't use too much of our blazing blood. As easy as it is to get enough of it, it's a little annoying to have to go and chase it down. But still, it actually does seem to last for quite a while per, what is it, 50 millibuckets? Yeah, okay. I'm not upset about that. Yeah. And then just for a bit, I need this chest to actually fill up with the printed silicon so we could actually use it. Interesting. It looks like the sand farm is now the limiting factor here. That's kind of weird. I guess it just takes time for the sand to roll and drain. Okay. Nothing we can do about that. This is running at absolute maximum speed, which I like. Yeah, printed engineering circuits. You gotta love it. Let's get these guys processed down and start actually getting into applied energistics. Look at them go. Alrighty, that should give us a little achievement as well. No? Yes? No? Yes? I thought we would get an achievement for that. Oh, for some reason I haven't held the printed logic circuit? What? Okay, whatever. Well, these we combine with ME controllers in order to produce some pretty fantastic effects. I believe engineering creates an ME drive. Now, the terminal requires a little bit more oomph to it, but formation cores are just logic processors, and annihilation cores are just calculation processors. Annihilation, just like that. Now, illuminated panel is a little bit more annoying. We need this stuff called quartz glass, which comes from inducting smelting any type of quartz dust, which is better than nothing because we have a lot of this quartz over here, but I think I'll just crush up some nether quartz since we do kind of have it in excess. Hopefully that actually turns into quartz dust now that I think about it. I didn't check. Oh, woof. I did not check the recipes, and I had that moment of, uh-oh, but we're all good. And we just need a little bit of glowstone, which I only have one of. I don't think that's enough. Nope. Okay. Back to the nether. Surely there is some low-hanging glowstone somewhere. Surely. Aha! And we can just smash this right up, and we are ready to create illuminated panels, and from an illuminated panel, an ME terminal, and from an ME terminal, we can even make a crafting ME terminal, which is way better than a regular ME terminal, let me tell you. A much bigger table. Oh, yes. We're also going to need some ME cables, and I don't remember actually how to make those. Aha, okay, we need fluix crystals and quartz fibers, and quartz fibers is just glass and Certus quartz dust. Okay, so we need some Certus quartz. Thankfully, I actually have the perfect machine to just sit and steal Certus quartz from. In fact, it's pretty quick. I believe I could even use the pulverizer. Nope, okay, that's crushing wheels then. Boom, quartz fibers, and we can turn those right on into fluix ME cables. Nice, 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 nice. And now we can connect our crafting terminal and we can even connect our drive, but we're not done yet. These are online devices, but we have no drives in here, so this whole system is worthless. It doesn't have any storage. You know what, actually? I've made a bit of a mistake with this. Hold on. I need a piece of wool for this. Actually, I need a bunch of pieces of wool for this. Do I have enough wool for this? Oh, shoot. No, I don't. Okay, hold on. This is really important, actually. I also am very much in need of the actual Certus crystals, so I'm going to put a chest on this machine and start collecting Certus crystals instead of letting them flow into the device like normal. If I have... There we go. I was going to say, I really should have some funnels. There we go. So this should start collecting up Certus crystals. Perfect. But yeah, I really need to shear some sheep right now. This is really important. Honestly, if I can pull this off, the 100 days will have been worth it. Oh, I see sheep. I see sheep on my map. Sheep, 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 sheep. Sheepy, 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 sheep, sheep. Yep, that's 8 of them. Perfect, perfect. I should have everything else that I need. Need a bit of lapis and a smidge of bone meal. Perfect, because we're actually going to be making light blue dye. If you know, you know. Because we're going to be using the 8 wool to cover 8 of these cables, surround them with light blue dye, and there it is. It's Henry, the light blue ME covered cable device online. 95 days, for Henry. Maybe that's not completing the entire pack, but hey, that's a big win in my book. But seriously, I want to put some drives in this thing. And in order to make them, it's not cheap. It's not super cheap. We need to make these 1K ME storage cells. They require calculation mechanisms, Certus quartz crystals, and redstone. Woof. Oh no, we've already destroyed another USB stick. Alrighty, let's send another one of these, and it looks like we also need another magnet over here. Yeesh. But hey, this thing actually makes Certus quartz crystals pretty fast, so we definitely have the calculation mechanisms to pull this off, which is not bad at all. In fact, we should be able to pull off making 16 of these, which is awesome, because 3 of them will turn into a 4K storage part, which actually saves you quite a bit on storage. You gain a lot of extra from it, that's for sure. And we can turn that into 4K ME storage components, which is really nice, actually. And if we really wanted to, and we kind of might, we can even make a 16K ME storage component. But I actually think we're going to stick with this because you get a lot of types out of it. There's this whole type mechanism, I guess. I don't know. This is good. We do have to put them in housings, and I think you've seen the recipe. Yeah, we need more quartz glass, redstone, and lead plating. So, oh, look at that. We still have 1K ME storage discs left. This is great. But we should have a pretty decent supply of lead somewhere. Where's all my lead? Didn't I have like a stack? There it is. I was like, I'm sure I had a stack of lead lying around. So I'm going to get this guy's processed up into sheets, and we'll get our very first ME system set up in the world, and maybe we can get cracking on some auto-crafting stuff. It's kind of the core of the end game, but there's no point if we don't have enough mechanisms, but I at least want to get a cool system set up. We can make ME cell housing instead of making the actual cells on their own, which is useful, and then we can fill the cells like this. Now, they don't stack, of course, which actually does make a lot of sense, but we can finally run these guys into our ME drive, and they actually act as a storage. See, you can have 4,000 items in each of them and 63 different types of items. That's just kind of the rule of it. But now I can go ahead and actually dump pretty much and probably all of my stuff into the system. No more disorganized chests over here. Let's just start moving things over, and hopefully we don't fill up, and if we do, we should at least be able to use even more of our resources to turn into even more storage. I do like digitized storage systems. I do. Certainly keeps me more organized than this. You can see here, this storage cell has filled up with types, but not items, so now we're filling this storage cell, so I've always thought it's a little bit annoying that there's like this type limit, but I get it. It's a part of it. It's the balance, I suppose. At the very least, though, the system, I think, is smart enough to still stack, like, same type items on the same disk. At least it should be. But it's looking pretty good for me actually getting all of my items in this thing, which I'm really excited about. Whoops, I opened a buddy card. I mean, I guess I have a bunch of these. I suppose I've never really gone through and, like, opened these before. What are these? Are these good? Are these bad? Rocket? Frost, what's 10? What's 18? Who's Menace? They look kind of cool. Well, into the system. Look at that. We did fill up a ton of different types. Like, we really need some more storage cells. But not too bad all considering. I feel like that actually turned out pretty good. And I do want to sort this in the sane way, which is by number of items descending. You have to do it this way. You can't do it any other way. Look at that. Very nice. In fact, I'll even chop down all these chests. Just get them out of my factory now. I have to say, that actually feels pretty good. Like freedom. So let's see if we can continue to actually make some really cool stuff, including a pattern terminal right here. A pattern encoding terminal is what I'm looking for. Looks like we need to make another crafting terminal, but we actually should be able to because you get a lot of bulk items. Oh. And I'm actually out of the copper component? Okay, that's fine. That's calculation, like so. And we have plenty of copper smelted up, like tons and tons of copper smelted up. In fact, I'll just send this, and I need to remember not to waste blazing blood. Oh, and look at that. The system already just did a reorganization where it actually is starting to move items from the different disks into each other, which is super helpful. Oh, and I'll also remember to make a chromatic thingy. Oh, that's right. I still have to move these items in. Hopefully we have enough space for that, actually. Oh, no. Type limit. We have hit the type limit. That happens. It happens. It's a part of it. Hold on. We can at least make this now, which will help a lot. And it's time to start making up some more drives. Here we go. This should help. Boop. Now, with a pattern encoding terminal, we'll be able to actually set up some auto-crafting stuff once we have blank patterns. But, of course, blank patterns are somewhat expensive, if I remember. Yeah, a lot of lead, quartz, glass, calculation mechanisms, and Certus quartz. Hopefully we have some more crushed lead floating around here. A bit. Thankfully, this is producing a ton of Certus quartz, so that's not going to be an issue. At least I have a lot of lead plates from earlier. That certainly helps. And we can even go ahead. Maybe we can make like okay, 24 of them. 24 blank patterns. That's not a whole lot of blank patterns, but essentially we could encode recipes into this if we had any pattern providers, but I don't think we do. Yeah, pattern providers. Bit expensive of them, but mostly on the lead front, but still, we only have 12. Actually, we have 38. You know what? Let's smash it all up. What's the point, right? Or what's the point not to? We'll need at least one pattern provider in order to actually get the auto crafting set up, so having one of them is actually enough. But there's not much to do with it right now since we don't have anything to auto craft with. And you know what? Why don't we talk about the end game here? We're going to need ourselves some nickel in order to pull all this off. In fact, I wish I could have more nickel. I mean, do we have any more silver left over, or did I convert all of my... I think I converted all of my money into this, huh? Well, we still have some lapis, which sells for a lot, actually, as does apatite, actually. So I can run these guys through the trading system. Yeah, 56. That's not too bad. I think we can get a little bit more. Boop. Maybe I do have some silver left over in here, eh? Any goodies? Oh, that's plenty of silver. What am I talking about? Whoa. Boom. 45. Not bad. Well, what do I need 45 nickel for? Well, it's a part of the end game. This is actually a great amount. Since 45 is kind of exactly what we need, being 4 times 9, we can do some cool stuff with it. Basically, like I said, the end game is math. But how do you do math? Well, with casting. These are integer casts, and we can cast a fluid that the latest mechanism in our machine line can actually turn into, and then that turns into, like, numbers somehow. Like, don't ask me, I just work here. But in any case, we need loads and loads and loads and loads and loads of these numbers, so the more casts we can make of them, the absolute better. And I think 9 of each actually should be an okay amount. Of course, we just need to make sure we can actually be casting 9 of these at a time from our big boy engine here. So I think we should probably augment this thing with just a lot more drains, just a ton more drains, basically. Gonna build out a little platform here for us to actually work with. A lot easier than building on water, I'll tell you what. And we can just start running some of our casting tables along the sides here, where I'll be installing some new and absolutely improved drains. There we go. Very nice. We can finish our little ring-a-ding, and we can start knocking out the edges of these to fill it up with delicious, delicious seared drains. Look at that. This thing is going to have 9 different outputs on it. Absolutely ridiculous. And essentially, we can start bringing over the mechanisms that we need to turn into liquid logic, is what it's called. Kind of a cool name. So right now we have 982, which is a great start to actually cast our threes. We need 30,000 threes to beat this. Yeah, 30,000 threes to beat the game the way that I intend to, and 16,000 eights, and 22,000 minuses, and like 8,000 pluses. So I don't think we have time to do it, but we may as well start because we need to cast about this many calculation mechanisms in order to turn them into enough liquid logic to get all the threes that we need. I do feel kind of like an insane person talking about needing thousands and thousands of threes, but all of these guys are just going to go to Melty Town, and as you can see, they will fill this up with unprocessed liquefied logic. The way we process it is by initially casting it down into a specific number, and then once we have those numbers, we can use mechanical crafters in order to craft them into the actual mathematical equations that will get us the rest of the numbers. Of course, you only start with the number 3. Honestly, it's a pretty cool system. I've always liked it a lot. And of course, something else that'll help us a lot is actually putting faucets on all of these, levers on all of these, and having having hoppers beneath all of them to pull the outputs. Happer, and happer. Alrighty, I've got the last few spouts I need so I can begin the casting process, and thankfully it is pretty fast, especially when you have so many different casts. In fact, I'm pretty sure this is way faster than hopper speed can handle. Yeah, absolutely, we are filling right up. Or it's actually just about hopper speed. But obviously having multiple of them connected, it won't do these hoppers any favors. But you can see we are casting a ton of these at a time We've actually ran out of lava. That's fine because we have infinite lava right here. So let's see if we can get enough 3s. I have no idea if we'll be able to pull that off, honestly. It certainly is a nice sound. Yeah, definitely gonna have to do a little bit of manual maintenance here, emptying out the hoppers that are directly underneath of these. But not too bad, honestly. Like the first of the hoppers, or the first of the hopper chain or the last of the hopper chain, whichever one, is gonna get filled up. But as you can see, this is actually chugging quite quickly through all of our mechanisms. Like, that's not bad. We've already eaten through nearly 1,000 of them, so we almost have enough 3s. You know, I don't know why I'm fueling that manually, but I can just do it with the automatic way. What am I up to? Being silly. That's what. Could just stick this guy right on there and never have to worry about fueling it again. Boop. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Absolutely lovely. Wow, we are getting a lot of this. And I said math wouldn't help me in the future. Look at me now. The only reasonable storage device to move all this stuff into is drawers, so I'll be doing that as well. Nice. We already have 26 stacks of the stuff. Maybe it's not reasonable. Oh my gosh. Just a bit of a check-in. I'm tired of redoing the flash drive, so I am going for it. I've sold a ton of our rubies, and we can now convert all of that into a bunch of gold. And I believe that 7 golden coins is exactly what we need. Yes, for the unbreakable flash drive. Perfect. We do not have to do any more tool maintenance on that. Look at that. We got an unbreakable tool. That is actually huge. So for the rest of these 100 days, which is not many, we can just sit here and let this thing run because we don't have to worry about it anymore. So update, it looks like we have gone and done it and finished our production of 3s. We have 3s. But this is also the sunset of day 99. So I only have 10 minutes left in this challenge. And as you can imagine, doing hundreds of thousands of tens of thousands of crafting operations is not going to happen in 10 minutes. So I'm going to continue my little goal that I have right now of just getting the island cleaned up a bit before we retire this world. And what a world it's been. There it is, the final sunrise. Day 100 has arrived. And we didn't make it to space, which is unfortunate, but we got close. I mean, literally, inside of this drawer, we have every single 3 we would have needed, which is a lot of 3s. But we needed an equal, if not more amount of other components. This would have just taken hours and hours and hours. We'd be on day like 120 before I ever left the atmosphere. So sadly, we failed the challenge. But honestly, I don't feel too bad about it. I mean, look at what we've done in only 100 days. This factory is crazy. It takes more than an entire level 9 steam engine to power it. I think this has been, honestly, one of the most fun challenges I've ever done, if not the most fun challenge I've tried on my channel. I'm really kind of proud of it. Like, through all the weirdness and stuff, we ended up making a factory that is actually pretty reliable, considering all of the weird mechanics that are present here, and the issues and the bugging. This has been a fantastic 100 days for me. And if you've made it this far in the video, know that I super appreciate you. Obviously, this has been a very long one, and if you're asleep, have sweet dreams. If you're awake, like, comment, and subscribe. You know, algorithm. But hey, I'm pretty tired myself, and honestly, I think I'd like to touch grass after playing 33 hours of Minecraft. Oh, and thanks for 100,000 subscribers, which was like the whole point of this video.